And if anyone stands against that tide, tonight we will become. History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
For a comeback, are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
And if anyone stands against that tide, tonight we will become.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Let's do this. Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Let's do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Oh, you know we're gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. We can take it higher. Let's do this.
And if anyone stands against that tide, tonight we will become.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
History may brand me traitor, rebel, or renegade. What matters is that I followed my own creed.
Let's do this.
Evo ima zvuka sad, sorry. Pozdrav ljudi.
The perennial powerhouses out of EMEA. It's Twisted Mind. The rising stars out who made a splash at PGS2. It's Tai Lu.
Nenji cringe bukvalno, sramota me u njihovim.
After being 1 point away from elimination, they stormed back to make the finals. Let's hear it for Space Station Gaming! PGC 2021 champions, back to challenge for the trophy again. It's New Happy eSports! Your winners of PGS2 and the top qualifier out of last chance, it's the Sonics! Hometown heroes and the first of our winners bracket teams, Day Trade Gaming!
Alo.
Alo, mačak.
Pa gdje si?
Pa gdje si ti je,
For your
boga tu?
top European finishers coming out of winners, it's
Huh?
FaZe
Koba mislim Instagram, ja ti bio pisao, da jesi. Mene niko ništa nije pitao.
Bukvalno, vrat.
Ajde. Ajde vidimo, pošto ovi moji isto nema.
The three-headed dog you do not want to meet in a firefight. It's Cerberus eSports.
Iskreno ljudi, očekivao sam punu halu. Prazna je. A nije prazna, ali... Nije prazna, ali ima dosta praznih mjesta.
Here with a mission to prove their doubters wrong. It's Luminosity Gaming.
Šta ti misliš?
Ništa te ne čujem, čekaj da pačamo. Daj pričaj nešto. Alo?
Eko, lijep je doživlja ovo za ove mamke.
A lijep.
The explosive team coming
Pa
out
iće
of the
svaki ne priča
PCL.
Svaki.
It's Tianba.
Jamba. Ja navijam za Danavu od ovih Azijata i za naš isto manji.
Bangkok, make some noise for your third place winners qualifier, Theraton 5!
Teraton 5. Jesu dobro igrali, je. Igorija, hvala ti, Belmine.
The Korean sensation looking for their first international title. It's Donawa eSports!
Ko je sad najjači u ovoj dulki od ovih u finalu?
17 danava Jamba. A svi ostali nek se poređaju kako im je volja, ovi su baš skočili makar dosta. Evo gledam Igor upravo. Evo ovi su najjači. Sad da ne možeš palit lampicu. Da mi si pokvarila se prije 10 godina. A nema što pokvarila.
เอาละค่ะสวัสดีค่ะมาเร็ว
Kakav je ovo styling, evo.
เมื่อกี้จะบอกว่าเรากรี๊ดอยู่ข้างเวทีแบบดังมากคือวันนี้นะคะ อยากจะบอกว่าสำหรับที่สนามกรุงเทพมหานครประเทศไทยแห่งนี้
Ne znam
อยาก
šta
ให้
je
ทุกคน
rekla,
นะ
se
ได้
slažem
ร่ว
s
ม
njom
ส่ง
ako me
เสียงเชียร์
razumijete.
ให้กับทีมไทยกันเอาล่ะเดี๋ยวเรามาเปิดงานของเราอย่างเป็นทางการกันหล่อนกันดีกว่า เมื่อกี้ขึ้นมาเสียงหลงเวอร์เพราะว่าเมื่อกี้กรี๊ดไปแบบโอ้8 หลอดมากนะคะกรี๊ดไปเต็มเสียงเลยดังนั้นสำหรับงานในครั้งนี้ค่ะกับ PUBG Global Championship 2023 Woo! และแล้วก็มาถึงในรอบ Grand Finals นะที่เรารอคอยแล้วก็เชื่อว่าทุกคนในวันนี้เราจะมาร่วมส่งกำลังใจให้กับทีมที่คุณชื่นชอบกัน แน่นอนสำหรับการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ค่ะ 32 ทีมตั้งแต่ในรอบ Group Stage จากนั้นเนี่ยก็ได้มี 8 ทีมที่ได้กลับบ้านไปก่อนในรอบ Loser Bracket แล้วก็จากนั้นอีก 8 ทีมค่ะก็ไม่ได้ไปต่อเช่นเดียวกันในรอบของ Last Chance ดังนั้นในวันนี้นะคะกับ 16 ทีมค่ะที่จะมาร่วมชิงชัยแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าวันนี้เขากระหายมากๆกับถ้วยรางวัลและ
Prvi dan,
ศึก
3 dana se igraju finale, 3 dana
ของ
po
แช
6
มป์ในระดับ
mečeva.
โลกนะคะกับเกม
16
PUBG
ekipa.
eSports นั่นเองดังนั้นสำหรับใน
Jelko
วันนี้
po
ต้อง
3
บอก
dana
ว่า
budemo
สิ่งดี
najviše
ๆ
bodova
กำลังรอ
postoji.
ทุกคนอยู่ความน่าตื่นเต้นกำลัง
3
รอ
dana,
ทุกคนอยู่
6 mečeva,
ใครผู้ใด
18
เข้ามานะเดี๋ยวในวันนี้เนี่ยเราจะได้มาสนุกสนานกันอย่างแน่นอนนะคะสำหรับเกมในครั้งนี้ต้องบอกว่าเราได้เห็นอะไรหลายอย่างมากๆต้องบอกว่ามีทีมที่ผิดหวังเนาะกับการที่ไม่ได้ไปต่อเพียงเพราะขาดเพียงแค่คะแนนเดียว หรือแม้แต่การล้มลงของบางทีม
Moraju je dat
เพื่อ
pop
ให้
filter
ลุกขึ้นมา
pljuvao po ovom
แข่งขัน
mikrofonu,
มากยิ่ง
jebat će mu
ขึ้น
maj.
หรือกลยุทธ์ของแต่ละทีมที่สามารถดำเนินการเล่นได้อย่างสมบูรณ์แบบนะคะเราได้เห็นหลากหลายรูปแบบมากๆแล้วก็รวมถึงการเล่นของผู้เล่นบางท่านที่น่าทึ่งมากๆจนแบบโอ้โหเราแบบจดจำไปได้ตลอดกาลเลยนะคะการแข่งขันของเราใน3วันนี้ค่ะเราจะแข่งขันรวมทั้งหมด 18 แมตช์ด้วยกัน แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเราจะได้มาร่วมลุ้นแล้วก็ร่วมส่งกำลังใจนะคะให้กับทีมต่างๆกันค่ะกับการแข่งขันในรอบนี้ในรอบ Grand Finals นะคะต้องบอกว่า The Pick Game Challenge เนี่ยอาจจะจบลงไปแล้วแต่ว่าทุกคนเนี่ยยังสามารถที่จะร่วมสมทบเงินรางวัลได้จากการซื้อสกินนะคะของ PTC 2023 นั่นเอง แล้วก็สำหรับตอนนี้ทุกคนพร้อมหรือยังทำอะไรกันอยู่
Koga si ti glasao će svojiti ovu
Everybody,
dulke?
once again, are you ready?
Ja sam glasao za Twisted Minds, ovako navijački, ili ti Virtus Pro.
ต้องเป็น international นะคะเอาล่ะ so if you guys are ready เดี๋ยวเราไป
Ovako, ne navijački,
และแมตช์
ili
ที่หนึ่งเลย
17 ili Danova. To su mi 3 vote.
Dobro.
Kakva tranzicija za poželju.
Vidi, Pero ipak prošao je.
Prođe Pero, pa jebi ga koje čumarke pokrade.
A kako su on to pokrali, ja ne znam tu priču. Šta je desilo?
PGC 冠军一直是我们的梦想，
Nestalo struje u njihovom butu.
这是我们的最后
I
一
svi
次。
se diskonektali u 3. krugu. Bukvalno imali
Drugo
ljudi centar
krije da
zone.
这次我会让梦想成真。
Razumiješ, free centar, scoutovi free compound u centru zone, znači imali bi sigurno top 5 meči koji kill. A falilo im 2 ili 3 da prođu.
Možda nisu ponovili meč.
Zato što su klošari, druže. Kao pravilo im je da mora 10% lobija što ti je 6 igrača.
A ne imaju pravilno 50%
Sau mỗi lần tham gia BGC thì team mình càng dần càng hoàn thiện và mạnh hơn. Mùa giải BGC lần này sẽ là mùa giải của team mình.
Gdje su tu naši? Nema naših.
当有人问中国队哪个队伍最强，
Nisu
人
naši
们
na
可
ovom
能会
nivou.
想起很多的
Imali
队
smo
伍，
mi Entropy,
但是在总决赛之后，
našu ekipu. Međutim, oni su
每个人都会
nisu
说出事
produžili
情吧。
ugovor s njima.
ตอนเริ่มเล่นพับจีผมก็เล่นแค่เอาสนุกครับ ก็ไม่คิดว่าจะ
Oni
มา
su
ได้ไกลข
prošli
นาดนี้ครับ
PGS bili u Dubaju.
ด้วยสกิลและความสามารถที่พวกเรามี เราจะเขียนประวัติศาสตร์ขึ้นมาใหม่
So we've worked really hard all year to be here, and truly winning matters most. Win or lose, I want to have fun with my team. Success will follow.
Hoće ti ovi Rusi, uglavnom iz Europe su najjači Rusi. Glavnu scenu nose ovi Azijati.
조금만 내면 다
Mislim
할 것
generalno i
같은데
publika sve je njihova, da na njihovom Huja TV-u kvalifikacije gledalo konstantno 10-11 miliona ljudi. A finale Boga pita koliko će gledati.
อดีตที่ผ่านมาแล้ว
Kod nas nije
จะปล่อย
PUBG
ไปครับ
popularan kao kod njih. Evo da na Twitchu, evo koliko gleda na Twitchu.
และพวกเรา
13,
จะ
ja i
ไม่ยอ
kad
มแพ้
počne meč bit će ti možda 17, 18 do ti.
프로게이머를 하는 제 인생에서 다시 한번 이렇게 좋은 팀원들과 할 수 있을까라는 생각도 되게 많이 들기 때문에 제게 가장 큰 기회이지 않을까 싶습니다.
We have been consistently in the
Yeah,
top
no,
of
sve
every
sense se
PGC
da.
tournament. With my boys, we will
Every game I
finally
play.
become the best team of all time in PUBG.
Ti Azijati su mehanički bolesni, Ares. Naši su bolji i taktički, ali oni kidaju. U direktnom duelu, Ares. Mislim da od 10 direktnih duela ovi Azijati naše dobiju u 9.
今年我们会有所不同。
17 dominates the PCL summer just like they did in PGS1.
所有队伍在 PGC 这个舞台上同台竞
Čajbu.
技，但是只有一个队伍能享受这个舞台。我会在游戏中告诉你们为什么我们是强队。
17 Gaming has won a lot this year, and we're gonna do everything we can to make sure that they don't win PGC as well.
为了成为最强的选手，我想拿下第二个 PGC 的冠军。
I want to play a fun game. Let's see hands up on top. Good luck.
Hello, PUBG fans, and welcome to PGC 2023 Grand Finals. I'm Matcham, joined by my boy Pinkerton. We're going to be taking you through the first 3 rounds and the pace setting
Sigurno
rounds, I'd
pucaš
like to
dobro,
say.
možda game
Absolutely.
sense.
This is
Da
going to be the
stekneš, a
beginning of the march
Vjerujem da ti
towards
pucanje
destiny.
proba.
This is where all of these teams have worked so hard in this year to become the PGC champions. So many storylines, so many teams want this, but only one can come through and be your PGC 2023 champion.
As we've seen in these videos, this is a full year build-up in some cases, but in a lot of these cases, this is a multi-year journey to get to this stage. So much of the heart and soul just to fight to get to this point. And now, whenever it all comes down to it, can you do it in these last 18 games? As it's going to be very chaotic off the start to try to make sure you can get those foot rest, like get your footing, get your positioning in a good spot, but then really just try to start assaulting the leaderboard, make sure that you get control. And that has been 17's name for victory so far.
Absolutely. 17 has been really dominant so far this year. I mean, winning PGS1, winning PCL Summer, they certainly seem poised to finally come through with that PGC after coming up so short last year, second place. And this may be the time. They look unstoppable at times.
But there's so much to look at overall. I mean, Twisted Minds and the pathing that they had to take to get here, we started to see them get so much more reinvigorated, specifically in that lower bracket, and the hot drops that were happening with Sonics. So much of the on the brew. How much did you manage to kick back in these 2 days, really study up and prepare for what is going to be essentially the greatest moment of your life, or the biggest heartbreak?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Batulans more fired up than he was today. He has been pumped up with music, dancing around, tons of smiles on his face. Day trade here, a real big chance to do something historic as well as T5 to win in front of the hometown crowd. So far, in the most recent PUBG global events, an APAC team hasn't been able to really do better than 6. You got Cerberus at 6 in PGC last year, Day Trade, T5. They've all been in that area, but they've never been able to break through into that top 5. Will this be that event?
We saw a lot going on as people coming in, specifically like striking their poses.
I
But
appreciate
Kao
that.
što je
I
ovako
would say
tesaturu
that
posjeći
a big
mali
part of what we're seeing with
igrajući.
these local teams is the energy. They are just feeding off of this crowd and exploiting it, and it is
Zaraz
just
ćemo
so
Luka u
strong for
tom
them to see.
pravcu.
But can they do it? Can they
Ja,
put up
perfektno
at
si ima
this
neku
stage
igračku.
with the amount of firepower that's going to be coming at them? It is going to be hard.
No, there's a ton of really good teams here, Matt. And we get to kick things off on
Bio je Zoran
Miramar.
pravda ovaj.
All right, plane is up in the air, and here we go. Game number 1 of PGC
Da,
is
ono što-
underway. Miramar, we are going to be a very northern plane path.
Absolutely. Love to get things kicked off for the grand finals on Miramar. Will there be any hot drops? There may be one around Minas Generales in the graveyard. That is the one that I have my eyes on. Everything else is kind of sort of normal. Sonics have moved over to Hacienda. Couldn't bully Twisted Minds out of the event. Couldn't take Power Grid. And they are very happy to take Hacienda, though. Another central location, something that they play very, very well out of.
Prošli Genji, Per.
Eyes on these early drops. A couple of our more southern dropping teams might have to make some shifts on it, but nothing too crazy. Everybody, yes, wants to get some momentum starting off of this one, but you really want to make sure that you land, get your loot situation. Hot drop right off the get-go is the way none of these teams want to start. But I don't know, a couple of them might have thought out some sneaky strategies.
We'll see. V7 has been tough in their hot drops. They've done a pretty good job of dealing with Tai Lu on Erangel, but now you've got Luminosity Gaming, a very different squad in some ways. Tons of firepower, of course, just like you have on Tai Lu. So this is going to be a little bit tricky, but right on top of the containers, V7 is going to land first. And it looks like Luminosity is going to split out to the west. And already doing some damage is Gumin, but only just a shred onto Mime.
Brate, lik našo jezivi Iron Sight na
so that way you can deny any resources for anybody that you're going to be hot dropping with. This is an entirely different set of hot drop, though. LG is... Okay, Tai Lu, let's be honest. These guys want to murder the world. They have a big faith inside of their firepower. You hot drop them, it's a matter of respect against it. LG is a lot more of a cerebral approach into this. You can see that it's like, nope, let's just go ahead and get the vehicle. Let's step away. Let's have Flood try to keep some eyes on what's going to be going on over there. We don't want to do a heavy commitment in. We want to make sure that we at least get ourselves prepared for a firefight.
Exactly, and the positioning they're taking here on the outskirts of Minas give them a great view of the city itself. It's all on high ground. There's all those long warehouses that are on stilts that are up in the air, and they've got great windows to give you vision into what V7 is doing, how they're rotating, where they're moving, what vehicles they're going for. You can't see to the far east of Minas, of course, but you can see everything else. So I agree with you, Matt, that I think, you know, for Luminosity Gaming, if you're going to have to split this drop, I like this position a little bit better in terms of if it is going to be contested.
And it's just a more defendable position all in all. On top of that, we have seen the circle pops.
Ovo je brat
It's
samo
going to be
što
pretty
nije
much
pao.
around that water treatment plant up into
Ovo je
the
pao.
north. That's a little bit, I guess, north of center, but Sonic's
Brat,
Petrol
pao,
Road,
pao.
Gledam obraze,
all in very favorable
Bili ga
position.
vato sve za obraze. Buđi, buđi.
Absolutely. Sonic's going to be
Nisam vidio.
tested a little bit here with their new drop spot, but I don't think it's that super different than Picado in some ways. It's a little bit trickier to navigate some of the terrain, I guess, but other than that, it's not super different in terms of some of the rotation paths. It's just you know, get a little bit less access to the southern part of the map.
And a reminder to everybody that whenever we tend to see the circle go over here, if it leans north, it stays around water treatment. The road across from water treatment is where we see a lot of these in-game circles kind of pop off at. There's several very strong compounds right now. Presently, almost that whole area being held down by T5, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them regroup. How teams regroup and if they commit into a 2-2 split stage, most notably, I would say like T5 are going to be where I get a lot of my attention drawn into because, I mean, with them and Petrichor Road, we have seen really do a lot of 2-2 splits and getting control over areas. It could be hazardous. It could pay off big. You could get a lot of territory control, but if somebody just rolls in 4 strong right on top of your duo, that's doomed.
Yeah, I think in this lobby you might be able to get away with it in the early part before people kind of really start reading maybe how you want to play. I don't know if anybody's going to come out here with a really aggressive game plan. We'll see if somebody's going to try to pick apart some of these wide splits that teams tend to take, like T5. But T5 split makes a lot of sense with what you're talking about, the area near water treatment. A lot of it is very flat, very barren. So some of those compounds become what we refer to colloquially as God compounds because they're so powerful, they're so defendable. We saw it with 4 AM earlier in the event that once you have that compound on lockdown, you are nigh unbeatable.
Looking around to see if we have any emergency pickup potential. We do have a storm that is over in the west, and that is going to be Tiamba as well as Gen G trying to cut through that one. 17, though, just going to lead right out of Picado.
Jel ovi što rotiraju kroz peščanu oluju, je to dobro ili nije dobro?
Yeah, Hacienda gives you a pretty
So
decent
možeš da iskoristiš tu peščanu oluju za rotaciju.
Dobro je jedino ako si pod paljbom. Recimo treća, četvrta faza. Ali je fazom što ne vidiš ništa, moraš bukvalno mapu na pamet.
Moraš voziti 30 na sat.
Dobro, ali svejedno, i tebe niko koji je i blizu tu i sa strana ne može da te vidi.
Dobre, to je dobro za kreš.
To treba koristiti maksimum.
Getting a firm foothold over here is a good position to try to hold down. Specifically, it gets you control.
Biš ti lagano ovim drtrodovima možeš da jašeš tu oluju ako ide u dobrom smjeru.
Not a lot of very long ramps coming into play so far. Whenever we look at this, it's mostly just going to be phase day trade up in the north.
Isto tako možeš da zalutaš, da uletiš u kamp, da skreneš puta, uletiš da izgineš.
Typically a bolter, so going for something a little bit.
Podrazumeva se valjda da posle 10.000 sati ovi ljudi znaju.
Znaju glavna mjesta i to sve. Da pogodiš neki nevidljivi ridge, možda mapu koliko hoćeš. Nabodeš se na nešto i poreli.
Quite an entertainment that they would put on as Hisaki now keeping track of V7 underneath. Tiamba gonna roll in underneath Genji's nose. Genji loves to get high ground early, loves to get information, loves to play on the edge of the circle for as long as they can. Just try to watch for openings and take advantage of it.
Nekog pravila za shift u prvoj zoni ili je to tek treća na četvrta?
You know, the circles really haven't afforded Genji that opportunity. The teams, the bigger part of it, the teams haven't afforded Genji those opportunities.
We've been talking a lot that this is a very centralized meta. Teams move in very early. They want to get control of the so, like, whenever you're playing along the edge and you're just trying to pick up those kills, it's so much more difficult to try to specifically get those flushes because it feels like you're having 3 or 4 teams just instantly spin on any knock that you get on the edge and just robbing it.
That has been the problem. But the good news, I would say, for Genji is now in this particular lobby, there aren't a ton of edge-heavy teams left.
This is true.
So you've got Heavy, which is edge-ish, Space Station kind of, but I'd say Genji is probably going to be one of the few teams that wants to flank out, wants to take space early, and try to win games that way by kind of outplacing you, outmaneuvering you, and outpositioning you. So we'll see if they can make it work. It's been a struggle. They frankly barely got here to the grand finals, but they are here, and you never know with a player like Pia on your team what they can pull off.
Narrowly got here, to say the least. It is just by the skin of their teeth. Looking out, no emergency pickups used at this stage as teams are leaning into more of the, we're going to go ahead and scout with our eyes on feet, go ahead and get into position. We don't want to just risk hot dropping into something in a later stage of this game. Looking at FaZe, they are running a 2-1-1 split. Kind of all the way from water treatment to just south of Cruda Valle, so a lot of control inside the circle. I would say that they've carved out almost like a quarter of it if you look at the pie.
Yes, okay. So happy that we got to see that. Sharp has been really good with the AWM so far this event. I saw that SSG was rotating past a crate that dropped. He's going to pick it up again. Sharpshot's been absolutely disgusting with it. Let's see if he can have some more highlight reel moments with that gun. He specifically told me before the last chance qualifiers, he's like, if I get an AWM, you watch out.
Dude, if you name yourself Sharpshot, how can you not run bolties? That's just like a requirement, and he has been... Okay. This goes back into the gun meta and the discussions that goes on. Yes, there's always like the quote-unquote best that you can use, but also playing into just what feels best for you and your playstyle.
To vidio sam malo pre. Dobro, ali oni su i držali ovo od početka. Oni su lutali Power Grid i to iznad San Martina i...
Edge teams, there's so many different variables that you can look at. So if this is something that is a core component for their success, I love that they're just making it work.
No, I agree. I mean, it's such a game-changing gun sometimes. It can really completely turn a fight on its head instantaneously with how powerful it is. The player whose hands it's in. Donova, another team we should absolutely be talking about as potential favorites to win this event now. They're going to be coming underneath Tiamba's a little bit of a posturing since he's on his own to try to see if he can convince Donoa to back off. And it
Sad
looks like
doćeš krša, prijeđeš krša,
accomplished.
čekam
Soul
po
is going to
nego
stick
vidiš.
around though.
A
Got
gledajmo sad,
puts a few
gledajmo
shots in
sad.
his direction just to
Gledaj
let him know
sad
that he's there. So
uzima,
kind of
znači Jim je uzeo water
this is kind of
treatment.
that jockeying for positions that teams do a lot in the early part of the game. There
Dole
might not be a
tam
lot of
što
damage
ujedi.
done, but it's more just showing your strength, you know, fluffing out those
Lovan
feathers
još
to
spane.
see who can gain more
Da,
space.
brate, bukvalno ljudi spamaju question mark po startu. Pogledamo cijeli čas samo spama question mark.
Aha, kao podršku.
A zbog ovoga što nisu ponovili, ljudi ispali zbog truje.
Donoa steps up, gets some scouting, doesn't find much, and has to continue on their path.
Yeah, and Tiamba is a team that will play a little bit of edge early. They're perfectly happy to it. Tai Lu likes to be edge and quiet, though. They're not very explosive on the edges, like we've seen with New Happy.
Where are we going?
A dobro kako ide
I wouldn't
pomalo.
be surprised if we see it lean into the center, and so there you go. Remember those compounds that we
Oh,
were
they're
talking
not
about
twisted.
across the street from water treatment plant to the south? Well, they just became real freaking popular.
Yeah, absolutely. So T5 has a big decision to make in the middle of all of this because you would have to think that almost certainly one of those is going to get crashed if a team can identify that T5 is as spread out in some of those, again, what we call God compounds in the center.
But here we go.
Oh, V7.
We're seeing a lot of those 2-2 splits having to regroup at this stage. It's going to be Sonics are taking shots into V7 as V7 is going to be rolling by two different sides of Sonics. LG's already going to be spotting out what's going to be going on with Cerberus up in front of them. Haisaki is going to go down and get flushed. First blood of PGC now taken care of.
Oh, Luminosity feeling pretty confident now, looking for that second point. Snakers already getting one for his squad. Grenades are hitting, they're not knocking. Himas trying to play keep away with the rest of LG and doing some decent damage with that spray. What is that?
There you go. You get some retaliation for it. It's a more of a moral victory than it is anything else, though, right?
Ne može gubat će dao te do ovog lika što se heala.
Get your teammate back up. But I mean, 17 Gaming now being involved, shocker, right? This is why every single time a firefight breaks out, they are involved somehow.
And this is what I was talking about, Hacienda, some of the power positions you control to your east. That's where they're looking right now, towards this fight on the road between Cerberus and Luminosity Gaming. You have a lot of control to poke at this fight between these two guys and maybe steal a point or two.
Some utility coming out of both sides, but it looks like we've kind of decided how this is going to lay for right now. Meanwhile, LG is going to have to make a bit of a reposition. They do have NH that is going to have some high ground just playing the foothills south of San Martin. Might be able to spot out, as well as 17 Gaming. So when you're one of the few squads that really has to make a bit more of a hefty move, this is going to be quite punishable, as I don't really know the best pathing for LG to take in this situation.
There's the replay. Snakers gets him on the drive-by with the headshot. Some help from his friends. Mime going to find that second knock, but Cerberus able to get Sololzi back up and running. And this has been a problem for Cerberus in some of these international events. Matchroom is they're slow to start. And they lose players early. It's not until the end of the event where they really start to pick things up, and that's what I'm concerned about. Teams like Cerberus, teams like V7 Funpin that need that win to seem to get that confidence going.
I'm terrified for SSG and LG and how they're going to try to navigate latecomers into this circle. You can see that pathing over here, it looks like they can kind of move into that San Martin hillside. They're at least going to be able to get into a position for now, but it's not going to be the strongest. They're going to have to pray that the circle leans south.
Absolutely. Well, they're at least going to be able to get up and get information. If they can keep these vehicles alive, they can make a move maybe towards the hills to the outside or into San Martin, at least if this does, which is most likely to shift north. They can make a play off of that. That's a pretty good shot from Page. December 12th and New Happy really spread out though in this area, so not much room for Space Station Gaming to get information just yet.
Yeah, NH didn't really defend that road approach, and that's kind of surprising. You would expect that somebody might try to bisect into this area. And so instead, just a couple of shots coming out from December 12th. He's going to go ahead and retreat, and now SSG has a path into the circle that they probably should have.
No, you're absolutely right. I think typically, at least from what we saw in recent history with NH, is that they'll fight you early if they feel like they have an advantage. But this looks to be a little bit more cautious. Again, this is what I was kind of alluding to earlier, is that I think a lot of teams, there we go. The expected shift happens right where we kind of all predicted. And
okay,
T5, you got to go to pot and bog. I would think.
Well, yeah, looks like they're all going to go ahead and make that run. Luckily, 17 Gaming is going to be distracted. Thunderdell's going to have the hardest rotation out of them, as it is going to be Twisted Minds Lou that's going to be getting pretty close to him. Daytrade's going to go ahead and regroup just to the north of that position. GG is kind of off to the northwest of this, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. As Cerberus is going to be doing a long wrap. Looks like they might be kind of approaching that water treatment plant potentially
Neće niko komitati ovaj fight još uvijek.
there is some of that hillside to play, but it's either going to be FaZe or Ty Lue that they're going to have to contend with.
Mislim da će svi spojiti tu.
To the east of the water treatment that's in that they can hide behind it
Pa,
for
Twisted.
now. But like you
Ma
said,
neće ni oni
eventually
spojiti.
they're going to have to try to make their way through water
Neće
treatment,
spojiti
which
na ovakav split.
anybody who's watched some PUBG
Lue
sports
će
knows
doći
that's not an easy
sigurno.
task. It's really difficult to get through there. Now if you
Evo
can,
kreću i
a
oni
lot of times you can get that
uzima i
second,
Saša
third place
vozilo.
finish with a decent amount of kills by
Naša.
controlling that hillside across
Možda
the
će
road to
uzeti
the
ovaj
west of
kamp
water
uz.
treatment, kind of near where they across
Da
the
drže
street
da
from the gas
leđa.
station.
Pa,
Da drže
to ne
leđa,
može staviti
jer
tu.
ovaj hangar
If you're
često
not
ispada
gifted
iz
one of
onog.
those compounds that's in the middle
Ne
of the city.
ispadne jedna ti se jedno ti jebo majko još su na brdu
A, da, ne može.
na Power. Sjećam se kad smo igrali Power, gdje smo igrali?
Neki hvade. Oni su najjači.
And that could have been way worse than just one, almost about to have a second one knocked, but instead, going to stop off here. I'm very concerned about throwables at this point.
Yeah, if somebody reaches out a little bit and finds the angle, they're going to be okay for another circle or two. But after that, it's going to be very, very tricky. There we go. I was curious if anybody was going to hold on to some of those emergency pickups, but Sharpshot,
Ali ne kontam i
not like
pikseli,
this.
ali
He's got the
pikseli
AWM,
isto
not like
ispova,
this.
umjesto duleti unutra, pa dobro.
This was a quick reposition into
On open
water
izgleda,
treatment
gleži
itself, so
izginuo
3
je.
members do land, and given the fact that we still had 62
On je
alive at the
5
time,
spalo.
it's a miracle that it was just one lost on that. But there are only 2 members for SSG and water treatment plant right now, as FaZe did extricate themselves
Čekaj,
from it.
kako
moved
ovi
a bit
igraju
more to
ovi
the south.
Pixels? Kako je
That
ovo
said,
ekipa?
Page is kind of
Oni
lost
su
on
iz
by
Amerike
himself
došli,
off of that
pola,
drop,
dva,
and
iz
he is
Evrope, dva
very,
iz
very
Amerike.
close to
Vidim
Gen G,
Page i
Day Trade, as well as
Pixel
Ty Lue.
And Cerberus losing Tycon potentially. We'll see if there's
Jesu
going to
oni
be a
prošli
flush
kroz
on. Gonna
NE
take
ovdje
Flood
kako?
out. Luminosity now down to 3 players trying
Pa
to
ja
come
sam
up
koristio
underneath a
Windows
very
11,
strong
bolje mi je što se
Petrichor
tiče
Road
frame-ova.
position. Petrichor Road,
Ali mi
I
je
think
isto
pretty
tako
aware of it
nestabilniji,
based
onda sam
on
vratio
where
da
I'm seeing them looking. They have to at least suspect that something's awry, but no, they're backing off of this.
Oh man, here comes the breach. Mime, does he read it? Spot.
No,
Gets
no.
knocked. It's gonna be Chewy to get knocked and
Oh, I
flushed
need a
very early in this firefight.
Može više da su
They never
nego.
heard him coming. A
Oh,
great
and
job.
Mime
Oh,
gleda.
Stakers gets cut down. Rello as well. One more to go. Mine keeping things going.
X left, the hero for the
Jao,
squad,
ne, u
coming
kolena.
back, trying to see if he can spot him out.
Jebote,
And
izgubiše
does.
fight.
Narrowly keeps his squad in this one.
Lagano su izgubili fight sa...
Good recovery here from
Četiri
Petrichor
nađe.
Road. A great start for LG.
Glenju
Good
Hibber
move.
sa
but in
odmah,
H-
ma
Oh
nema
my
tu.
gosh, here they come. They're
Nema
going to slam right in
izvini.
to try to take advantage of this.
Realizing there's an opportunity in front of them, they are just full on sending it into
dobar
position.
push
X left
ovom se
yet again, going to try to hold
O,
up for his squad.
klasični
Does
kineski
get the
PUBG,
knock on a
klasičan
one.
kineski
Everything that he
PUBG.
can
Sad
get
će
at this
treća,
stage is gonna
četvrta
be
ekipa
massive.
neka duli.
Ming as well, trying to do
Ovo
something,
će ih
but he's
opet
cut
ubiti.
down by
Ovo će ih
none.
opet
Above
ubiti.
him is Aches
Ne.
left, and it is actually going to
evo
be
ga
Petrichor
ne.
Road going down. Xiao Bei
Pa mogu
from
i
that
17.
position we saw 17 dive into gets revenge onto Aches left.
The dominoes are starting to fall. No
Yeah,
follow-up
but
is going to be
Coco
happening
Pet
down
kilo.
into the
Oh.
south. But with the circle pop, that means the fact that we are moving yet again into that very strong compound that's just going to be to the southwest of water treatment. That means that Tianba,
Je li
Gen
imate
G,
vi
Day
nekog
Trade,
favorita?
Ty Lue, all going to have to make some moves.
And Tianba able to find an angle onto an Onyx as the anchor for Donawa out there. Page under
That's
pressure.
standard.
Page, can he get this? Oh, he does!
Big play coming up from Page. Going to go ahead and secure that
Doctor,
one. Realizing the fact that, okay, what else is going to be going
Ne
on around me?
vidiš,
Ty
kako
Lue
bi
now
dvojica.
going to be gatekeeping
Pa
him
levo
out.
na
But the other
drčutku
two
da
members of
rotiraju
SSG
i
are back
moći.
behind those other 2 Ty Lue members.
But that's a huge play here for Page. He opens up so much space for himself, and now they've got Ty Lue potentially pinched. Here comes Gen G. Late rotation, been playing very edge, as we suspected, but great shots from Pow Pow, almost taking them out. Oh, there we go.
Just going to go ahead and follow in Gen G. Not a lot of options for them to work with. High ground, it's going to be Tiamba that's going to be harassing in. Even if they do manage to creep a bit more into the circle, that's just going to be Donovan that's going to be in front of them. Gen G is just getting ripped apart over here.
Yeah, making these 5-5 DMRs sing. Page is going to find another of Ty Lue. If he can find that second one, he's going to get the solo wipe of Ty Lue by himself. Gen G trying to scramble, get the smokes out so they can make the recovery over to their fallen comrades. See if they can get DG over there. No, they cannot. They're just too good right now. Tiamba, pinpoint accuracy.
Now aggressively moving into their position. It's going to be Pow Pow just right down that hillside. You can see it's going to be something going to go ahead and have to hop inside of the vehicle of his own, move away from that hillside, but that's going to open up to Day Trade as well. I don't know where he can even go. He's just
Ovaj
going to
bježi na
send it
leći
through
na
all of
drugu
this as
ekipu,
Tiamba's
gle.
just walking through and mopping up the
Nema on
knocks.
šek.
That's just crazy good shooting for
Prošao
Tiamba.
je.
And Gen G
Mislim da neće
pays the
to
price.
Ima desno šek.
Sungjan going to try to find anything he
Molimo se za ovo,
can in this
Mabuka.
next circle.
Jesu mu izvušili
And there's
gumom?
not much. There's shacks, there's
Dobro.
buildings. He's going to
Good
opt
enough.
for the shack. Yeah, that'll do
Well,
no.
it was good enough.
Ovo
No smokes to cover. Now Tianba on the warpath, trying to get it done against Donawa as well.
Okay, Donawa having left that compound, realizing that they've got the control point to play from, they're going to go ahead and shift in, get high ground advantage as well. So it's going to be up there, but the bounce on that nade was almost catastrophic.
Oh, now he's caught out in the open, though. A few smokes to help him a little bit. Now they're going to try to return the favor. Let's see if Tiamba's nades are on point.
Day Trade is just to the north of this, not getting too involved just yet, but it does look like Belmont might be creeping in back behind what's going to be going on with Tiamba. So Donawa might get a reprieve in just one moment. Off position, new circle does pop. It stays pretty much centered up, so we'll have to keep an eye on how the next set of repositions are going to be coming into play. Now then, multiple members coming up with Day Trade right back behind him. They do get spotted down. It's going to be Lynch who's
Tiamba is on fire already. Coming out the gate strong, just like they did at the beginning of the tournament. But a return grenade from Flash keeps Tiamba at bay.
Tiamba's having to space out, very afraid of those nades right up against the blue zone. There's also going to be some T5 shots that are coming in. But Donawa isn't aggressing on the back side of this one just quite yet. They needed a moment to reset. So 7-7 off on the side angle, just putting in some work.
Absolutely disgusting sprays.
Jesam. Ubio je
SSG uzeo 3 kila, halo.
Dangerously close to bleeding out. ZYY on his knees as well.
SSG ima 3 kila. To im jedini fight koji su imali. Page ubio dvojicu i onda je poslije ubio trojicu dok smo gledali fight trećeg između Danave i Tiambe. Između Tiambe i Džanđija. I poslije možda na 30 sekundi ovaj ubio trojicu, Shen ubio trojicu. Čitav SSG.
And I really like this move from Day Trade. Even though it didn't work out for them, they don't have great options into this next circle, so they need to go for points. They tried to third party a fight. Fair play. Yeah, they go down, but it's, in my opinion, absolutely the right move. Tiamba's just too good right now.
You just have to be proactive. There is no other option. You cannot make these rotations cleanly if you're not making sure to clear the area around you as much as humanly possible. But that does lead to a lot of these three-way fights that we've been seeing be just so dramatic. Oh, that nade right on top of CC.
Yeah, really good stuff here from 17. The first barrage a little bit off. Now here comes Twisted Minds with a barrage of their own. Under pressure, has to prone down, trying to go for the heal. Perfectix, a rainbow. It's going to go a bit too far.
Man, this dip that 17 Gaming is playing from is buying them the space that they need. There's also a crossfire going down into the NH and Twisted Mind positioning. That is going to be V7 as well as T5, just taking harassing shots at every single person that steps up onto this angle and stalled out everything. It's going to be NH trying to move more aggressively in their defense. Evan going to go ahead and get involved in what's going on the edge with Kickstarter. This is just a multi-tier fight.
I love the backup driving there, but a good headshot from Xiaobei with the SLR. Going to find Batulins looking for one more, and he's going to get it.
Just trying to defend the line right now. That dip for 17 Gaming providing some sight lines for them to work with. So last one's up, trying to see how they can maneuver through this one, and it is just getting scarier by the moment. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds just drop down the belly, crawling forward, trying to navigate the smokes and just dropping any utility on anything that moves around.
V7 trying to keep Sonics off this fight as well. On the other side, New Happy Nan still trying to poke around the smoke. Spyro isn't going to recognize that he's got a player right up above him. So far, hasn't been able to see it.
Gotta be careful. I think he's finally spotted out. Gonna go for the spray in between, and there we go. Spyro does manage to get that kill. Now, what do you do with it? You still have 17 Gaming in front of you as the circle is now shifted directly into that hillside you were talking about, Paper.
Yeah, and FaZe might be able to take full control of it if they can keep Sonics and Cerberus off their backs. Sonic still dusting it up with V7. A grenade to the face of Human. Gonna smack him off momentarily. The circle going to make it a little bit more difficult. They're going to have to go uphill, potentially into the sightlines of 17 and Twisted Minds to try to get into this next circle.
V7's pathing just isn't really much to work with. Cerberus going to give them some assistance, though, and go ahead and get the knock onto H1, and now that's going to open up some pathing that V7 can exploit. V7, though, you can see getting harassed by way too many different angles. That's going to be 17 Gaming as well as Twisted Minds getting the crossfire into this one. Tickleton's just hopped inside of a vehicle, and he's just sending it right down into FaZe, and that's not going to work too well. Sonics are going to get eliminated.
Yeah, Donawa as well. Couldn't find any purchase in this circle, so they go down early in 8th place. You can at least get a placement point there. The blue zones are out here. The return fire just comes up short. Nicely cooked, but Twisted Minds. Two plans of 17. A knock and a flush for Rossiter Jr., the veteran, player for their down 5.
Još dva su ostali.
This is why this compound is so ridiculously strong. Look, it just controls everything that is up on top of this hill. Ross is going to go ahead and get the knock in yet again. And it's in a twisted mind saying if maybe they can pick something up. Zdravo's not going to let too much more of that happen. So he does manage to finish the time being, but he's going to have to walk right into T5 cyclers, man.
V7 able to get their reses, so they're all 4 up. All this fighting on the backside. But such good shooting from Xiaowu. Able to get the drop shot, headshot.
Just the fitting line, realizing he's probably going to go down. How many members of V7 can he potentially take with him? Even that, though, he is stalling out V7 from making the rotation that they want to go for right here.
Oj, oni ste moli.
Pogodio je Moli vazduh.
Awareness there from V7.
On.
Pace kind
Pa
of
ovi
situation.
V7.
T5 providing some support. Zdravo's like, thanks, I'll go ahead and take that point. I appreciate it. 2 kills, 5 overall for 17 Gaming, and they're presently in first place. But man, this is about to pop off any second now.
He's disgusting. He's hitting heads like every time with these sprays. Finally, Tosi with the Dragunov. Gonna send him out, but what a nice piece of work there for Xiaowu.
V7 is going to be limping into the circle where T5's already got just such a dominant
treći
position. You can see with the top of that hillside, he is going to be set from across the circle, and now Cerberus, you are inside the zone, but James is playing low. Anybody moves in, and like you were talking about, this line, positioning that FaZe is playing from is going to be so strong, and V7 wants to try to exploit, but it is going to be scary.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a ridge on the side of this that you might be able to keep yourself obscured from FaZe. The problem is Cerberus is still up and running, and they might opt to just go for V7 to take points off of you. And I think V7 aware of it. They need to deal with Cerberus first, then they can worry about trying to get further into this game.
Circle is going to pop away from T5's compound, and now FaZe has near on infinite control of this situation. Cerberus going to go ahead and finish themselves out. Nobody takes down Cerberus except for Cerberus, and now V7. What are you gonna do, man?
Only Cerberus put Cerberus in a corner. I mean, that's the smart player for Cerberus. They can't get down off that hill. They don't have a vehicle. There's no way in heck. I'm sure they're very low on smokes. Now, the real question for me here into this late game is going to be, what does FaZe's utility look like? As we take a real quick look back at the shots from Himas. Gonna get Sol and Danawa eventually falling there on the edge. Not much else they could do. That Shack is a death trap.
There is a recess in the hillside that T5 can try to lean into that gets them some space away from V7, as well as getting them a sight line into what's going to be going in the lower section of the hill where FaZe is going to be positioned up at. And yet, now they're starting to exploit that position pretty efficiently. FaZe, though, realizing the crossfire. V7 wants to use this opportunity to see if they can get a kill of their own. V7 could also try to crest up the hill, move this one, but Vex is going to be moving high ground and is going to be defending this one up.
Well, FaZe wisely kind of cut off this angle on the hill that would have allowed V7 to maybe get in. Instead, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail and hope that T5 maybe helps them out a little bit so they can get pretty deep. Tosi already in the blue, Heaven down. There's just nothing left for V7 to do.
And this is why James is back here. It's just an open angle to try to exploit. He is just getting harassed from so many different things. Every single time he goes for something, it's going to be somebody that goes up and goes for a peek onto him. But Vex, though, he wants to open up this game. He wants this first round to be in FaZe's favor. T5 going to reposition away from it, shift in 2-2 split as it is a straight up 4v4.
But this is huge. FaZe has bought themselves a lot of space, and they've got the better side of the circle. They're at on 5. It's going to have to regroup, kind of get their bearings, maybe pick up a little bit of extra utility.
Mislim da James ostaje namjerno tamo, da on vjerojatno vidi gore ređone.
Doesn't matter. FaZe still finding damage. Hatsawat taking a headshot up on top of that house. Eventually, he's going to have to leave the safety of this structure.
Dobro ga je deknu.
5 nades going into the stage. Good luck, T5. This is going to be just absolutely nuts.
Znači ovo FaZe ako prodaje
Bathapong is going to hop inside of a vehicle. Looks like he's just going to go and press very far on the other side. Takes down
ali i dalje ne mogu. Dalje vjerujem da ovo ne može prodati.
Open up this hillside. Gustav Vex have to be very, very careful as T5 has the numbers advantage.
That's a huge angle to open up, though, for T5. It gives them a lot more breathing room. Not only the man advantage here, now the nades start to rain. James on the anchor point, trying to lock things down, keep T5 from being able to push over that hill comfortably.
Možda gleda samo ušek.
What can James do from that position? He has to
Ajde TP,
donesi mi pare. For his teammates feeding that information over the moment they step over, and there you go, James. You knock on Rosted. That is going to slow this one back down. As Thandal does look like he might be leading that direction, but I don't even know. Maybe just pick up some of the meds utility that might be sitting on him at this point instead. Looks like they, you know what? Are they going to commit into a res on that one? Surely not.
I think they're going to try for it. Fex wants to do something about it. And what better player to have on this angle, but Hatsuwa going to get Gustav. James can't do anything about it.
Just finding the vulnerabilities. That's all T5 is trying to do. They're shifting into new positions, forcing 1v2s, and just exploiting time and time again. That need to make something happen in retaliation. It's going to be so much information being from James. But Fex is going to get spotted out. He's going to go down. Now it's just James, and you can see T5 feels it. They're sending it down the hill. They have got to be careful. They don't want to line in 1v1. Wants to get the knock onto this one. Finish out the game. But you can see James got the nade. Can he make the miracle happen? It's going to be Pat the Pump. Already reads the goes for the spray. T5 takes the first game.
And in front of the hometown crowd, T5 takes game number 1 of the grand finals here at PGC.
Oh, man. And let's be honest, T5, that was a dangerous game for them. There was nothing really down that hillside that was working in their favor. Just
135.000 se dobio.
Making sure to separate FaZe's defense.
Really smart stuff. And FaZe played it as well as they could. It's just T5 was really smart about their timings, about their groupings, about their spacing. They never gave FaZe any opportunities to punish any of them once they went over.
I'm scared. T5 now has a points advantage off the start. Lord only knows how they're going to try to exploit that one. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk to move into the next set of games.
Ali vrete, koliko bi dobro bilo da su ubacili, ali nema, oni nemaju osjećaja za to, razumiješ? Ubace fino se dobijaju game poeni. A vrati, imao bi uđe 50.000 ljudi na streamu koji bi samo kladili.
The energy in the stadium is electric as the hometown heroes come away with the first chicken dinner. It's Theraton 5. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, beautiful. And of course, T5, because they're the 5th guy, is the home crowd cheering for them, right? Yeah, they, of course,
Monika. 300 frame-ova, Monika.
And let's get out of the compound. I was like, what's gonna happen here? Like, are they actually gonna get held up by FaZe? But they had some amazing peaks. They played the 2 versus 1s fantastically there, and yeah, not much teams could do in the end. He was the anchor. He was supposed to be making sure that once they got over the ridge, then they're gonna get popped. But they just took the peaks earlier, and of course it's a super hard circle to play.
Yes.
This, the whole kind of water treatment canyon or whatever you want to put it, where it's hell. It's, you have to drive through it. It's a nightmare of compounds that are so hard to crash.
I mean, if you've ever driven through upstate Texas, like, it's just a long strip.
I'm sure most of the viewers have.
Right? My point is, it's just a rough area. There's nothing to see. There's no cover. And Theraton 5, they got a circle. It worked out for them. They got there and grabbed it early. It was a good play and buffed by the audience. No way around it. Welcome back to the studio. My name is Toppies. I'm joined here by Avenger at the desk. And over there are a lot of T5 fans. And I will say, it was almost like every time we started to see them stopping, getting a knock on someone or getting even damage, they would just go bananas. And I think that, I mean, how can that not pump you up as a player?
And also, we have to remember though, this is they're looting around here, water treatment and all the
home circle, as you say.
Home circle, yeah. But also, they were in an extremely greedy split, right? They had a 1-1-2. Where they had the kind of southern cigar compound, they had the west high ground compound as well, so they were able to really close this one out here, and then they're able to just kind of decide, okay, let's go with the best compound of the next circle. Probably you have some teams that are backfilling, but yeah, of course, coming in here, 8 kills is a decent amount, considering that you are in a situation where you have you have to get out of the compound. They were stealing a few kills. You saw always 17 Gaming. They've got a few knocks, but they able to close this out. FaZe though, on the other side, like when you are in this canyon of nightmare, you're not going to be able to get more kills than those that are actually going to be trying to drive through things. Then, although it's going to be popping up with 3 Rust of the Junior, 642 damage for him. So yeah, let's see who's going to be the man on that.
I mean, Hatsuwa puts out a good amount of damage as well, but Thompong did a great job of playing that anchor in that role. Got 2 kills, and sort of finishing what his teammates were starting. I mean, they had good communication. They held against the pushes. And Zdravo will be officially the man of the match in the first game of the PGC 2023 Grand Final.
U tom trenutku se to poslije nije bio. U tom trenutku nije bio poslije, bila su još 2 gema posle toga. Ali u tom trenutku oni su bili 8. Bila je 3. zona i u toj zoni oni su imali top poziciju. Znači, mogli su ići do top 5 minimum da vinaju u maksu. A ispali su za 3 poena na kraju.
Yeah, that feeling is just like winning in front of your like family, friends, hometown. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. Let's see what they can do with it, though. These are the kind of circles where, and the kind of games where we're always like, okay, this is the game you're supposed to win. I want to see you winning the games you're not supposed to win, where you're fighting against the curveballs, fighting against all the hardships that are going to be sent you through with hot circles and what can happen through the RNG of the game.
It's true, because this circle, I think it was it's almost an anomaly for Miramar. When we talk about starting on Miramar, it's great because there's all these folds and places for teams to find places to hide or work out of. There wasn't any of that here. It was a very Erangel-esque feel.
For sure. For FaZe, though, a game like this, they're like, this is our game to win. And this is where you have to stand strong. Like, this is where your mental gets challenged a little bit, right? Because if the circle go into the compound, it's hard. It's like hard to fight. This went to them. They're 100%. The comps in that team is going to be like, guys, this is a free win. We have to close this one out. But when you have a team that you're winning, you're losing all your 1v1. Like, that's where your mental has to really be strong for sure.
Another thing about standing strong, Veronica 7 and Luminosity hot drop. They didn't really lose anybody.
No.
Do you think this happens again, and did it cost them anything?
I think so. Yeah, it cost them time. It cost them loot. It's a rough situation to all here because you want Minas on yourself, and also they in a situation where Luminosity they kind of want to push Cerberus south of Cantara. They want to make sure they have a lot of space, have a lot of cars, and yeah, interesting if they're going to do it again, or if they're just going to be ending up sharing Minas and Graveyard, kind of east-west split. That would be somewhat bad loot, but well, let's see where the plane goes.
We got a lot of Miramar matches. Let's see if the hot drops continue or what chaos is in store. It's our second match on the dusty dunes of Miramar. Let's get it underway.
More Miramar, more better, as the plane path is definitely way, way better. We're going to be coming in just south of Resort and then cutting up around Oasis. So instead of a much more northern lean, this is a pretty fair plane path.
Yeah, this is pretty nice for Miramar. This is absolutely something nobody's going to complain about too much. There's no drop spot that isn't really available on this for your main ones. So even like El Pozo for Gen G shouldn't be a problem, as no one else likely to be dropping in that direction. As SSG already out of the plane, heading towards Impala. Yes, certainly my eyes are towards the side. That's what's alluding to. Because there could be some dust-ups there, but it seems like for now they've sort of drawn a line in the sand on that road in between the Graveyard side and the Minas side.
Yeah, the issue is, as we see this continue to develop, one of these teams is going to start needing some points. And just a matter of how much do you want to go ahead and enforce that will as audience definitely vibing on what happened inside the last game.
Yes, I had a great time with that one. I mean, T5, they're able to really utilize their high ground very nicely, recover from some potential nice knocks. And I mean, you know, again, you have like a player like James on anchor there, and we saw that he's very clean with those shots, very steady hand. The player with the most LAN experience in this lobby is James. He has played at every single global event that we've ever had in PUBG eSports, so certainly he's a player you want in that situation. But T5, again, using their priority positioning to perfection.
This time, Vengeance goes in the way of V7. They're going to go ahead and pick themselves up the car and deny it from LG. Circle goes yet again very far north. This time around, though, keep your eyes on specifically the Crater Fields, that factory area, and the hillside, because that really vertical section, we see a lot of teams like Emergency pick up there, get some information, and really just harass down on their opponents.
Yep, that's going to be kind of a key component to the early part of this game, definitely, Matt. And we'll see exactly where the circle goes. I don't expect it to like hard shift down towards that same area. Yeah. What?
PO and Chewy sharing a compound is.
Yeah.
I don't think that PO likes to share though.
No, he does not.
That is the least PO thing I can think of, is sharing any section of this map.
But this is and this is pretty early, so I don't think this is like typical PO things, you know, like where he's out there trying to hunt someone down, but he's still going to find it. I thought maybe Chewy would have seen this or figured it out, but somehow PO snuck underneath him and got the better of him, and it is in fact
okay, so picks up the kill, also gets some more territory control for his teammates as they are still over in Pozo itself. Reinforcements are going to come over. I believe it's Songjong. So he's going to go ahead and have some friends just in case there is some retaliation, but I don't see that as happening anytime soon.
No. There's really nothing Petrichor Road can do about this in the near future. Maybe in a couple minutes they'll find the opportunity to strike back, but we'll see.
I'm shocked by that stat, given the fact that Group A was ridiculously stacked. That was it was a treat to watch.
It was the group of death.
I mean, it was essentially a mini grand final.
Yeah, oh yeah. That the Group A was, I think, by most people's reckoning, the stronger of the two groups, and it did come out that way. But you never know. Sometimes teams' forms aren't necessarily what we would expect. But at this point in PUBG eSports, I mean, we've got pretty decent reads on everybody. And speaking of decent reads, Tanadol might have one on the day trade here. T5. This is Thailand versus Thailand.
This is low.
Yeah.
He's rocking an AK. Not a lot really else that he can do. Full reinforcements now coming in from day trade. There are a couple of T5 members over here, but how much support can you really get?
Dobro, ne želim da odgovorim, vi ste dogovorili, niko me ništa pitao nije. Ovaj viče sa mnom, ti viče sa mnom.
Pitao sam, napisao poruku, hoćemo skrimce, ti ostavio meni sin Rihat, pisao, ostavio s njemu sin.
A sad sam uzeo telefon.
Ne mogu lagati odmah si pošto čitat poslu.
That might be better for T5 in this case, because I don't know if they've realized that full
Boga,
force
odmah
of day
fino.
trade is already here. Hatsawat
Nisam
inside
bio
of
kući,
that
bukvalno
shack,
do malo
just
prije.
proning down,
Možda
waiting
sam
things
slučajno
out,
kliknuo
and
na
that
dok
grenade
sam
was
vozio
close
auto.
enough that they either heard or saw him get in here, and now, you know, this is
Tako i ja kažem
dangerous, but he's
curke
got that
slučajno
AK.
sinos.
A butterfly flaps its wings in day trade, and now you can
Znam
see
misli
that
kad curu
they've
slučajno
had
sin.
T5 move up aggress and try to make sure to
Slučajno ostaneš bez
open
cure.
up more space from Petrichor Road to try to exploit, though, as they're going to be coming in just south, back behind where we see T5 position. And so just really walking around over there bought a lot more information and space for these other teams that really didn't have a good opportunity due to T5's positioning.
Yeah, this is huge for T5, man.
Te budi ovaj
We
put
can
ozbiljan,
talk a lot
ali
about what's going
ozbiljan
on
ti
with
kažem.
T5, but let's go ahead and listen in what they've got going on themselves.
Ne znam, check out da te dotrali.
ยังมีข้อผิดพลาดอีกเยอะครับ เราจึงต้องเก็บ
Pisao sam sa Slavenom prije tebe,
ทำ
čekam
งาน
da
เพิ่ม
manje
เติม
javi.
รอดกับแฟนนอลครับ
6
ก็
kilo.
รู้สึกภูมิใจครับ อย่างน้อยก็คือตัวแทนเอแปกเหมือนกันครับผม
Sad čekaš odgovor
ไม่
Slavena
เกิดขึ้นในปีนี้ครับ
prije mene koji ti govori da bi mogo
ขอ
igrati.
แค่มีความเชื่อมั่นครับ
I čekat ćeš
Small
odgovor
part of
Slavena
life,
možda
if you
dobiti.
believe in your teammates. As everybody here is trying to believe in their teammates. And
Ti ćeš mi radi Slavena
I like some anime and the power of friendship, but you also got to make sure that you're bringing your A game with that skill.
No doubt, and they're going to get a gift here that they're able to convince Day Trade to back off, because the guns and the accoutrement onto those guns was severely lacking for T5. You know, we didn't even see any sight, as we see Twisted Minds getting sight in the Genji, but we didn't see any sight on one of those Mark 12s. There was an ump in the mix, so clearly the lead was lacking for T5.
And I'm shocked. Who
would have seen this
would
coming?
have thought Petulins is up on top of a giant rock on Miramar in the north, really just poking teams around him, getting information.
Da
feeding
nismo
it
se
over
mada
to his
tražili
team.
one fight.
I don't think I've ever seen this before, Paper Thin.
No, never. We haven't nicknamed him the Mountain Goat for a reason, and he uses those motorcycles to perfection. He's got great angles and a crash here onto Ake's left.
Based on the information being provided, and you can see X left making sure that he can try to get to the point he needs to defend up something. Nothing really happening just quite yet for Ming. Gonna go ahead, approach in, but Ming is gonna go down. Spyro's gonna get the flush in. Now X left in a lot of trouble. He is firmly surrounded, but we know he can make some big plays. Listening into the footsteps, knows where the position is coming out from. Look at this, playing back away from it. Those footsteps are gonna get read by the opponents. Goes for some shots and doesn't quite get the knock in. X left now gonna start dancing around, making sure that he can keep a couple of buildings, some cover to work with, but cannot find the revealed angle just quite yet. Has to step away one more time. Flash, no vision to be had. Does get the knock!
I can't believe he turned on that. I thought he was dead to rights. Now they are going to finish him off. It's a nice play here by Akesleft to try to buy time, but the rest of Petrichor Road not really able to get involved. You can see Summers holding on to a Mark 16. So again, some of these teams trying to take positioning early, trying to get ahead of the curve, are suffering with their loot because of it, and they really aren't going to be confident to get involved in these fights.
And we're getting that carryover from the losers bracket with Twisted Minds. This is more of that aggressive play style, believing the fact that their numbers advantage and the information set over from Betulins will buy them what they so desperately want. LG didn't have the best first game, let's be honest off of it. Did manage to pick up a couple of kills, but this time around going to be right next to a very weakened Petrichor Road.
Yeah, LG, though, this could be a pretty good position. Depending on this next circle, we'll see exactly what it does. A lot of the teams still making their way through. A lot of our more edge-heavy teams.
Mislim 3060 i Intel 11700K.
Coming in a little bit late to the party. I mean, Akesleft doing what he can here.
That's just muscle memory, man.
I don't know. Yeah, he's crazy accurate. He's crazy good. His reflexes, his instincts
minimum među od ovih jakih.
A samo 40-70
Ma, ali gledaj, 470 Ti 1000 kusur eura. Sa 470 Ti dobit ćeš više, ma bolja kartica jebi ga, ali 3060 Ti ti je dosta, vjerujem. I 11700K nije loš, super. Koliko ti para dođe to sve?
Ništa ispod 3700K.
Jebi ga, brate. Ba para za to.
There's a lot of verticality inside the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. So Donova's going to have quite a bit of space to work with, at least initially. So they're not going to be harassed and kind of bullied in the early parts of the game.
I to jak za te pare jak gaming možda.
Just giving some parting shots to Cerberus as they drive by. Kind of curious if New Happy is going to dust it up with this 2-2 split that V7 has set up around the water treatment. But otherwise, maybe a little bit of contention here between Tianba and Daytrade.
Just jockeying for that high ground.
Yeah.
And this positioning means the fact that Daytrade in that high ground position,
Odlično.
being able to
Za te pare
assert authority on some of
rađiti
these other
PUBG
teams
bez
rotating.
problema.
And 17 Gaming, Donwa are both exploiting
A
that.
mene
They're
radi
moving
bez
this
problema.
route
Možda bi ja tu jači procesor malo. 11900 ili možda... Jebi ga, sad ne znam koliko ti to ide van budžet. Ali to je to, nema tu neke velike razlike.
Utility setup there for Lin Shu. 3 frags, 1 molly, no smokes. So he's looking to find a pick and get a kill and kind of get the ball rolling again early for Tianba. That seems to be the name of the game for them. Start hot and then try to ride that into the late game. Just like we saw again with them in the group stage. They were on fire all throughout, winning 3 games in the first day. They are absolutely a force to be reckoned with, especially with that young gun ZYY popping off like he did on day 1.
So 17 moving into Oasis, which I like because, you know, I'll take me an Oasis game. Thank you very much. New Circle is about to pop. Where are we going? Ooh, Cabrera. We got Factory. We got Oasis. We got that position that T5 is playing.
Ova zona
This is a very fun circle.
ili ide ovdje,
yeah, this is great. We're
ili ide gore na
guaranteed a very
Kobru.
different circle here. So that's first of all awesome. Second of all, there's a lot of playable stuff in here. There's a lot of hills, there's a lot of compounds, so there's a lot to work with for these teams. So early on, you aren't going to see maybe that mid-game heavy edge fighting. Maybe it's going to be a little bit more contention for some of these power positions early. Sonic's already trying to get up on top of this hill and secure this compound.
This is where the death funnel is going to be at. Petrichor Road over here. LG, Sonics, T5, V7, NH, potentially even Jin.
I ja bi 4090 i 14700K Lampard. Ja isto moj... Baš sam nešto razmišljao, gledam. Ja uđem tako i gledam cijene i jevi. Gledam cijene.
But that also does mean the fact that they're really denying themselves a lot of information.
Absolutely. V7, though, going to have to, I think, rethink this spot potentially. Yeah, okay, good. They are going to back off down the hill a little bit. They were pretty close to the Sonics territory. The Sonics were absolutely not going to have any of it.
We still have the watching what's going on with, I believe, PO now directly below.
Što ne zoomiraju ovu mapu? Kako me nerviraju ljudi koji rade ovu mapu?
Two people that really like to play by themselves, having to become friends.
I mean, I'm not sure who I favor in that battle. That's a pretty close one. Both very, very intelligent players. You know, about a similar amount of experience.
Znači mora da ide od Batulina, mora da ide od ovoga. Mora da ide, sad ne znam na ovoj novoj mapi da li mora da ide od ovih kamenja, nisam presiguran, mislim da mora ipak, makar od ovih ovdje. Ali nisam siguran, što ovo sve malte ne plebe. Kad izbaciš, šta ostaje ovo ovdje, ovo tu i ovo gore.
But Shen ended up wiping the 3 last members of SSG by himself.
Well, this is the point, chat, where you get to decide. Are you a good person or are you a bad person? If you're a good person,
pričate ništa, ma to laki druže buržuje lik.
You want the players to be able to have their high ground advantages. If you're a mean, evil person,
ma ti kažeš ništa ispod 13.700K. 13, koliko košta 13.700K? 6 eura, 700.
A nije skup, a ja ga imam. Ja imam
Laki, trebaš jedno uspasni se penci, možda će doći se.
Koliko košta Laki? Koliko košta 13.700?
Absolutely would love it. Batulin's very aware of Gen G's position underneath him, but
not
a lot he can do from here. I mean, he has 1 frag grenade. He's got the opportunity to maybe get a double knock if he's really, really good with it, really well placed, really well timed. But the issue is that if it isn't, well, they are just going to drive off. So now it's not a concern.
I want to point out that while we see Gen G regrouping with their other duo, Batulins has actually had oversight on the other part of this duo for a long time, and that's the benefit of this position. Look at how far PO is moving, and this is still technically Twisted Minds controlled territory.
Yep, and this allows Twisted Minds to kind of be they have the initiative here. They can decide what to do because they have a much better idea of where Gen G is versus where Twisted Minds are. Yeah, they know where Batulins is. The other three members, maybe they have a decent idea that they're in that compound, but you know, this gives Twisted Minds the ability to kind of decide, do we want to punish this 2-2 split? We did it, baby. We did it. We go in north.
We lose Oasis, but we keep Cabrera actually has a lot of really cool walls, and like we talked about that train station a second ago. That's still going to be in play up into the north of this one. Okay, Death Funnel, I don't even know. I'm going to guess it's this area to the southeast, but we have B7, LG, Sonics, T5, Roads, Remnants, GG, Twisted Minds, NH, Cerberus all having to make some type of rotation. And FaZe just says, you know what? Easiest way to do this, just cut right through the middle.
They're trying to get through, and they are going to find a split apart Tianba, ZYY, kind of understanding where players are, but Fex on the cutoff angle takes him down, scoops up the point, barely keeping Jeems alive.
This is the punishment on positioning for how we see Tianba and the way that they're set up, right? This is a 2-1-1 technically, and just as fast as that circle pops, you get territory control for the time being, but the moment that circle pops, you need to regroup. Elsewise, FaZe is going to exploit that in a second.
Yeah, great identification there by FaZe, that there was a really, really lightly defended compound there as V7 is going to take to the sky to try to find something. Good opportunity here for some space. The other team I have a concern about, Matt, is Space Station Gaming with their spread. They are really spread out right now as Hatsawat is going to go down. Snaker's going to find that. Batulins here still watching Gen G. Gen G shifted directions. Now they're out in the open because that vehicle's going to blow.
Oh my God. So much popping off over there. Now, back into this position, you can see that 17 Gaming was trying to make a rotation pretty close into where T5 is going to be at. B7's going to be up on top of Danawa as their approach is going to be getting picked apart on their landing. So emergency pickups being their own set of problems as Heaven does land right in front of you.
Yeah, Danawa trying to defend, trying to keep Anonix alive. Tosi going to do what he can. Salute can't quite find enough of the spray. He took some damage from Fex in the back. Actually going to be the one to find the knock in the flesh. Tosi trying to punish this. Going to put a grenade around the corner. You can see Anonix trying to scoot out of the way, but I don't think he can get out of the way of that. Oh, actually it bounced around the side. But right now, Loki and Soul don't feel comfortable to try to get over to save the IGL of Danawa.
All right, now Loki making the push in. He wants to see if he can secure a bit more positioning, but Tosi is going to go ahead and take down Anonix, and that's the end of that adventure.
And SSG punishing Danawa here. So V7 went for a risk, and speaking of risks, Tianba still maintaining a wide split and still getting punished for it.
That ended just in time for Sonics as Day Trade was cresting the hill back behind them, so that was going to be pounced on in just 1 second. You can see Puchil's just right back behind Sonics in the way that they're lying into this one. Now, getting a bit more spice in some couple of areas here. We did see 17 Gaming that was stacked up with T5 just a moment ago. LG is going to be back behind them over into the east. We have Gen G that's going to be limping in over into the west in that area just next to Cabrera. Oddly enough, Tai Lu, the only team that really committed into Cabrera, being pretty rewarded for that.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds on the move.
Twisted Minds on fire,
backing off the initial grenades, not taking much damage here as we just continue to go north. Right along this road, some hills, some things to work with. But the space between the warehouses where SSG is and where Danawa is generally pretty flat. There's a little bit to work with on the hillside to the east of it, but not much.
This is just about getting kills for a lot of these teams now. They realize that there's not a lot of territory to control inside of this one, so FaZe being a lot more aggressive inside. Tianba is going to get eliminated. Gustav's going to go ahead and make sure to polish that one off. Should be able to res correct, depending on how the south thing was actually already committed into the res. But this area down to the south is where I've really drawn my eye. Sonics to the north of Day Trade, and it's going to be Twisted Minds in the south. Twisted Minds not going to be probably sticking around for this one. Hopping in a vehicle, they're going to cut in the west, go back into Cabrera itself. Sonics, though, are getting harassed for Day Trade. None of these teams committing into a mutually assured destruction stage. Instead, it's just about trying to get control over territory. But meanwhile, we have LG and 17 members all up on top of each other.
A ridiculous spray from CC108. Taking 2 members of LG down. Flood trying to do what he can. A little bit of a pop flash there from December the 12th. Now he's going to try to wrap around Flood. who is in a very, very dangerous spot as he's out there, and he's dealt with. Really nicely handled here by NH eSports.
Just way back in the distance over there is going to be Snakers, and not a lot that he can do. Actually, we do also have Suju that's going to be back behind him for 17 Gaming. They're going to make his life a bit more interesting and have to contend with. Meanwhile, 17 Gaming does have T5 that's going to be creeping up back behind him.
Nego igra još na starom update-u, kad je još jači bio nego sad. A i poslije 2 nerfa i dalje najjači. Ako možeš pogoditi s njim, jer ima
This is really interesting. Lil Ghost has an M249. He usually doesn't rock the machine gun. He's not known for it, but he's got one, and Snakers maybe about to find out the hard way. But Snakers going to identify Lil Ghost first, so thinking about the grenade, but that's going to wise up Lil Ghost to where Snakers is. Back over to Donawa. Soul has been knocked, so just Loki left. Soul on the outside of the God compound. I don't know if Loki can get to him necessarily, or at least feels comfortable to do so.
So we have Sonics that are going to be crashing in just to the south of this compound where Tyloo's trying to recover. And at roughly the same time that FaZe is going to be over to the west trying to get some high ground to look into what's going to be happening over here. Then Adil's going to go down. Remember that sneaky solo from Petrichor Road? He manages to pick up something. Twisted Mind's going to be wrapping it back behind Daytrade, which is just to the west of where FaZe is going to be positioned up at. T5 is going to spot out Jalbe. Go ahead and take him down. This is just going to be a firefight cascade.
Yeah, Potapong trying to do what he can here to salvage some points. There's really no hope of him getting too deep into this game, so the best thing he can do is make life a nightmare for the rest of these teams that are on this eastern edge.
I love the fact that everybody on the outskirts of this compound was like, wait a minute, we really don't like Daytrade. We don't like FaZe's positioning. We want to get rid of them. Twisted Mind's going to backstab back behind all of this, though, and going to be heavily rewarded for it, picking up several kills. Already got a knock. They're going to follow it through, and now just Flash, the last one up. I mean, it's the other members for Twisted are still back behind this with different firing lines in. I don't know how FaZe or even Daytrade can recoup off this.
I thought Gen G might try to third-party this fight, but Twisted Minds is just doing it too cleanly. There's not really a great entry into this, and a great molly catches Flash. I don't think there's enough time. No, sir. Batulin's doing a great job here. Twisted Minds working this edge to perfection.
Here comes Gen G, like you were talking about. Esther, you're going to be cresting up the hill right up next to him, but it's already been red. Batulin's just using all of his brain power right now. It is just 500 IQ for this guy. Making sure to read every movement that's happening on circle. He's still got to win the firefights up and close, though, as Esther got the nades prepped. Correxy is going to get the knock at the backside of it with Spyro. Here comes nades coming in. Does hit, but doesn't get a knock just quite yet. Utility on both sides going to be raining out, and it's going to be Twisted Minds. Going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, FaZe is hitting him like you were talking about, and now DG sees the shield, gets the shot. Can he get the transfer? Not quite.
Now just on to Esther, creeping forward. That shield putting inside. Utility coming out. Can they get the blind onto this one? Gonna go ahead, step around. Thinks the fact that he's got the timing for it, but just can't find the angle. That shield.
The veteran presence of Esther, able to just barely best Perfectix. Perfectix reading that situation really, really well. Guessed the angle of Esther, but Esther was just a little bit better with the shots.
All right, down into the southeast, we've got FaZe, we've got Sonics, we've got Donawa, and we've got Tyloo. Summer's not going to be long for this world. He's going to go ahead and get taken out by Snakers, as revealed a moment ago. Snakers, though, you're probably going to go down to the blue, where one of these other 4 teams that are going to be taking some pot shots is. Also, SSG has spotted him out, and you can see the tracers coming out from that compound as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he just feeds this one over.
It's time to play the heal game like we saw with Anonix earlier. Just try to survive as long as you can. There's no getting down that hill without forking over a point to another team. So certainly for Snakers, unless he has a million smokes in the bag somehow, he's just going to have to stay put. And now Cerberus knows that Esther's back here, and Esther a little bit of a circle to work with, but I'm not sure if there's much safety.
This play is so good. FaZe jumped from their hillside, moved down, and are now trying to control this, but Atongmu's not going to go ahead and roll into this position just quite yet. That means that the other duo for FaZe now has to come and provide some support. Tyloo is going to have to be very, very careful as this positioning is getting sorted quite quickly, but good nade yet again. Atongmu just making sure to hold this position with all of his might. Those nades are just on point.
Yeah, this is really good coordination here for Tyloo. Great communication to make sure that these grenades are being put in. That's a really good molly. Keep him off there, and also catches him trying to close the door. So that's the knock for Jeems, who's going to come back and attempt this res.
NH also has spotted this out, and they're getting some shots in just on
Imao Michael Sharp, SSG će bez metkavina.
The walls are going to buy some time for him. Now, Sonic's going to be positioned back behind where we see Ty Lue, but let's not forget that Loki and Danoa are also over here just up on top of this.
I don't know how the heck Danoa is still kicking. I mean, everybody has been fighting for this compound, and these two have been able to get themselves lives across the street in the God compound as we're going to shift in towards SSG. Yeah. FaZe wants to finish the fight here. They know that they have him weak, and James finds the perfect timing. The sawed-off from Zhao Yang gets him.
Great job holding that. Are we going to see Sonics also collapse on the other side, realizing the opportunity is there? Gustav dancing around the outside of this one. Molotov does slow back down the pace of everything. Trying to commit in on the res. Let's see. I don't know how that throwable came out off of it, so we'll have to see in just one moment. Sonics, though, not making a big move. Donawa also not moving yet.
But New Happy is playing arbiter on this fight between these three teams. Every time Sonics tries to go out, tries to capitalize on these knocks, they get shot at instantly by New Happy. So this is a really tough position for them. Space Station Gaming can just be quiet. They can lock down their compound, make sure Cerberus or somebody doesn't find an angle to try to push you and play for the late game, play for that win. They've got a decent opportunity here.
Just a very tense section of the firefight, and here comes the
najbolje bilo da je jedna flešica uletla unutra
i... They do have a vehicle that they work with. They might just opt to go straight out into the west, but that's going to reveal them into Cerberus at any given second. So, looks like they are going to go ahead and hop in their vehicle. They're going to get out of this position. They want nothing to do with what's going to be happening over here, and are going to be rewarded with at least finding a shack. That's going to open up a new crossfire angle that everybody that's down in this walled compound is really going to have to deal with. I don't even know if this compound has a name yet.
It's crates, I guess. That's what it looks like to me, is what I would call it. But Cerberus here going to be very aware of Donawa's position because of that Bronco. So not a lot for Donawa to do except to stay put and hope that everybody cannibalizes each other out here on the edges. Was that a micro Uzi I just saw in somebody's hands? I'm not sure. Guns are being swapped here by the Sonics in the background, looking to potentially take close quarters fights. As Cerberus has lined up along this hillside, and just like we saw with NH eSports, they also want to gain control over this territory.
There's a Panzerfaust, I think, that Sonics have in their hands. There's somebody over there between them and Ty Lue does. That is going to be something we're going to need to keep a very close eye on, where you might see somebody just go ahead and kamikaze themselves into this one, as Sonics look like they do want to go ahead and go after it. And it's going to be, I believe, Shrimzy. Yeah, Shrimzy's got himself the Panzerfaust waiting. He's going to go for this peek. If he can turn this one right, he can put in some work. Instead, slowly playing around. Shot going to come out, does connect onto a taunt move. And now Shrimzy just going to follow up. Good spray. Sonics do have a path into the circle.
What a play from Shrimzy there. Putting that Panzerfaust to good use. The blue zones to try to flush Donawa out of this, but still enough heals to get through it safely. Car is going to blow up, and not in a favorable angle here for Donawa currently. It moves away from the door, so it makes it that much more difficult for them to be safe from the angles of Cerberus. Cerberus knows it. They're going to try to find crossfires inside of here to just cut Donawa apart.
So we got FaZe with one member up. Then we have Sonics with two. On top of that, we have Donawa technically with two, but not really. One of them is knocked at the time. Everybody else sitting on 4 members. How much control can you get on these hillsides? That's what Cerberus is trying to exploit right now. They know that they have a couple of numbers advantages. They're trying to play into the southern area. They know. They've been paying attention to the kill feed. They're going to try to exploit. Good toss on that. Narrowly gets knocked away. Solo's going to go down. It's going to be Hymas that's going to be going after Loki. And really, just everybody that steps into this pathing is getting ripped to pieces.
Yeah, that frag had to go in here for Hymas if he's going to be able to finish Donawa off. Loki, the trickster god, so well known for his ability to be cagey, but Hisaki's just going to try to drive in, finish the job. Hymas gets the flush onto Soul because of it. Hisaki around the edge, trying to find the angle, trying to see if he can get this grenade in. He is going to do so, and because he's blocked the door, that should be Loki. Nobody got out the window. Loki's still alive. How is he alive? How is this happening? Oh my God.
How did that happen? He managed to juke that one at just the right moment. That was almost a massive play.
He's got uncanny instincts for those kind of plays, Matt. He does it time and time again, where sometimes he pulls it off, sometimes he doesn't. This is Shrimzy just being brilliant with that control of that utility, finding that great angle to use the Panzer.
Can they find more, though, is the problem. They still need to creep in. Cerberus is now taking control of the area down to the south, but Isaki has gone down. Keep in mind, we also do have Gustav that's just going to be the north of this one. Cerberus going to be playing this outer wall for the time being. NH getting some control over the north and really trying to exploit it. No, yep, Solzy, I don't blame you getting a little bit nervous about that one. Is that one almost
Shrimzy machine,
tricky game you have to play here because these smokes are only going to last so long to keep NH's angle cut off. As soon as you step out, someone's looking. This time it's actually Gustav from FaZe that catches a little bit of damage in a kickstart, but kickstart quick
Mislim, što se tiče overall skilla, je bi ovaj mehanički bolji, može.
Hits Gustav and a grenade from Kick is going to finish him off. Now NH wants points. Ming good on the opener on to Shrimzy. Kick on very low health, but the grenade's not quite finding the mark.
A lot of smokes down over here, so should be some time to work with. Meanwhile, you can see NH just asserting control. SSG over on a different angle, doesn't have the cleanest sight line into this one yet, so don't be surprised if they start moving out, and finally they do. It's going to be Paige also opening up onto this one. So CC on one side of this one, the other members for NH moving closer by the second. Sonic's just trying to cling to life right now, and let's not forget about Cerberus, just now down to 2, as they're still inside that shack.
Oh, in this blue zone, so difficult to just re-knock Shrimzy. Really good timing from Ming. Reads that res perfectly, forces the heal out of Kickstart. And the good news here for Sonics, a couple more smokes in the bag for Kick, so he should have enough space here to get him alive. But there's a battle brewing between Roth and December the 12th. Potentially, whoever comes out of that could be the potential winner.
Yeah, this could reset everything down from the south. If we see these two squads up to the north really start to battle it out, suddenly now we're going to have some more opportunities. Roth does read this one, gets the shots into December 12th, but not as much as he wants to. Now Throwable's going to be coming out on this side of it, kind of resetting the pace. We are going to see CC hold this angle. Now reinforcements for NH moving in. This provides an opportunity for Sonics to now maybe reposition, try to find something that they can work with. Paige going to go and shut down Isaki, as this is starting to be more and more open control angles for SSG to work with.
And SSG wants to bait New Happy into this fight because of that M249 that Pixel has on the flank. They want them to push, but so far, New Happy eSports isn't biting. They're taking their time. They want to clean up all of these kills on the south first and then go for the win. Really maximize their value out of this game.
Who's been knocked more, Isaki or Shrimzy at this point? Because every single time one of them gets res, they just get knocked again, man. They can't even stay alive for a half a second.
I love it, man. Here come the blue zones from Pixel, trying to soften New Happy up. Now SSG decides maybe we should potentially just take the fight to them. They've got control of a really good ridge. Again, decent damage from Roth, but because of these smokes, they really can't find good angles. Now that's a good grenade from Sharp. Finds December the 12th. Now the bombardment begins a little bit here for Space Station, but they're being very, very cautious.
They don't want to overextend into it, but they have got to be careful. Molotov's going to be down, slowing down different angles that they want to play. Pixel's got himself a way to ruin a squad, though. Just got an LMG in his hands. Keep in mind, Paige also not involved in this firefight. And it's one of the reasons why we're probably not going to see SSG make too big of a play in this one, because they have to make sure the numbers advantage is firmly in their favor before they step over. Cerberus is playing the other side of this hill, and a lot of their attention keeps eyeing back in the direction of NH, but they just can't find a good line of sight to exploit.
The good news for them is that Himas has a pretty good angle onto some members of NH, and here we go.
Pixel.
Let this M249 sing, Pixel. See if you can take more members of NH down. They're completely pinned, but I'm not seeing any frags, anything to really take advantage of this for SSG. It's going to have to be done with the guns.
So much smoke down over here right now. And Cerberus, IMAS wants to make something, but he just cannot do it. Roth tries to go for some shots, but so much utility just coming out in the way of it. December 12th does manage to take down Roth. Sharp Shot wants to get something out of it, but it's going to be Pixel absolutely unloading. Down. Can he get more? No! New Happy manages to close it.
New Happy, how do they recover from this? They took 2 knocks, one from Himas, one from Sharp Shot, I would believe, with a nade, and now it is all Himas. Does he have a little Tycon in him here?
Can he do it? He wants to exploit it. He realizes that there's multiple knocks. He wants to get in before it kicks off, but no! It is going to be NH eSports that picks up the second round.
Perfectly controlled here for NH on the north side. That gives them the win. It was a little bit dicey there towards the end, but they're able to stabilize and come through. SSG might be kicking themselves a little bit, Matt. They had a good opportunity.
Yeah, it was right there on the point for it, but they just couldn't get the sprays and the smokes to go the way that they wanted. And, I mean, even then, we're still in the earlier sections. Just making it to the top 4 at least gives you some breathing room to work with. So all of the squads that managed to fight their way through that one. Specifically, I want to give a shout out to Cerberus as well as Sonics.
Yep.
They should have done like 5 times.
Donalot lived way longer than I thought they would.
There is so much to look at inside that one, as I cannot wait to see how the leaderboard is shaking up. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to our analyst desk to walk you through moving into Takeover.
2 is done and the dunes are done and dusted. But New Happy or NH eSports comes out with a chicken dinner. Let's take a look at how they got there. It's highlights time.
Yeah, and what a crazy Northern Circle, right? We're in a situation here where it's just like all the teams had to move multiple times. There are some teams obviously getting dropped on, and it's hard to defend like some of these bigger compounds, like the car park compound here, the Danawa, they lost a few players. Yeah. And then, of course, Space Station Gaming, super greedy 2-2 split, manages to get all 4 players on that northern compound. That's actually the last good one. And then NH eSports just pops off and absolutely destroys them once they have the opening on it. Of course, insane amount of action on the southern side, because all the teams are like, when we have such a northern circle, there's so many teams that are trying to like scrape in and salvage their games into the southern side.
You got to assume that shift's going to come back down, and then you got the salvage grouping. So up here at the top, everything seems free. Here we go. Shremzy came through with the noob tube, if you will, but it worked out. Him and Kickstart survived as long as they possibly could. Then we get to the end game where, you know, Shremzy again putting in some work, enjoying a lot of time, crawling around as well as they tried to stay in this one. Here's the point, though. SSG, I think, could have pushed New Happy over the top of the hill. They seemed like they were being very... What's the word I'm looking for? Passive, scared, hesitant. It wasn't bad. It was just the smokes and the mollies. It felt like they just didn't want to commit to New Happy.
So like obviously the stuns are coming out. They're trying to delay the push from them. But I would much rather see a aggressive push on the back of those stuns. And like they're obviously trying to hurt them towards that side. But like if New Happy gets an opening, if Himas gets an opening, like if there's some knocks coming on, it's just down to the numbers straight. But there's also like Roth actually hit quite a lot on that 3x Orc spray. He potentially like could have had 1 or 2 more knocks, and that would have completely turned around that whole game. But yeah, they could have got more out of this. I feel like it's a good circle for them. Though.
Maybe less stop stuns and more, you know, push stuns, right?
Yeah, this idea. Obviously, the way there's multiple styles of trying to play that, of course. Well, let's take a look at the top 4 teams though before going to that top. First place here, of course, NH eSports 10 kills, 4 only for Cerberus, kind of impressive though, but they had that western side, they had some rough fights. Sonic 6 and Base Station there, with only 3, that's rough in a situation where they actually have those 2 center compounds. CC 108, I feel like he's really stepped up to the case here after, especially them having only 14 points in winner bracket and having like a struggle here that effectively now they've already had a better run in our grand final that they had in the 12 games of winners. So it's impressive to see here from NH eSports. Of course, the man of the match is going to be CC 108. My question is really, are they going to be able to continue this? Because this is arguably a harder lobby than the winners bracket. And yeah, it didn't look good for them there.
I mean, I'll say both of our Miramar circles were a bit of anomalies. They were outside of our unique training phase.
100%.
So a lot of the teams, I think, were playing that adjustment game, sort of thinking on their toes. The good news is there's 18 games in the grand final. So if you feel like you had a little bit of a struggle in these first 2 Miramar matches, there's a lot of runway to get your feet back under you. New Happy is going to walk away with 20 points off the back of that game. Cerberus, this might, I don't know if this is the confidence buff we wait for them to get, because it felt like they were being a little slower paced in this one. That said, they're at 16. They're in 4th place. They'll have some confidence to make some moves. New Happy eSports takes the lead position at 23. T5 falls to 2. And FaZe, up there in 3rd place, going to be enjoying that right now.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunate for Day Trade, only 0 points so far after 2 games. Not this start that they're hoping for, of course, especially with this circle. But yeah, it's close. It's up for anyone. Still, nobody's running away with things. It's not like we've seen the back-to-back openings like we saw on many of our days here at PTC 23. So I'm kind of happy for that. But then again, as you said, anomalies in terms of our circles, and it's been a little bit shifty. So yeah.
I feel like
I like that. I actually like the curveballs. Like, you want to see the hardest games played in our grand finals, right? Because then that's how you find the best team in the world currently.
I don't want to see sponges at this stage. I want to see it as spread out as it can be, so that when we get to the final day, it is an absolute fisticuff race to the big finale. So let's see if it continues that. Let's see if we get some crazy circles. We're headed to Tago next, which anything can happen. So that, I think, is the story. How do teams adjust? How do they bounce back? We'll find out as we head over to our next match. It's Tago. Do not go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores. And King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Once forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My Aram is coming for you.
Ari, poranio danas nešto.
A?
Nešto si poranio danas.
Došao se pripremati za screamove, treba bijeti Martin Gaming.
Ne igrao mi večeras.
Jeste odmah prepali, boj. Juče je onoliko prozivalo ovo, ono, ja im rekao došli sutra, sad ne smiju doći. Eto.
Jevi ga. Ne jadete ni danas četvrtu, koji ste niste im primali, pa nisi htjeli ga. Vi juče.
Možda mi nemamo četvrtu.
Đoć noć četvrtog za 30 minuta.
Pa bilo je, ti stio neke svoje poznate sa igrača.
To će on doći zvat tam, nego snimiti u životu nisam.
Pa eto, danas je ovaj zvao Slavena, neće mene.
Ispravno, ti isprijavite.
Sve sam ti rekao da ne igra.
Ja tu informaciju sad sam. Ja rekao mi je Slaven. Pa šta ima?
Može.
Može li Saša Batul ništa?
Može. Penji se po planinama i to je to sve što.
Nema planina, s njom srušno planina. Zato je svako loš.
We were enemies in battle.
Face.
It was an honorable kill. An honorable death.
Glad you're here. Ljudi. Winner 12 gameova, 12 bodova, gledajte.
Why didn't you take him out?
I will kill him.
Dokad se još može glasiti?
Ne može više.
Ja sam glasio za Kija.
Now, it's time for you.
Samo od ovog laka je trebao istući, uvijek sam truo.
Ja tazino kažem da ne može više.
Ja sam glasao, ali imam još možda jedan ticket.
Ja sam rekao da ne pričam se, malo prije čuje pokušao ozbiljno s njim da priča on nešto.
Da, sad nešto da prospa neke tople vode, ne može se glasati. Tamo kad ostaneš solo daj fake info. Pa da, lik lijevom govori desno i pogineš, samo će da ukriješ.
Jes, 3 put mi je to uradio za nisam dan. A sad kad ostaneš solo, mutiram ga i gotovo. Jeboma. Koji kretin je to restaurant.
A haj to sve, ali da ona je moja ko će odgovoriti na poruku za streamove, ja bio najsretniji.
Jebi ga, moraš biti dobar sin.
Jel te Briha odgovorio?
Dobio sam sin, ali to ja smatram kao da potvrdu.
Aha. Ja sam dobio sina.
Jel možda rekao da neće? Nije. Čuto to.
Dobro razmišljanje, mladog Harija.
Masterim votinje.
Ja kažem.
Pa prije sve mogu glasat nakon prvog dana.
Pa sad ide mapa. Ej go.
Pa druže, ja sam imao još 4 kupura, ne još 1. Mogao sam glasat za 40% lobija.
Meni jedan je to.
Ja glasao za Paze i Twisted i ostalo nešto.
Ti neće.
Miramar is in the past, and now we make our way over to Tego as it is going to be about making sure you can keep your points per game up. And I know a lot of our squads right now really having to deal with like some suffrage and a couple like solo players. Petrichor Road, I think that had some road there. Snakers for LG. Hopefully they managed to put up some work because that was a very difficult circle to navigate.
Yeah, and games like that really are what gain you positions in the later stages of the event when you can squeak out points in spots where it's challenging to do so. And that's what makes the great teams great, is they're able to really navigate those situations very well. FaZe Clan, Sonics in particular in that last game, Donawa as well, had a really rough go of it inside that container compound and were eventually able to scoop up a decent amount of points out of it, putting themselves pretty high up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that was a measure in heart, I would like to say, because you had to make sure that you were just, you had to keep your mental up in a situation where it felt like you were just constantly getting a nade dropped on your head time and time again. But all of our players' mental fortitude is absolutely massive, as we're also going to have to see how SSG bounce back from that last game as we make our way over to Tego. Plane path over Shipyard, ending up really over there just to the west of Songhong.
Yeah, so this isn't a great plane path for Tego, based on where teams like to drop on this map. So most teams looking for the western side of the map because of the prevalence of compounds over there, and then the fact that the Shipyard and the airport themselves, teams don't like to drop there. They're a little bit challenging. They're campable. The rotation paths in and out of them aren't great, especially Shipyard. It's really actually pretty difficult to rotate through because the closest bridge is a broken one. You have to go in a very different direction. Now, that being said, I can already see teams dropping in those general directions because the plane path is this way.
Looks like they were kind of gatekeeping this one out just with bodies and parachutes. Force T5 a bit more into that eastern area. SSG is going to make the position for that airport. I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to see a committal into going after that northwestern island and go. But with the plane path, I would feel that this is going to stay on like the landmass property.
Yeah, we'll see. It just depends.
Tego can not commit that, right?
It just depends. It's just, you never know. Because like it just has to kind of sneak over there. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty unlikely. It should be somewhere you would think on the main landmass. Just see exactly where it goes. I don't see anything super spicy off the rip. Like I said, teams have to take their alternate drop spots based on the split path. But yeah, okay. So kind of where you would expect.
And, okay, whenever we're looking at this, there's two major key components that we need to be looking at. There is the river, aka creek, that cuts in just south of Shipyard. And is really bisecting a decent chunk of the circle itself. If you're familiar with the Erangel and the Georgia Pole River that cuts out over into the east, it's kind of similar to that, but you don't have to swim across it. It's shallow enough that you can cross by foot. The problem with it is it's just like an interstate. There is nothing for cover there. Once you make your way down in that lower section, you can just get eaten to pieces. On top of that, just to the west of that position and to the south, there's these very wide open fields. So this has got a lot more unplayable than you really think that it's got.
Yeah, the field's at least a little bit more forgiving in this. There's some of those really thick bushes as well in those fields that offer actually a surprising amount of cover. You may not realize it, but the bushes over there really well. Okay, Pio got out PO'd here by Gustav. Pio was way out there, and this time around not able to sneak underneath the nose of the opponent.
What, about a kilometer away from the squad? I mean, that's just, you live and you die by the Pio lifestyle, right? Sometimes it works last game, other times it doesn't work this game. So we'll have to see how we see the rest of Gen G counterbounce around that, as they're presently on the edge, but looks like they're already making a position for a hillside that's just going to be to the south of where we see 17 Gaming at.
Sonic's going to be dropping Kongnung on the eastern side and splitting out into an early 2-2 as you're seeing the westernmost of the 2-2 trying to gain control over that creek you were talking about, trying to make sure that they have rotation paths across it. You could drive cars over it. That's the good news about the creek. Even though it is flat, even though it is a little bit dangerous to cross, at least there's paths to do it. Summer getting a lot of damage into Roth. Roth completely isolated. He got out way ahead to do some scouting for SSG and might pay the price.
Yeah, they've already got Chewy back behind him as well. Trying to get the meds into a better position. He does manage to do that. Summer not finding the exploitable angle just yet, and that's a good reposition coming out from Roth. He's already separated out. He's going to go ahead and play into that northern area. That means the fact that SSG is going to go ahead and collapse back behind him. Good reposition coming up from Roth. Very heads up. Now Petrichor Road has to re-engage this one much closer with a lot more reinforcements. So will we see Petrichor Road kind of counter move into that?
Yeah, Akeslef now cutting in from the west. Decent damage to Roth once again already. His vests and potentially helmet have to be super beat up. And yeah, SSG doesn't like it. In fact, getting the knock by Page from the anchor
Moguće da mi M4 dobila s vektorom na
should be resible though as SSG is peeling off.
I think we also
da imam vektor full,
Sonic
lik imam
taking a couple
četvorke, lik
shots into
mi
this at
dobije.
range, so that might have been the discouraging factor is,
Još jedan pre-game puta.
third, fourth parties have just been the name of the game. You just pounce whatever
Ako
is
imao
next to you and no fear in your
ovaj novi
eyes.
ona ima damage
Shift
za
away,
jedan više.
use the knock as an opportunity to get positioning, and they're
Da,
back into a
zelena.
2-2 split.
Evo
SSG just doing SSG.
Dobro te mu, ni znao.
Evo
Pa šta misliš šta svi traže zelenu?
Nemoj me zajebala s to napraviti.
Evo Dulika pita.
He's inside of the car, then he doesn't get a chance to shoot back.
That's true, that's true. Nice
Na
little
level
setup
1
there for
moraš
Gustav.
ja
Good angle to take, and P.O.'s going
Mora
to
biti minimum na
Day
30.
Trade. No points yet, Matt, for Day Trade just yet. It's been quiet compared to T5,
Ma trola ti
the
se.
other Thai team in this grand finals, who's up in second place after their win on Miramar.
Back down here in this position, we can see that Day Trade is going to be getting pretty close to phase. Tyloo's going to be coming up back behind them. LG back behind
Ja sam ga trebao još
17
malo
Gaming,
trovat.
very strong position inside the circle. Very centered, high ground, lots of different angles that they can really deal with to heart's content. A couple of teams still hanging out on the outside of this one. Maybe emergency pickups could be a factor that we could be eyeing for them. Donawa being one of those very far up in the north, running a split across Shipyard.
Yep, Donawa, I think looking to take control of the flat top mountain. That's to the north of where Petrichor Road
Nema
and
veze, mi
SSG were
vodimo
just
stream.
having a
Navija da
little bit of a
stream
scuffle.
šuti.
But it's really going to be interesting to see, you know, there's going to be teams that are going to want to maybe take that ahead of them. Snakers with a Groza, absolutely a wonderful find for him. He's already putting up pretty good numbers for LG, even though they're down in 13th. You know, he's been able to focus on the last game, squeak out some points. He's gotten a couple kills. So far, even though things haven't gone the way that LG would like, he's been a bright spot for them.
This is
klasični ženski izgovor. Postavi story, ušte sekunde odgovoriš za
Gaming, pretty defendable center. Petrichor Road.
A nisam u istoj toj sekundi zaspao, nego ja postao story i odšao sam pogledati seriju na tam.
So, FaZe presently in that third place position off of a really good set of Miramar. Now then, see if Day Trade is going to get any knocks out of it. Nope, just going to get some damage on the vehicle, and Tyloo is just going to stay, be kind of content with that one. But whoa, Day Trade just denies that one. Belmont says, no, you don't come after me again. But the exchange, retaliation, Shin's going to find him, get the knock. A lot harder to flush, though.
Yeah, it's tough to control the angles in Buksansa. There's a lot of opportunities to find counter angles, and Shen probably likes to drop here a lot on his own when he's playing because he found a really good one. Belmoth had a straight shot down as they kind of flushed Zhao Yang out there. Now, continuing the harassment is Nurin's poking some damage down, and that's going to put Tyloo on the back foot momentarily. Shen thinks he's got an opportunity for a grenade.
I really love the way we saw Nurin's play that one. He realized where they were probably going to approach from, lined in, got behind the rock, waited, made sure the fact that he can at least take some poke shots over at him right now. Gonna continue it. You can see just shutting down anything that Tyloo wants to try to make happen. Belmoth is still bleeding out right now, so looks like they are going to go ahead and get some smokes down, make sure to not allow this to get flushed entirely. Puchil is going to be the guy that's going to have to make the mad dash.
Yeah, so the name of the game here is play defense to keep Tyloo from punishing this res. And so far, like you mentioned, Nurin's found a great angle to do so. So really cutting off some of those larger structures that are in the middle of this, some of the larger temple buildings. And that seems to have kept Tyloo off of them for now.
And look, this is just the way it's going to be. All of this PGC, a couple of shots, you see a knock, suddenly that third team is off to the side like, ooh, I kind of want a piece of that. LG realizing the fight's kind of de-escalating, so they're going to go ahead and de-escalate themselves as well. Shift back down. They are the southernmost team that we have. Meanwhile, we're going to cut over here with Tianba. They are their kind of most northern team, as they are going to have Donovan that's going to be right in front of them, keeping a bit.
Oh boy, that's actually a little bit dangerous for Anonix. All of Tianba there in a firing line, trying to see if they can prevent him, but it was pretty far, so.
I don't think that they liked that, though, as now all of Donovan was getting ready to leave, with Tianba taking those shots. Now all of Donovan was turning back around, and suddenly this is going to be just full-on gate kept, as NH does have control of the area just to the south. Tiamba's going to go ahead and cut across that bridge, and you can see the reinforcements now starting to come out. Loki's prepping up the nade.
Oh my God!
How well is it cooked, man? They are all stacked up on top of each other coming out of that one. Got to be careful. They're going to go crest the hillside, roll right up over here. That's going to deny Salute and Soul's positioning. They're going to go and stop as well. ZYY looks like he wants a piece of this.
Yeah, and Dono, I think, very wisely backing off. They would have been in an odd numbers fight on this hill. And the defensive line for the back two players of Soul and Salute. Salute out in the open, though. These guys do not miss these shots, but fortunately for him, Soul just as good in the return fire.
Soul saving lives right there with those
Ne
shots.
promaši ga je metak
Now
on full
looks like we
HP,
are
te
gonna
jedan
be able to reset
pogodio.
away. Loki is still trying to defend up for the squad just in case anybody comes after that one, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of where we see that one tail off and die. We have Haisaki just to the south of Songjong, but the other members kind of lined in, taking some shots at Haisaki. It looks like Songjong is going to go ahead and try to regroup with the rest of his squad, is not liking the fact that he is very disadvantaged here.
Yeah, this is kind of similar here, what Gen G is doing to what we saw LG do earlier in the tournament, where they kind of dived into the fields early, try to use whatever covers in there to try to, you know, squeak out a late game positioning. It worked well for LG. They were able to get very, very deep in that game, but Gen G committing to it much earlier than LG did. LG kind of did it as a mad dash. I think it was around like phase 3 or 4. Tosi, oops, probably looking at the map. That's
Trying
okay.
to push those damage numbers up. Doesn't work that way. Okay, new circle about to pop, and there's a plethora of options, and it is going to go down to the southwest. Wow. Tyloo, Daytrade, both in good positions. Cerberus as well. LG going to try to regroup as fast as possible. Meanwhile, our teams up in the north, such as Tiamba and Donawa, we were looking at, going to have themselves some interesting rotations ahead of them.
Yeah, I think Donawa, Tiamba are going to probably opt for wide wraps here. Try to go all the way around the edges. Cerberus already in that direction. Pixel again with the M249 taking a ton of damage from Aches left. Aches left already has one for the double. Here for Sharp, and Pixel is huge.
Comes up in a big way, but it is going to be quickly retaliated on. Ming going to go ahead and continue to push out of that one. It's just Space Station Gaming had an opportunity, but it was quickly shut down.
Just the fanning out here by Petrichor Road, able to surround and get better angles. FaZe in trouble. Daytrade needs points. Even with a P90, Jeems can't do much other than find one. And that's going to be a really powerful gun going over to Daytrade if they can get it. Smokes are coming down.
But Gen G wanted a piece of this from behind. They rolled right into where Tyloo was at, and this is a continuation of that firefight that we were looking at just a second ago at Books and Saw. Now then, Gustav reading this one, trying to go for a couple of flushes. Gonna get spotted. He's going to go down. Daytrade at 5.
We full-on pub gaming it here around Buksansa. So many teams in the vicinity of this compound. There's so much playable terrain, so many trees. It's going to obscure a lot of teams, and everybody on the bottom of that leaderboard is hungry for points.
I feel for you right now. I don't know what you can really do. You got Tyloo behind you, Daytrade in front of you. LG is looking like they might approach over here and could distract a bit more of what's going on with Tyloo, but Esther going to hope dip with that flush out. Maybe Esther can sneak away from this one. I don't know.
I mean, the thing about Buksansa is there's so many of these temple buildings that maybe Esther can find one to just hide in. Just prone it out, see if he can scrape through a couple points, just catching a team that's rotating in through here, but he might get spotted. I don't think Belma saw him.
Just a second saving his life right there, as you can see bouncing around. Is going to find himself, as you're talking about kind of ratting it out, finding herself a little hidey hole in this one. This is very, very centered, so this is the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, no. Esther should absolutely just plop down and wait this out as long as he can. The emergency pickup right on top of LG. Relo's all alone, though. He has to win this fight, and he can't.
Just going to get knocked right out of that one. Can anybody else really provide any more support? I think that Twisted Minds are taking some really long-range shots back at LG and stopping any form of movement. Shin's going to go and get the knock on a flood. Now then, Tyloo, what can you try to do? Or look like everybody is just going after any bit of damage, any kill you can find, as there are so many squads already stacked up over here.
And this is the risk in these lobbies, that when you run a player solo, and if you get, let's just say, unlucky, I suppose, as Rello was, that somebody drops on top of you. You know, maybe Tiamba was able to spot that out in the air and punish it. But Snaker still has that Groza that he picked up earlier. Could be really powerful if he doesn't get knocked by these grenades. Should be good.
It is a pretty open inside of there as well, so you have to be careful with the nades that come in. T5 is going to go and spot out ZYY, as that is a pretty decent chunk. What is that, almost like 400, 300 meters? Okay, T5.
They're pretty far away.
Yeah, I mean, look at this range on this one. They're just taking shots in. Maybe something lucky will land in ZYY. See if they can get some reses. Blue Zone nade going to come out. Flood cooked that one perfect.
Great grenade here for Flood. Luminosity, if they can deal a death blow to Tiamba, can keep this part of the compound underneath their control. For now, Tiamba down to 2 players. Has to just kind of hold it out in this shack for now. Yeah, there's a lot of smokes. There's a blue zone over there, but I think it came up a bit short. Otherwise, they had blue bags. I didn't see anybody's health ticking down for Tiamba, so doing a good job here. Esther well, he's going to try to find some points. I mean, Esther's seeing those kills in the kill feed, and he's thinking what everybody else is. If there's somebody knocked in underneath my scopes, I'm going to go for it.
I mean, there are so many squads already positioned up over here. Any shot coming out from him is just going to be so scary. Flood is going to spot out Shin. Flood starting to find some success and really get LG into this game. Can't get the flush onto it, but it is going to be LZ that probably going to be able to get the res. I don't think that LG really wants to move too far aggressively into this one. Is smoking that one out so that we know further range shots can come in. Blue zone nade's going to go out as well, and
yep. Snaker is actually getting pow pow, so Tianba only one player who's not in the knock status. And actually, it is going to be Day Trade that finds LZ in the long run, so Tai Lu has been eliminated. So great recovery here for LG from what looked like might be a really tricky position. They're able to fight their way through it, and it's great grenades and great shooting that get the job done.
Okay, updates on the rest of the circle. You can see that Sonics are going to need to regroup. Oh, no, we don't get to do that yet. Snakers has got a goal, and it's getting more control over this area. They have left the positioning around Buksansa that they were at, shifted down. Snakers really wanted to push into that, realized the fact that the timing just wasn't quite there. Pow Pow did hear it, gonna go ahead and nade out just to be safe. No, I don't fault him at this one at all.
No, he should do that. He has to be better safe than sorry in that situation. He heard those footsteps. He didn't realize that, Snakers had ran away. And he has to try to make sure that especially if he heard that Groza and they know they have it, he doesn't want to have to deal with that up close and personal.
This is the second time in a row we've seen Summer just trying to cling to life. 17 Gaming getting some control over the northern area. The teams next to them are going to be Sonics over into the east. NH also trying to get control over the southwest of this position, as it is going to be NH taking some shots into Danawa. And that is going to be Petrichor Road Summer getting eliminated. So Petrichor Road now out.
Yeah, the aggressive nature of Petrichor Road can be a bit of a thorn in their side for sure. Tiggleton and Xiao Wu, two players with a lot of history in PUBG eSports. But Sonics gets the info and says, okay, not right now. Let's regroup, rethink. We're in the circle. We don't have to over-aggress. Now, they're on the edge of a hill. They're on a precipice where if they suffer a knock, somebody like Twisted Minds from the other side who do have a compound might actually try to reach out. I can already see Perfectix on the edge of the wall. So if there's a knock on a Sonics, they're going to maybe get squeezed and pinched. They have to be really, really cautious.
Twisted Minds looking for an opportunity. No big shock on this one. We pretty much assumed that this is going to continue to center up. We might be getting, I don't know, is this technically an urban ending whenever it ends in Buksansa? Or is it more of a...
It's like a rural ending?
Kind of, I guess. It's a... I don't even know. I mean, yes, there are a lot of buildings there, but it's also really not an urban ending at the same time, because a lot of those buildings are very small
16 minuta 17. Ja nisam skontao da je FaZe umro.
That's like all these all these temples in Korea are like world cultural heritage sites. So I was just like trying to come up with something. Out in the open is Ming Ming. Belmoth only going to get him down to a little less than half. The southern end of Buksansa. Maybe find a dip here right on the edge. I'm sure they've got to know that there's a lot of chaos going on inside of the temple itself. And yeah, they're just going to drive right by it. Now, Cerberus just to their west. They got to be pretty careful.
I'm very curious to see how Cerberus responds to this one. Is they should have the sound cues to realize what's going to be going on. Xiao Wu is going to get the knock onto Tig, and shocker, Twisted Minds now moving in.
Prvo ga sabotiralo što su dodali emergency, da ga svako može doći na njega.
This is exactly what everybody should be doing. Trying to punish this. A great angle. 4 grenades as well. Shrimzy trying to see top with cars on fire. It's going to blow up here. Momentarily able to avoid disaster so far. But the grenade follow-up from Lil Ghost is perfect. A molly to boot. And it just falls short of Shrimzy.
Nothing to be done here. The other duo not going to find any success. H1 going to go ahead and get spotted as well. Perfectix going to go ahead and take him down. Just kickstart the last one up, and he's got Xiao Wu that's going to be in front of him, and this is going to be a very difficult rotation to try to navigate. Even if we do see 17 man just squeaking ahead of them, he's just kind of hoping that they'll cut a path for him, and maybe he can squeak in back behind.
And this is just 17 Gaming in a nutshell. They're so good out in the open at finding these first knocks and then really punishing you. Now, T5 actually has an angle into that from those fields way down to the south. Again, really long range for T5. Just doing a great job just poking at these teams that are to their north Twisted Minds, still that AWM for Perfectix. Going to see if he can find any damage with it, but 17 right now doesn't really seem keen to take this fight. I think they're keen on trying to track down the remainder of Sonics.
NH leaning into the edge right now. They're going to be following it through and could bump into Cerberus. It's going to be Tycon that spots that. Actually instantly stops that. Kickstart also gets spotted out. Good toss on that nade to go ahead and finish out. Little goes down, I believe, sitting on 3 kills.
He's so clean with those grenades, Matt. He is just absolutely on point and doing a great job for 17. Nice light up sign for 17 too. That is really slick.
Earlier. It's both sides, man. That is just that is nice.
So good. Whoever made that, like, tip of the cap. That is an awesome sign. Cerberus, I think, watching a little bit of New Happy. Is New Happy now going to try to go north? Circle though, going to go east. So everybody on that eastern edge of Buksansa still in. Danawa actually snuck into Buksansa themselves. Little Ghost though, going to watch. Twisted Minds, who's going to get out. Early shots with this mini not really connecting, so Twisted Minds wants that res onto Perfectix. Got to keep that AWM up and running.
Yeah, but 17 can kind of cut in just to the south if they want to and get control of that hill. It will be slightly positioning in that lower point. I'm kind of curious to see how LG is going to respond to the circle, as they do have a compound that's presently under their control, but they also know that there's a weakened Tiamba just to the south of them playing that compound. We saw Snakers step over just a moment ago. Are they going to try to exploit that, or are they just going to be comfortable where they're at?
Good question. I'm curious to see what they want to do. I'm seeing a mortar out from 17. I think 17 wants to kick Twisted Minds out of that spot. That is a much better position than trying to play that edge of Buksansa. There's just too many teams in Buksansa, and they've got to know it based on the sound cues and the kill feed that they really can't play too close to that edge safely. So instead, they're going to try to use the mortars to set up the cross, actually, trying to keep Twisted Minds pinned while the other players drive ahead.
And with this, there's so much information that's going to get fed back over. How are they going to land? Just a bit short, enough to make Lou have to reposition away from that one. But if this one is shifted into a better point, I didn't see a big shift come out from the mortar onto it, but it is very focused in on Lou's position. They want to get this solo real bad.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got Twisted Minds out in the open. Still, though, not able to coordinate these mortars as well as I thought they would. Spyro's looking up at him. Can you shoot mortars out of the air? I don't think so, but
vidi sam vam šalje poruku koja je trebalo doći.
Ako
bude nešto...
Šta smo rekli?
NH was waiting for this one for so long. Day trade now in some trouble. They have got to be very careful. The opposing side is going to be LG getting some spray into this one. Flood is going to get the knock on Endurance. We did also see Danawa do a long wrap. They moved into the southern area of Buksansa and now are kind of looking up into the north. It's going to be Anonix that's actually moving aggressively into that position for NH.
Absolutely. Flash, the only one allowed here.
Ako osjetiš da je dobro, go for it.
Keep NH at bay as best as he can, and he's just again trying to stay alive. But LG out in the open, Flood, huge play, takes down 17.
Exploits that one perfectly, and that was so well read coming up from LG. Realized that there was a big opportunity. All of 17 Gaming focused down on Twisted Minds. T5 going to be south of Twisted Minds. See how they handle that one, but with the shift out and the firefighting means that NH really wants to move into day trade's positioning.
Great punishment of 17's position. They couldn't displace Twisted. They couldn't get ahead of them. They got stuck on that hillside, and Flood and others took advantage of it. No one wants to see them in this lobby any longer. 17's so good. Day trade continues to struggle here a little bit. And Circle is going to shift right on top of Tiamba there. V7, look at their position. They've got a lot of circle control.
Esther is still alive, right in the thick of Danawa.
No, he's doing a great job. Esther's doing everything he should be doing here.
Match 3, ko je vino
veteran plays from veteran players who understand the situation, understand the terrain, understand what they need to do to get points. And he should be potentially good for at least some placement points here for Genji, who now find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Mi smo ti sad na Discordu, samo on
ne vidi se sob. Very careful moving out of Buksansa to the north of it with NH right back behind them. Meanwhile, in the fields, you can see Twisted Minds is going to have to move into T5's positioning. We've been kind of talking about it quite a bit. That V7's got a very strong point to play from. Oh my God! If a firefight breaks out here, Esther could absolutely destroy Danawa.
Yeah, they have no idea. Again, it's so tough to check inside of all of these buildings. There's just so many of them. Again, headshots being found by LG. Luminosity's Flood having a phenomenal game. Twisted Minds just waiting with open arms for New Happy.
Yeah, just played that one real slow out. Twisted Mind's going to be rewarded, but now they have to make a move that's going to be very, very similar. Lots of what already in position T5, waiting for this one to go through. Donawa is looking forward into that LG positioning, and still just the snake back behind them, waiting to pounce.
Yeah, so far, now to make matters worse, Cerber has found a knock onto Anonix. I mean, Soul's just out here doing what he can. Esther doesn't want to fire yet. Esther can wait for quite a while. He doesn't actually need to really fight. If he can kind of sneak behind Donawa and just keep kind of backfilling their positions, he might be able to get pretty deep into this game. That might be his thought process right now, because he had Soul dead to rights.
Yeah, and now Donawa is going to be creeping forward. There is a bit of an area they can play some rocks and whatnot, but it is going to be Tiamba in that very solid defended position. Now, it's going to be Twisted Minds moving into the T5 line. T5 going to be repositioning. They do have Rusted Jr. way down to the south of this one. Looks like not going to have the cleanest support lines on it. Blue zone nade, as well as a follow-up nade, going to be very, very scary. Batulin's going to go in and throw that one up the hillside. I don't think it's going to bounce the direction that he's going to be wanting it to, though.
I love the way Twisted Minds uses these folding shields to set up, cut off angles, even keep potentially grenades from bouncing into spots that might be a little bit tricky for them to navigate out of. That grenade, though, bounces just a bit too far. Still, though, Theraton 5 continuing this bombardment. They want them gone, and Batulins goes up and over and pays the price.
You can see just patience right now. T5 is going to have some throwables come back over into Thanadol, but not going to take him down just yet. 3 members for Twisted Minds still just dancing around this and seeing if they can get some. Finally do get Hatsawat, but don't have a clean path to really exploit. Thanadol's going to go ahead and flush that one out. Make sure to secure. Rusted Jr. is going to throw down some smokes to try to stall out, but notice there's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Perfectix on the opposing side. If he crests up that hill and he just shoots into the smoke, it could be absolute catastrophe for T5.
Yep, here he goes. He's got the Panzer. He sees one. He's got him. Tanadol down. Rossiter Jr. able to respond in kind. Lou alive for Twisted Minds. Can he get anything else done?
V7, what are you going to do? Are you going to make any more moves out of it? As there's just a ton of crates over here to the north, and that's going to be what LG is going to be trying to exploit. Diamba is going to get eliminated. Donovan's going to be back behind this one. You can see Soul going to be creeping up back, seeing if maybe he can get a nade into the position. That would be so great for them. It's going to bounce away, rejected by the crate.
Yeah, that crate line there just causing enough problems. Now they're able to flush Snakers. However, LG 12 kills in this game so far. Absolutely disgusting performance from them, holding down a tricky position extremely well.
And such a big part of that is Flood. Man, he has been so on point in this city fighting, urban fighting, I don't know, temple fighting, whatever you want to call it, as LG is going to get that compound under their control. Only 2 members up there. Finally, it is going to be V7. They realized that what was going on with Twisted Minds has finally calmed down. Stretch the hillside just a bit more and might find themselves on a revealed angle.
Sensor on Mime to know that he's not a robot. He's really pumped up right now, and rightly so. He's got 3 kills. He's having a phenomenal game. V7 springing to action. Lou already knocked, now looking to finish off Spiral. Flood is actually going to be the one to get it. 7 kills for the Aussie.
Absolutely amazing performance coming up from LG. We also still have Amos that's going to be down just to the south of where Donna was going to be trying to position. And Nonix going to be leading the way, but it looks like LG has already read this one back. Smoke's going to be down with shots coming out from Soul. And surprise, it's Mime just with a headshot to open it.
Yeah, close range Dragunov. All you need is a headshot to get that knock. That grenade really close to Anonix. I think he just barely skirted damage from it. Not a lot to do here. I don't know if he has enough time. Is this first aid?
Just near the hill.
Oh, he's got the blue zone back. Okay, he's okay for a little bit.
Enough to creep forward yet again. Now he's going to go down. It's going to be V7. He's going to try to feast on the outskirts of this one and pick up as much as they can. But LG, even with Flood down right now, have had themselves a stellar game. Mime, you can see, realizing the fact that he's about to be collapsed on, it's going to be Anonix running up right into his face. Weaken, steps around the corner, finishes that one out, comes at a pretty decent cost though. Is now V7 looks like they're going to aggress.
And they've got the opening knock. Loki is down. Anonix, the only one left. He gets the first aid off, so he is okay to try to make a fight. Anonix takes a headshot. That's the grenade. That's the finish. V7 fun pin, finding a win early here in the grand finals.
And shot up that leaderboard. Patience and control in the south. We didn't see them a lot due to all the craziness that was going on in Temple.
And these are the games that V7's momentum. It's that one win, and all of a sudden the confidence is there, and they start playing really, really well.
I mean, no disrespect to anybody, though, but that felt like Flood.
Yes, that was
just key moments to keep his squad back in there. We saw him trying to go for reses multiple times where there were positions that they just shouldn't have been able to fight their way through, but LG clung to life as we are now going to get everything set up to move into the next round.
Realno da je ubusni 22 stepena.
Nemoj zajebavat.
Motorim ključ stoji 22 stepena. Moji šalju sunce grije.
Da, i u Beogradu isto. Juče minus, danas plus 15.
Ozbiljno, gradača sa 21 stepen. What the fuck?
Druže, umeće da bude 20 cm snijega, no 20 stepeni u plus.
Znaš koliko je u mene trenutno? Jedan. I snijeg pada.
Kod mene ne pada. Ali nula.
Sad ću treba pokazat svoj snijeg.
East of Buksanza, like there's so many teams
Već kad mene
so well.
Grad na 60 metara nadmorske visine.
But still, home turf team eliminated early, Face Clan out, and that's just rough. Like when you get one of those a lot of points, but definitely a big game for Flood. He popped off. Good to see LG doing well like that. And he had a lot of good nades, good utility, but also he had some insane shots coming in. So it's good to see LG turn on for this.
LG was the definition of hustle on this map.
Oh,
they lost, they survived, they persevered, they backstabbed, and they did everything they could to go deep. And that's one of those situations, you know you're not going to win, you got to get as many kills as you can. And there it is, a nice little play here, Twisted Minds. Patulin, I think, is just playing absolutely out of his mind. We saw a couple of plays in this game and the last one that his gun skills seem like they've just, I think that they've grown significantly this year.
Yeah, he's definitely been way more of an impactful player and just outside being the ideal, of course. He's been getting a lot more of the kills, been getting a lot more of the impactful clutches, so it's good to see. But V7 Funpin is able to jump up and take this one here. It's a hard circle, but they're able to control that southern side for a very long time, right? And stay focused, is crucial too.
And that is the key. You got to come away with those 4 alive. That gives you the push at the end game. We saw that. They were able to just dominate and run down the last 2 teams because everybody came limping in. So congratulations to B7 Funpin. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppy. I'm joined by Avengers. We break down the action. We are halfway through day 1 of the grand finals. That means that the time to get comfortable has come to an end. When we're only 18 games to play, we've seen how close it has been in every single stage of this event so far.
For sure, and overall, right? You're coming into this case. They're like, okay, these teams are going to be competing. They're going to become extremely tight on the leaderboards. They're going to be having some hard games. Of course, LG, that's impressive, but that's actually V7.
Toliko plaćam, da. Dakle, je privatno, to sam eto imaš, ali tog dodatno osiguranje, imaš broj taj njihov pa koji te stavio u prioritet.
They were on the back foot for a lot of the match throughout, right? And of course,
Twisted Minds
absolutely. Twisted Minds a lot closer to home. Donawa had 31,000 kilometers to travel in that one. V7 Funpin is going to be the WWCD team stat leader here.
Rekao, mrsko mi mijenjati ovi državni, stvarno. God je predu s dijetom državni trosobama oko 800 eura košta. Svi će nam dobijaju dole u Rim Arkadera, što ima.
Let's talk about the man of the match, though.
Te nove gradnje dole dobijaju, a meni se ne da self. Baš mi je lijepa pozicija.
The chicken dinner team. I think I would take nothing
Ne
away from
volim
being able
seli
to play.
niko.
Flood for me was like my
Ali nije loše jer ga da budemo 700 eura.
Man of the match, or you can say, now this is a man of the match, but the MVP for that.
I like that. So my personal MVP going to Flood there. Let's take a look at match leaderboard. And the reason for that is this: LG did not win the chicken dinner. In fact, they only got 5 placement points, and yet they walked away with 19. That's called making lemon aid from lemons.
So squeezing out all the points that they could possibly. 3 teams on double digits, still 2 teams on 17, 19, super top heavy. That's gonna put them up there, and actually gonna put V7 Funpin in the leader in the yellow shirt jersey if you're doing a Tour de France. But still very close here. And we're able to get some it's
a lead switch.
Yeah, but also it's super tight from first to 7th, only 7 points difference. That's kind of neat.
And some of our favorites at the start of the day, Sonic 17, not on the left side of the leaderboard, not going to be happy with how they started these first 3 games. They got to clean it up. The good news is we're going to the snowy slopes of Vikendi next.
True, but also this is the reason why we've seen 17 gaming in a situation where like the circles are so far away from the center spots they're looting, right? So they actually have to go pretty far. They're not getting any prior in the compounds.
All right, let's check in at Vikendi, and we got a surprise for you. A change of the voices. It's going to be Porosaurus, and the name is Toby taking over for the second half of our day. Let's check it out.
Well, hello there, everyone. It is I, Porosaurus, it is he, Toby, and we are coming fresh off the finish at Buxensa, where we saw Veronica 7 get a much-needed victory to put them somehow, Toby, into first place. I mean, everything's so close.
Yeah, sure is. We always talk about how in the first couple of matches of new brackets, that's the chance for those teams that might not live to see the distance to really get something going early. And, well, Veronica 7, that's exactly how they want to start the day.
Yes, indeed. And I know Toffee's said it, and I think we were watching in backstage. I would say that Flood was maybe my man of the match, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very hard call, for sure, you know, what with all the kills, damage, murder, death, and destruction he was doing. But, you know, again, LG, fantastic position holding the edge of that the little city, which, again, I guess the argument is not really a city ending.
No,
we're not going with that.
We call it hot drop ending.
We're
spicy
calling it a
ending.
very late hot drop.
Yeah,
right?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I will say though, I should kind of let into outside of course, game 1 ending on the well, we call it the kind of magnet compound for a reason and wrangle.
Yes.
Second 2 games to follow, very, very alternative compared to what we used to see. Yes, we still went down towards the south on Tego, but as you said, up towards Buxensa, so maybe that's going to give us even more spiciness coming into Vikendi. I'm all for it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, we get to find out very, very soon once we get into Vikendi, but there you go, Space Station Gaming. We didn't get a chance to talk about it. Well, that was a little bit of a throw there on Miramar, in my opinion, but we are going to Vikendi now, and where polar bears run rampant, and the snows are white, and the hills to the south are verdant. And I don't know. I don't got anything else. What do we got? We got Dino Land.
We sure do. We sure do. And arguably the most northern plane you can possibly get on this map. So for all the southern endings we've had so far, I'm pretty sure I can safely say that this won't be one of those. So maybe already now we're guaranteed to get a little bit of a variety. Who knows, maybe a Cosmodrome ending? That'd be kind of cool.
Don't get weird with me, sir.
That'd be cool.
Cosmodrome? Yeah, it would be cool, but it would be weird. But I like weird.
Definitely
I'm down with weird.
You know what? If there's one thing that has been proven time and time again throughout the years of PUBG eSports, if you think you've seen crazy throughout the year, just wait for grand finals of the Global Championship. That's usually when the ultimate crazy comes out and shows up, whether it be in the shape of circle shifts, whether it be in the shape of just players living up to the hype and showing off what they're capable of.
Oh yeah, no, this is the time. If you're going to make any dramatic plays, make highlight reels for yourself. Yeah. This is where PO became PO. Is it PGC?
Essentially.
You know, I mean, this is where TIG became TIG. You know, it's the what you do in the biggest possible moments presented to you. Keeping an eye on this map and seeing if there are any hot drops. Now, we do have a lot of action going on towards the center, but it doesn't look like anybody falling right on top of each other. And, okay, no north, but we will go west.
You know what? I said Cosmodrome ending for reasons unknown to me. I didn't even think about it. A Dino Land finish. Can we get some, I don't even know what you say in the chat, but just anything that has to do with, please let it be Dino Land. You know what? I think there's a dinosaur emote on Twitch.
Do we have a dinosaur emote?
I think there's a dinosaur emote for everyone on Twitch. Just spam that thing. Let's get a Dino Land finish on the first grand finals Vikendi. Now, that would be something I'd write home about.
Oh, I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it. Well, Ming Ming and the rest of the new Happy Boys, a very decent start so far. 24 points good in 4th place. They will be now having to make that rotation 4 deep in the vehicle, which is always a dangerous prospect.
And for New Happy in particular, I mean, their journey has been as hit or miss as they come. They finish out in the top of their groups, then they absolutely zero out 14 points in 12 games in winners bracket. They stomp their way through the last chance. And then I think coming into this, people were like, oh, do we dare? Like, do we dare put our money on New Happy again? We just saw them stumble their way through winners bracket, which is essentially a lot of the same teams we have here in the grand finals. Do we dare up to bet on them again? But as you said, I mean, if these first couple of games is anything to go by, I think they're definitely here to play.
Sure, and if fantasy picks are any indication of your belief in a team, you got Ming Ming, and I think you might have been the only person that still had faith in New Happy. We'll see how they end up doing here as we check in on LG. Unreal performance there from the east side of BSS, what I'm going to call it now, as it was the Flood Show.
Yeah,
really.
Because Book Sunsa is just way too long of a word to say, so we got to shorten it down.
Look, we alliterate everything
that
here.
Is
PGS,
true.
PGC, it's now BSS.
Yeah,
okay?
and even the country you're from is an alliteration.
USA,
so yeah, I get it. No, I think, if we were kind of playing into why I think New Happy is having the success that they are. If we look at the first couple of games on this lobby as a whole, we talked about it when we watched the first couple of games unfold as well. A lot of the edge teams, a lot of the very edge teams that we've had in this tournament so far, part of the reason why Group B was so insanely edge heavy, have been eliminated from the tournament. So that has opened up space for those teams that still commit edge. We're talking about Gen G, talking about New Happy, talking about Twisted Minds and other teams as well. There's only like 3-4 of them where in previous lobbies, both in group stage, winners, losers, there's been at least 6 or 7. So the edge teams have struggled to, spread out, take control of those edges. But here we're seeing New Happy be able to do just that. I think Tego was a bit of an off game just because of where the circle went. But outside of that, they have been able to play much more to their kind of own liking than what they've been able to previously.
Okay, well, now we get to check in with 17 game. A little bit of a slow start for them so far, but they managed to climb a little bit more in that last game. Now we'll see if they get more points in this one as we wait now to see what our interview is going to be.
Grand Finals, we usually are really stressed about performing well. So the fact that we're able to make Grand Finals on our first try is really good for us. Mime's joining the team, he's added a lot of value. He has all the experience on Sonics. He's a winner and he has a great mentality and he's really helping our calling and macro. So we're really happy that we have him on our team and we're looking forward to seeing him in his first Grand Final. I think we're going to prepare by reviewing other teams' playstyles, reviewing our playstyle and doing some personal review of the map, especially Vinkendi and Tego. I think our mindset is that we need to not overthink. I think we need to play PUBG as simple as it comes and just do what we can to play our best every game.
And there you have it. Yep, the addition of Mime, I gotta say, as somebody who knows these guys, for years now, and seeing Mime, and one of the most unlikely friendships that I think I would have predicted. But Snakers and Mime are like, they're like neck and neck, man. They're brothers. They are attached at the hip. Everywhere you go, you see them both together, and they're hanging out together. And the team itself is just really, really gelling right now, as you said. You see them at breakfast down there. Everybody's really happy. Everybody's feeling confident as we get to see a little bit of those previous match highlights there. Petrichor Road taking care of Space Station Gaming in the wide open. Ugh.
And what we see there in that game in particular is like a combination of two things. A, there are still some of these teams that prior to this match haven't played against each other before. So there are rotation pathings that are just going to be off time by a second. In your region, you know exactly when and where every team is going to go. But here globally, especially with teams now having alt drops as well, you can't predict it all. And exactly when you then add on top of it that we were playing Tego and had a really tricky phase 2 shift in that previous one, teams are going to be running into each other. It's simply unavoidable. So far, this game seems a little cleaner again, as I alluded to earlier. For those of you guys who are watching the map stream, !map in the Twitch chat. For those of you guys who want to get an eye on that, you can see that there still is plenty of space on the edges here, and that's considering the fact that the entire west edge is water. Like a good fourth of the circle is literally unplayable unless if you want to swim around and die of hibernation in the ocean, I suppose.
Hibernation, huh?
Isn't that what it's called? Oh, did you do hypothermia? God damn it. I was so close. Close. English, man. English. I try. I really go out of my way to try, and then I get it wrong anyway.
At least this is English is like your, second or third language, and it's the only one I speak.
Hypothermia, that was the one.
It's good. It's close enough. So
I mean, that's because I was thinking about the polar bears and hibernating and stuff like that. It
makes perfect sense, honestly.
It got to me. You can hibernate out on those islands, too, if that's what you want to do. But what I was going to say with it is, for those edge teams, where normally, because we have them, they're going to spread east and west. And as we see here, Hatsawat's smart parking of his vehicle should allow for him to get away. That, my friends, is why you always think twice about how you park your car. Where normally we'd see, if we see a northern or southern hard shift here, teams grab on both sides. They're going to be like pretty much limited to one. So expect to see edge teams fighting early game should we get a hard shift following this phase 1.
Yeah, worth noting that T5, they've been doing these very, very wide splits. They've been getting a lot of circle luck right off the bat. They keep finding themselves But they're also doing these wide splits, these info gathering splits, and they've been able to do it pretty successfully so far. They haven't really lost anybody that early on, so we'll see if they can convert that into a few more points. I mean, right now they're sitting in second place. Everything's looking pretty good, but it could be always a little bit better as LG going into the south side of Dino Land. T5 already have 2 there.
I mean, Flood 2 tires popped, the other 2 almost fallen off. Not sure how we made it there alive, but they all get there. Almost full HP as well, but again, I mean, a very early commit from LG, who usually takes their time, scout out what's available, what's free, but of course knowing that when you have a place like Dino Land in the Circle Center, you're really limited in your options because everything around there ain't a lot of compounds right around the middle, and of course they know as well as we do that what is available center is already taken.
And cutting back to what Flood was saying in his interview, right? He was talking about how they don't want to overthink things, just react, react, and that's I mean, that's basically what he was saying right there, envisioned as we see Tosi now ducking, dodging, diving, dipping, and avoiding the shots from CC108. Twisted Minds, they're going to find SSG pulling right up on it. Perfectix, shot coming through, but no knocks to be found.
And this is again Edge team scouting, trying to maneuver a little bit closer, but now that they know that there's more space to maneuver, they will run into one another. Perfectix from up high, able to find Roth, but you'd have to imagine SSG is just going to be able to back off of this, get back in the car, leave this, go back east. You knew there was space, go out, get the rest through, and play it safe. That's
Yep,
parachute
that'll be a knock.
Nope.
That's okay.
Oh,
well, now Spiro is on the run right now, trying to see if they can land the grenade onto the knocked Roth. The smoke wall is down. Will it be enough to keep them alive? It looks like it shall be. And actually, Pixel just going to put Roth in the back of the whip and just dip on out. And that's probably the smartest play.
Second with Rosit getting the re-knock, but good thing for Space Station Gaming. They were able to react on the fly and get back to safety. They knew they had space in the east, now they're going to go there. Circle up towards the north. We've been up here before, up towards where Tai Lu is currently set in Tian, but remember that the Frozen River does not get shifted away from in phase 4, as it is with cars, whatever, you name it. And yeah, this could cause for some very interesting late game circles.
Indeed it should, and it's as we saw previously, this is a very interesting area to play around as the Frozen River. There's a lot of open space around some very limited hard cover, so we'll see if the circle keeps favoring that position. Checking in with Day Trade on the south side. They are just ahead of New Happy, and it looks like they New Happy not going to be too terribly interested in backfilling them as they run right on through. Now there are 2 more teams down to the south, Toby, that still have to make their way down here.
Exactly. If you guys again who are looking at the map, kind of split the map south to north, there's only 3 teams in the northern half. There's so many teams that have to figure out how to maneuver through, and I think Cerberus is realizing that now. They're doing a wide wrap towards the eastern side, not in a hurry to be part of that essentially traffic jam on the southern side, because they know if the next circle goes anywhere north, there's not going to be space to make that wide wrap, and we'll just get caught in the middle of everyone else. So make the smart wide rotations now, while the circles don't do as much damage, and while you actually have the room to maneuver.
Yeah, smart play from Cerberus, as we see this is what's going on just ahead of them. Petrichor Road and SSG making that same rotation, but they get a little bit close to each other, a little bit of damage traded back and forth between the two. It looks like they should be pulling off just now, but this is Cerberus still way, way farther east. As they are, I mean, they shouldn't actually run into Petrichor or Space Station, I wouldn't imagine.
You say that, but I'm curious to see if they're going to opt to wrap east around Nauros or not. If shots are fired, you'd have to imagine that they continue their rotation. But again, Cerberus also a team that really, like, you give them a third-party opportunity, they'll wipe out both the teams that were about to start fighting. So it could be what they would opt to do. In the meantime, down towards the southwestern side, again, teams looking to go the other direction, but more limited in their space, of course, because of the ocean. Is New Happy scouting forward, and then Gen G out in the middle of the icy river is the boys from Korea just set up here scouting forward. Yes, they do have players up north again. Both DG98 and Esther set up there, kind of trying to make sure that no one is backfilling them. Again, that's something we see not done so well in Vikendi and Tego yet, because teams just don't know the maps as well. Understand what is the weak point of the position you're in, and make sure that if you're split, that your other 2 players are set in the position that would be the worst place to have an opposing team, because that way you deny anyone to take advantage of your compound's weakness.
Right, a lot of 2-2 splits, a lot of real estate being taken up right now. Still 64 alive at 12 minutes in. Twisted Minds, they're just going to find a compound on the south side of this zone. and I guess play it safe.
I tako
just
je
wait and see where this next circle shifts. I mean, if it goes hard north, you already know you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. No reason really to try to overextend your bounds right now.
And I think that's why everyone on the southern side is playing it as safe as they are. They know that there's teams all around them. They all are well aware that they are on the more basic side of the circle simply because of how the circles have maneuvered. So that's why everyone is holding back from taking fights to say if we're going to take a fight, it's going to be a 4-man up, full aggro play. We can't do it right now just losing one on the fly because that's going to be us down before placement points.
I know that he must.
Interesting to know. I was just looking at, okay, there we go, hard shift. Back towards Dino Land. Love to see it, but I was noticing a 2-2 split with Petrichor Road right there.
Yeah,
they were hanging around that what do we call
gondola?
it? The gondola, and you had Genji on the far side as well. So I was kind of looking to see if maybe Petrichor Road was thinking about it, but no, not going to have to worry about that now as the circle is going to shift away from him. Space Station made that long ramp all the way up to the north now just to have to cut back down, and they've got a storm around them as well. Cerberus just going to eat the blue.
I mean, we're headed into terrain where Dino Land is comfort, but outside of that, it's just Sonic's position that is a compound to play from. It's going to be very limited what people can work with, and that's why now the cluster that we talked about, teams wanting to avoid before, the teams that didn't manage to get away from those are going right into them now. Unfortunately
for FaZe, Jimbo going to get picked out by the sniper rifle. And Petrichor Road will pick up one for Ixeleft. But that being said, FaZe does have a compound. He's right on the edge of circle, and they can kind of play safe for now. And we'll see if Petrichor Road really wants any of this. As Tosi going to spot the man way up in the air. That's new happy. You see,
I respect the scouting. Just press F as soon as you jump out of the thing and hope that no one noticed you. But the Dino Land teams are set very comfortably with no reason to look next to them. They'll gladly look into the sky for a second there.
Well, and I'm wondering now, V7, they just saw what happened when there was a guy in the sky, and they're about to do the exact same thing. That seems a little dangerous. We'll see what they decide to do here as we see the beautiful train running on by Petrichor Road. Just going to wait for it to pass as we get to see this bolty shot from Ixeleft. Nasty stuff that we've gotten used to seeing from the man.
I mean, it's phenomenal what these guys are able to pull off, and especially when there's so much on the line in tournaments like these. We are seeing the heart rates, like their steady level has gone from 70 to somewhere around 105. So there's definitely a good understanding from the players to the amount of like what is on the line in the grand finals like this.
There's very limited time to be found in these games where you're not feeling under pressure. So we'll see what Space Station decides to do as they're kind of backed up against the blue right now. They've got Tiamba trying to make a rotation in on their north, but they are concerned with Tai Lu inside the Frozen River. FaZe, though, is just staring them down. And now Petrichor Road, they've got to make their way, trying to figure out how to get into Dino Land here, but Twisted Mind's already staring in that direction.
Got to deny the entry here, got to find at least one as Summer comes rushing on forward. Perfect X, nope, swings back from the nade as he allows the vehicle to drive on path. Only the bait though, as Spiro and Lewis set up further in.
Okay, Pero Summer going to set it right in. Spiro already set and ready to go, but then, the smoke, the smoke from the vehicle.
The drift.
Going to protect them as now Petrichor Road has managed to get everybody inside the park under the watchful eyes of Twisted Minds.
That is insane, the fact that they actually managed to make that rotation, and little do they know, it was with no reward. The circle will swing towards the north, and we're going wide out into the open.
17 looking like geniuses right now. They send it to the river right off the bat, and they're going to get a little bit of favor here. Salute Cerberus, well, that's going to be it for Tycom, that's going to be it for the squad.
Ja nadam se zaboravim da to radilo možda 20 minuta, ja šao tamo, otvorio ren, sve se dimi, onaj papir sam izgorio.
Getting third-partied here by 17.
Huge play from Loki. They were the team to start denying them the access point here. Loki knew exactly where they were going to go off of that rotation. Issue is he's here alone right now. He needs help. And the help is not here. He's going to fall to DG98.
And the kill feed is just lighting up right now as there are numerous teams fighting on the edge of this zone. All the teams that were trying to make their way in on that last circle that got pinned to the edge now had nowhere else to go. LG is taking it right to Flash and the rest of the Day Trade boys, but Day Trade is coming out ahead. but now the trade's coming back as Petrichor has found an angle onto Day Trade.
It's a rainbow of team colors on the southern side. This is the brawl that teams wanted to avoid, but some teams are forced into. And again, as you say, Day Trade, right now the victors of this traffic jam, trying to hold off, trying to defend, knowing there's no one on their northwestern side. They can sit back free and just look towards Dinoland and try and make sure that no one is able to get past him.
So many teams trying to escape Dinoland. Twisted Minds, the last ones left on the south. They could stand to benefit from this as Day Trade trying to come in here and see if they can maybe flush off these kills, get a few reses off, maybe get back to somewhat in good standing. But Veronica 7, they're coming in from the southwest. You've still got two members of LG off to the east, and Day Trade and Petrichor Road all right on top of each other. Ming will find the grenade. Yes, it will. 2 down.
Perfectly locked in there, finds the flush, and one Pushil's down as well. It's going to grant them more space to maneuver forward. Remember, they still have a knock player. They could potentially get back up on their feet. On the Belmont, there's something to say about it, and indeed he does.
What a shot with the Yog. Unfortunate there from Ming, as Summer now the last player alive for Petrichor Road. Pushus is getting revived by Day Trade. It looks like they should get away with this as long as V7 doesn't get there. But unfortunately for them, Twisted Minds has found
extremely calculated plays coming through for Twisted Minds. They knew the action was taking place in front of them, but they didn't want to make plays before they had all the info to go off. They ran west, they don't want to be in the city, they want to limit the angles, but now they have to deal with Human. He has a perfect angle, you can see here, even straight through the smoke, just doing so much damage.
Human doing the absolute most here for Veronica 7. 4 kills in the bag for them right now, as they just hold the line, try to survive a little bit longer. They have Day Trade back on their feet, off to their north, and then they're starting to come back behind them, and Flash will find heaven.
Solid sprays coming through as they do more damage. A little bit of help coming through for Twisted Minds as well, seeing that Veronica 7 are taking casualties, but it's again Human. He has to fend off, he has to deny Twisted Minds from pushing further forward.
Human just hiding, staying alive. There you go, Batulin's grenade will be the one that finds them, and now Twisted Minds continue to make their way forward. LG has decided to strike and backstab into Day Trade. No knocks to be found just yet, but a lot of damage coming through. Twisted Minds actually slowing down a little bit here.
And this is picture perfect how Twisted Minds likes to play. Whether it be in open fields, Center Angle or Miramar, or whether it be in a compressed situation like here in Dinoland, they want to have the blue on their back. They only want to worry about what's in front of them and then fight on through. Mime falls down. Pushils again just does not want to go down.
He does not, but the Snakers Molotov will finish off Flash.
Sad mi se treba da odsočiti ovo obe
ekipe. Twisted Minds starting to creep over there, trying to get involved. The Mime, the blue zone grenade actually going to find Pushus, as now Batulins is going to get spotted out by Snakers. What a great awareness on the part of LG's Fragger.
Great push on forward, but even better utility usage here from the team trying to defend from up high. So difficult to try and focus on Twisted Minds while you're also looking at the teams next to you. Now FaZe creeping on in with their 2 remaining players trying to get a piece of this, and indeed they will. Correxy finds some.
The south side of this circle has been an absolute train wreck. So many teams, so many deaths. As now Perfectix wanted to try to go for the res on Aspiro, had to pull away, and now Fex and FaZe is getting shot in the back by Theraton 5.
And that's them having to commit to this fight. They know now that the angle that they came up from themselves, they are not able to use anymore. Theraton 5 has cleared the southeast side of the circle. Fex and FaZe has to make a play here, but they're up against an entirety of Twisted Minds who just took out Day Trade.
Give them their 8th kill now as Twisted Minds continues to make their way through. They haven't been able to get the revive on Aspiro just yet, but there's only so many players left alive. There you go. Spiro back on his feet. Will narrowly avoid a grenade from FaZe.
Seeing a jammer pack on him. I'm not sure if there's anything left in it. You can see Lou now starting to tank the blue. It hurts like hell in this area from Abbas Tagelton. Finds Perfectix again. Sonics haven't had a chance to engage on this so far, but now they're getting angles.
Snaker's still alive for LG. He's going to sneak one away from FaZe before going down to the blue. And Tiggleton will also finish off Perfectix. It's now down to Spiro and Batulins. Corexy in the blue himself as all 3 teams. It's just madness, Toby. Everybody that ever made their way into Dinoland is paying the price.
Corexy wanting to go for the heal, realizing he's not got time for it. Goes for the spray instead. Finds Batulins just before he falls, and I don't think there's any rest coming through for the IGL here either. So Spiro will be the last one left alive for Twisted Minds. But again, they were the team furthest behind. They were the team that had to fight their way through a 5-way fight and still get 8 kills and come out on top.
Unbelievable stuff from Twisted Minds. We'll see if Spiro can maybe find something. He's looking around. There's enough boxes and crates around there so he may be able to find enough heals to get himself out. We'll see. The new circle has popped off to the north. So while all this action was occurring right around Dino Land, we have a number of teams still just taking positions around that ridge line around the river, around the frozen river. 17-4 still up. Tyloo still 4 up. T5 still have a compound. New Happy still looking good. Sonic's still 4 up, but they've got to make their way up north.
Sonic's only has 3 kills, but they've been very successful in forcing New Happy off their angle. New Happy tried to take the fight to 17, but they too had to leave. So the way that Sonic's been able to deny a backstab, was they were worried about Dino Land as well. Very solid place. We didn't get to see it in the main feed, but we could kind of keep track of it on the map while it was going on. But this fight is going to be absolutely clutch for them. If they win this fight, they might just be able to wrap into the circle.
A lot of patience shown for the boys in Baby Blue, and now New Happy in a little bit of trouble as they are starting to make their way north, but 17 has an angle on that. Shots coming into their backs. You can see the damage coming through. Now throwables being sent over into Sonic's direction. Nothing finding the mark just yet. The return one's from Sonic's. Will they find none? The damage comes through, but it's more 17 Gaming that's the problem for New Happy.
17 Gamers are making it so much easier for Sonics, the way they're literally just forcing New Happy to stay on the hillside and allowing for Sonics now to peek on over, get the double, that's kickstart, solid peek, solid spray down, and Sonics ain't done just yet. Xiao Bei found, maybe that's going to open up an angle.
That's a big knock from H-Win there. He won't be able to flush it, but there are vehicles up here for Sonics to use. They are getting shot at from the east side here by T5. Somehow found an angle onto it. We'll see where Sonics decide to take this.
Easy for now.
Left H-Win behind on foot. They're just going to hard push this knock.
Smatrajte koliko ima frustrira kad oni ide živo u plavoj zoni.
Posio da se vratio, vratio se ponovno da uzme prstava sa onoga lua i onda je sigurno odbatilo na puku.
But this is a one step at the time type of situation. The circle is moving in slowly that allows them to creep and force Sonic's, 17 further towards the north.
17 had to retreat, but they do get their knock player back down there. He should be able to be revived. They should be back up to 4 strong shortly. And they have that ridge line to play around. That's a lot of real estate that they can really work with. The only one left up there watching is Zhao Yang from Tyloo. Meanwhile, Sonic's still trying to keep T5 honest. They have left their compound, and they find themselves in the wide open.
One well-placed nade over the top here could spell the downfall for at least 2 of the Sonics players. We'll see if it connects. It's going to be close. Will it get anything? No. Sonic's able to wrap up before it comes through.
Oh, Sonic's on the move. They're going to find themselves arriving at the perfect time as Mu has managed to get 2 knocks. Kickstart will flush out Mu, and now Sonics might have to turn their attention back over towards T5 as the return utility coming through. You can see all of them very, very damaged right now.
Fenanol's in the smoke, and he just saw Tick shoot towards him. I'm not sure, though, if that was just a spray on a prayer, hoping that there was one there.
Ovo nije dobro ako se zvijeri probude.
If he's going to be able to get something done. 4 up in a live stealth field, though, even if the knock does come through, they should be able to reset, but Fenanol prone right next to pretty much the entirety of Sonics.
Yeah, all of Sonics knows he's there, though. They know somebody's hiding inside that smoke. I'm pretty sure they do. If you've been watching the kill feed, that is one of the things that they are very good at, but a lot of stuff was happening all at one time right there. And unfortunately for them, the circle will shift up to the north. That's going to favor 17 Gaming in a big way.
Oh yeah, sure will, sure will. Thanadol, flash in hand. This is the time to make a play. Might get 2 people flashed off it, and we know these flashes can last for a long time. Peeks on over, finds the first one, goes for the second, not going to get it. But we'll see now if that's enough damage done. Shrimzy instantly falls through after.
Oh, Shen found Shrimzy through the smoke.
Tyloo 3 vama i na im jedan u centra.
Can't push it any harder. It looks like Shen might be the one to do it. He's going to have a grenade in hand. Will it fall short? It will. That's not going to be nearly long enough as Xiao Bei. That was 17's grenade. I thought it was Tyloo. 17 coming here as well. So both Chinese teams now putting the screws onto Sonics.
There's 2 plays to try to make here. Either A, get the kills. In the end, they will deny 2 of them. Tick and Kick will go down to the blue. But either A, you get the kills, or force them to go towards the opponents. You want to set up third-party opportunities here in the late game. Smart, engaged by both sides. In the end, they will fall.
Makar što sam ja pratio. To je dobro da se niko odvoji.
Ali gledaj, brat, 12 i 11 bodova kasnije za prvi. To nije što
Tyloo has their trigger fingers all warmed up. 8 kills.
Da se prvi dan neko odvoji.
Po meni je realno Genji imalo i za luto. Bar nikako nije snigrao dobro cijelu
turnir. peaks coming in just yet. This is mostly just to keep them from pushing into them.
Really. Trying to isolate angles, trying to get a perfect idea of exactly who everyone is. And also, with 4 alive on both sides, they're all seeing 9 alive in the kill feed. They know that somewhere there's a guy that can be the reason you don't win this game. 7-7 picks up and finds 1 knock and just half damage in the second. That could easily be game over for either of these teams. So no one wants to take any risks before they find the snake.
No, indeed. We are at phase 7. As our Vikendi games have been going very, very quickly throughout this tournament. The circle does pop, and it is going to center up right on that coastline, right on Tyloo. 17 will have a little bit more work to do, but not terribly much. I mean, they still have a lot of room to maneuver around, it seems.
No, I mean, the main thing here is do not give the other teams access to the riverbank. Do not allow them to wrap around on that shoreline. That is, I mean, instantly a downfall. So right now, both of them playing defense mode, waiting, of course, for the final circle to pop to guarantee whether or not... Sorry, this is the final circle. Never mind, it's going to end right in between them. So that's why they're holding as much defensively as they are. Wait for the snake to be dealt with, and then get a perfect understanding of exactly where your opponents are. They know that one team is east, one team is west.
Yeah, they are being very, very careful about utility conservation at this point, which is exactly what they need to do. But they, as you said, that solo player, that snake player, everybody has that top of mind. Now, I think
Cheater.
Maybe he has
an idea. There's only so many places he can be at this point. They're pretty much scouting the entire thing. And, well, solos do like trees, cars, bushes, you name it. If there's a bit of cover, you'll go for it. That's maybe what Sushi is down to. There's one tree left that we haven't cleared. He's got to be over there.
The smoke's out into the frozen river. Maybe Tyloo going for a little bit of play here. Yeah, Zhao Yang actually going out to try to find a little bit of a different angle. We'll take a few shots over towards his direction, but no knocks coming through. Very, very low, though. Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei combine, but don't get the knock.
Yeah, we talked so often about how Shin is the highlight player on the team. We saw through PGS2 and in this tournament too how Xiao Yang is the enabler of the team, the guy that sets up the rest of the players for success. And here he does it again. He peeks out wide. Xiao Wu goes for the spray, and instantly that allows for LZ to peek on over.
You do have that snake vision in the PIP. Picture down there, you can see 77 just waiting for his time to strike. Xiao Wu does not look like he's going to be able to get rid of it. Actually, no, Xiao Bei will find him.
They have no clue. They both think he's on the other side. Shen is right on top of LZ. If 7-7 on one, that's a double kill.
Pa nije kasnije nego vidi iskonto.
Another angle here. Shen actually comes, he will find 77, so that lets them know that that snake is gone, but the trade comes through. Lil goes down, Shen down, both flushed immediately. Solid flank around the side, we'll see if they get to ring the roll from it.
Čekaj, on si izgubili ovo, ja ne vjerujem.
Ja prodaši.
Ja bi motka svima dao, kako su organizacije.
Gaming showing once again why they are the favorites to win this tournament. They clutch out better than anybody else in the world.
They're 180 to have to go for 7-7. They knew they had 1 second to make a play. We talk about it often, Poro, how teams are given chances to make winning plays, but don't dare go aggressive to claim them. Here, once they saw they got the kill behind them, they instantly push and they reap the rewards.
Beautiful stuff from 17 Gaming, and a great game from Tyloo as well. They managed to collect a nice set of points for themselves, so let's throw it over to the desk and see what they have to say about this game.
Have no fear, Panther is here. Aj, ja. Mattias Lesur. Kakav lik, kakav čovjek.
Babića I Luka Ruksa double face.
Welcome back. It is yet another different team that takes home the chicken dinner as 17 Gaming gets the chicken on Vikendi. Let's take a look back at the journey. It's highlights.
Yeah, and these highlights are just highlights of sending shivers down my back while I saw this circle. That is one of the roughest circles I've ever seen. Right. And also, of course, you have to just say these teams that send it into Dinoland, it was Hail Marys, but it's like a city. You don't go into the city unless you know it's going to end there, and it just was absolute murder. Crazy scenes, nice nades, nice utility, and overall, but the team's not used to fighting here. You know, you're not used to trying to get out of Dino Land. You're used to fighting someone in more of the opens here. So, yeah, super cool ending though, and super well executed by 17 in the ending. They poked the teams, they herded the teams, they made sure that they got into the right spots, and they were able to clutch it up towards the end. Tyloo, we have to say, that was fantastic play by them. They managed to stay strong throughout the game.
Absolutely. Side note, if you see a game called Jungle Jam at the next theme park you go to, do not enter that kiosk. That was absolutely wild. And the end game comes down to this Tyloo 17. You know, I thought when they sent their player out to the rock to sort of find that flanking position, they got that knock, that it was going to open the door for Tyloo. But 17 just feel, I mean, let's go back for a second. Welcome back to the desk, by the way, Toppy's Adventure. Let's go back to that Sonic's moment where Sonic sort of started to push them. They got that opening knock, and then they came in their cars around. 17 had the presence of mind to leave the anchor. Lil Ghost didn't push. He set a smoke wall and defended while they picked up and carried. And then
I want to go. Yeah, I want to go.
They played so well.
Yeah, but I want to go. Yeah, I mean, they picked up and carried. I want to go deeper, right?
Okay.
Do you think the right play would have been, because we were like discussing it, H-Win, they were like, okay, he sees the pickup, right? So he's not on the res immediately. That means it's going to be at least, you know, 20 more seconds until the player gets up and full HP, plus the time that it takes to travel there. Sonic decided to go on the rock and make a squeeze salvage game rather than potentially go for the win there. Do you think there was the right play?
I think that speaks to the power of 17 gaming.
Right, yeah,
I think
respect.
if it wasn't 17, that might have played differently. But when I see 17 with already what they've done at the start of this, like, these guys are out of control. Top 4, take a look at it, and we're already talking about them. We'll keep rolling down this pipeline. It's 17 Gaming. I mean, these are the guys, just as a reminder, PGC 2022 runners-up, PGS1 champions, first place finisher in the winners bracket, and the list would go on if we were willing to go far enough back to talk about it. That is what is scary. And not even that, like, Lil Ghost, I don't feel like is at his full strength right now. In fact, the man of the match is going to go to Suju, 400 points, 300 kills, but this game was more about space management and placement, I think, than anything.
For sure. Location, terrain management, everything. And they actually did that super well. They executed it to perfection here. And another game where we have 17 Gaming getting 17 points. Isn't that OCD inducing for you guys?
You know, it also just feels like a sign. Like, if I was
also top heavy. Look at that. The drop-offs from 4th to 5th is 5 points.
Well, that's because the end game didn't have a lot of options, right? So you kind of had to go out there. We did see those teams that came out of the fight at Dino did put up these massive kill counts. V7 will hold on to the lead at 31.
Oh my. It's 11 points from 1st to 12th. It's 11 points difference, Toffees. I've never seen a tighter leaderboard after 4 games.
Well, there's no
grand finals especially. There's no sponges yet.
Now, what I would hate to be is the teams in the bottom 4, because you know that conversation at the end of today is going to be like, oh, everybody else is so close.
Yeah, but Gen G goes out and get a 10-kill chicken dinner, then 27th they go into top 8 quite fast. So yeah, it's close. 2 more games.
Yeah, and you got to make the most, because I think SSG at 13 is our best example of a team that I thought had chance, and they didn't quite capitalize it.
Što je najgore od svega, sad Genji, na primjer, uzme win.
23 points, they had books on sale.
Absolutely.
That's the top 8.
I think you have to master, you have to go with with the opportunities as they arise. Now, the opportunities are going to be there. We're headed to Erangel next.
Yeah.
We saw what SSG did in Erangel last week. Now, they did catch some circles, but this is a chance to bounce back. I think Gen G as well. PO's sort of floating style maybe works better on this map.
The map where it's hardest to these clutch plays, because the terrain and the map is just so well known that it's just going to be super hard.
Well, we'll find out. 2 more matches to play. It's PGC 2023. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My radim is coming for you.
มันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่งถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area.
From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
We were enemies in battle. It was an honorable kill, an honorable death.
Why didn't you take him out?
I will kill him when the time is right.
Imam ga, brate, ja ti ne koristim.
It's time for you to die.
Pa taj Amazon Prime.
Imam ja Amazon Prime. Kako sad to dobiješ kod njih ili opet moraš platiti?
Smaraš.
Kako? Pa ja sam to povezano sa Twitchom, taj Prime Gaming. Ne vidiš, čekaj. Pa otiđu Riha na Prime Gaming. Ako je to sve isto povezano, nemam pojma. Koliko plaćaš?
Nemam pojma.
Jes, ukaj. Čekaj, ja ti stran. Da ne moraš kucat, evo ti ovako. I vidiš da je Gaming Amazon. I ima sam da povežeš svoj Twitch. Onda bi trebao imati taj pristup. Na ovo gift sub.
Hello everybody, we are back once again to set you up for our final 2 games of the day on Home Sweet Home. Toby, it's Erangel.
It sure is. It sure is. And if the previous 3 maps we've gone over today, it's anything to go by, one thing's for sure, spicy circles are bound.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We finally get to see a 17 gaming victory, and what a definitive victory it was. Tai Lu, well, they did their best.
Yeah.
They did their best, and it just was not good enough. 17 just on another level right now at this competition.
I feel like we're very lucky to have in one day of games a perfect showcase of how to engage when you're given the opportunity to.
Yeah.
We saw it in this game here.
Timing is everything.
As soon as they 180 to kill the snake, they know at least one guy's his back turned right now. Send it. They do it, they come out and win the game. Go back to the Miramar game earlier where you have New Happy against SSG.
Yep.
SSG see 2-knock players. They throw this, they throw the stuns they need to in order to make the play, but they hesitate for the split second. That costs them the win. At this level of play, if you miss just a 1 second gap, that is your win taken away from you.
You got to take those high-risk, high-reward opportunities every time they present themselves. Let's see how many will present themselves here on our final 2 matches on Erangel. We are getting into the game. Right there is what everybody is fighting for, Toby. Beautiful trophy. I got to touch it.
It really...
Hey.
You did?
I mean, I wouldn't say I got to touch it more than
just
like
ran up
I
trophy.
Snuck a touch on it, but you know, I'm not playing for it, so it's not like I have to worry about jinxing myself.
No,
or
I was just gonna say, how do I know there's the player curse thing, but how does that work with me and you working together here now?
I don't know.
Are you gonna like? Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm worried. Now I can't sit next. Like I can't move further away now. I feel like you're somehow cursed.
No.
You touched the trophy.
Kako idu
I never
meče?
liked that.
Oh well, I liked it.
Says the least superstitious guy in the
It
world.
was very cold.
Yeah.
Metal and
I do like the simplicity of it. I feel like sometimes those trophies get way too, over the top. This is simple, but it's really, really cool.
Yes, indeed it is.
I like it a lot.
It's also extremely heavy. I found out because they had all the trophies at the PUBG headquarters in Santa Monica, where we did have North American showcases. We had a studio set up for a while there, so got to see those trophies, got to touch the trophies, got to lift a trophy at one point, and yeah, that sucker is heavy. You don't want to have to be carrying that thing around. But you know what? That's enough about my experience with trophies. We've got 16 teams on the field right now, Toby, that are making their run of their own for the trophy.
And so far, we kind of mentioned in the previous one, but now they're still set in first place. So far, I'm not gonna lie, the team that of these 16, probably had the least expectations for in the grand finals. Veronica 7 is still set in first place.
Yeah.
Which to me is absolutely amazing. It goes to show again that there is that period of a grand finals, or really any bracket in the tournament, where it's anyone's game. Then we have those teams that are just better when it comes to day 2, especially when I'm down now that we have a day 3 here as well for the first time in this tournament. There are teams that I'm pretty sure will be able to catch up, but seeing Veronica 7 come off to such a strong start, I think is really, really great, because I think had they not, it would be very hard for them to start making that run come day 2, come day 3, when some of these more, I'd say, experienced teams on a global scale start getting their game going.
Well, that's the name of the game. It's not only just to find yourself up at the top, because I mean, especially on first day, right? One good game gets you there, but you got to have the other games, right? The other ones where you're constantly collecting points, constantly progressing forward. You just can't take those 0-point goose egg games as they put you so behind the 8 ball, especially in a lobby this freaking talented. I mean, look at this, first to 12th. Separated by 11 points. That's insane.
It is actually insane. And it adds even more pressure, as you said, to being able to convert a 0-point game. Just 2 or 3 points. Because now that we add that extra day, now that we go from 12 matches to 18, those really accumulate over time. I mean, and yeah, we've seen it time and time again where teams look completely beaten in matches and still the solo. Either he sneaks into placement points or he gets a perfect off angle and just finds those 1 or 2 points, then going down. But he found the points. He got something out of a tricky game.
Yeah, even last game. Getting 7-7, getting some more placement points there for Tyloo. Or Tiamba, rather.
Ooh.
Donawa. Sharp shot getting a little bit close to the boys, and Anonix not really excited about that, as he is going to take the seat swap through the fields. Not going to find the knock. He does do a little bit of damage, but that's about as far as he's willing to go and take this chase.
This is an interesting Space Station Gaming split now that we look at it, because we're still very, very early on. And of course, Space Station, I mean, used to going Lipovka, used to going out on that eastern side, denied that access by Tyloo. I'm not sure if they weren't ready for that coming into it, but if we see when they're currently positioned, I mean, they were kind of all over the place looking for vehicles, contesting 3 different teams for their cars. Now they get shot at, and if you look at them on the map, they have 2 players in what we, at least in the MEA, call liquid compound. They have 1 player up towards the yellows, and then Pixel is still kind of roaming around looking for a place to call home. I think Space Station Gaming weren't ready for the hot drop coming in, or at least didn't have an alternate plan to follow should that come through.
Well, the good news for them, at least, is that they are still 4 up and that they're not getting pressed. So at the moment, SSG still okay.
But what are they going to come away with from here? I mean, yes, they're in the circle. They're going to have like
there's still plenty of
VSSs and Uzis at this point.
Oh yeah, true. It's but we've seen teams make it all the way to the end of the end game with M16s and scars. So you know, it's It's what you can do with what you have.
That is so true. And Space Station Gaming, as a matter of fact, won a game from Hall of Fame with an Uzi and one of the players. So you know what? I'm not going to take anything away from them. They could still go out and have a phenomenal game regardless of the loot they have been able to get. In the meantime, up towards the northern side, Gen G, and again, a Gen G that we see, I would say, there. Go center earlier than we're used to. We are seeing only two of them here right now. It's Sean Young and DG98 scouting forward, not expecting, I think, for 3rd and 5 to be in this area this early on, but we have Petrichor Road in the 2-2 split hub here as well. It's actually surprisingly trafficked up on the northern side of the river.
Yeah, not so much worried about Songjang and his teammate that made it to that, but more worried about Esther and Pio, who are still off to the north, and now they're split off from the rest of the boys by the entirety of T5. So you can see Ty Lu over on this eastern side. As you said, still kind of harassing SSG, just kind of keeping track of where they are, scouting out, looking to see where SSG might have left open. But still a 2-1-1 split from SSG. That's, if they were pushed up against the wall, they're not really acting like it. They're still taking over a lot of real estate.
Sure, I feel like Gen G lives off of the same buff with that Will Smith Superman movie, where the further he is away from his former wife, the stronger he is. Like the further apart they are, the stronger they are. I feel like that's the Gen G buff. If they just
Will
keep
Smith Superman.
Yeah, you know, like the Superman movie where he's like the once a superhero and now he's not anymore because he's just a homeless guy.
Hancock.
Hancock, yeah, exactly that movie where the closer he is to his, like they are attracted. Regardless.
Boy, talk about
what
one of the 50 people that actually watched that movie.
What I'm trying to say here is that Gen G usually splits wide, and that's where they have control. I like the idea of them going more aggressive, but the way they're going about it now, sending 2 guys in, keeping 2 guys out, I don't know if that's the play. But we'll see. We'll see if it ends up rewarding them.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think more than anything, I mean, it's Pio and Esther knowing that they can't really push to where their teammates are cleanly anyway. I mean, it's very, very risky. Although they are holding down Warehouse, this also could just be them saying, you know what? There's a high likelihood that this hard shifts up to the north and we could have Warehouse.
I mean, if there's 2 circles we've seen on this map so far throughout this tournament, it is like south of Severny endings and it's west endings. And considering the fact that we're not going to end this game on Everest, even though, yes, I know there's a corner of it still inside the circle. Even though we're not going to go there, if Gen G is playing the odds on this one, saying, how many times have we actually gone north? I feel like they're playing a pretty good game right now.
Please, no more
Everest.
Still technically up there.
I know, but God,
the quadruple Western hard shift. I mean, you know what? I wouldn't even be surprised.
Speaking
of teams that may be thinking this might shift north of the river, you just saw Ty Lu looking down at LG. LG in a 2-2 split. Ty Lu favoring a little bit more on the Stalber. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, got a 2-2 split. They've got 2 on the north side of the river and then 2 down in the boatyard. Just kind of keeping eyes on Veronica 7 and Tianba. And now Tianba committing north as well. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams committing north of the river?
Yep, it's a, I mean, usually how it will be, even when we have 50-50, it's just because there's that much more to play on the southern side. It's that's the main reason why teams usually don't tend to commit to the less kind of areas until they're absolutely forced to go there. So it makes perfect sense that we're seeing that split right now. I hope they're reading the Tianba split right, because when they opt to group up, of course they're not going to go through Ross or go over that bridge. That'd be rather suicidal.
Sure.
So hopefully they're aware of Tianba's position. And also for Tianba, I think they're well aware that somewhere towards their east, we have Petrichor, the team they've played against 30 sometimes in the region just a couple of weeks back. And they usually like to play this split. So setting up to potentially ambush that.
Getting very close here.
Speaking of ambushing.
Over on Potato.
Oh, H, when you're in trouble, my friend.
Sonic's so close. Highmass and Sololzi just waiting for it. The spray comes through, and Highmass will find H-Win, and there will be no res. The rest of the Sonics boys just a little too far away. The damage coming through from Shrimzy will pretty much almost take out Sololzi's helmet. Good headshots from Shrimzy. He has been feeling himself today. But that is Sonics now down to 3.
And we're already now starting to see this whole idea of, as we kind of alluded to earlier, how the teams that play better off of previous games having been played, being able to, go back and watch VODs and see what teams like to do. We're starting to see those things being ambushed now. Sonics have played up into this hillside a lot of times before. We saw them against Foot eSports twice. In the last chance qualifiers, fight them here. They like to play up in Potato in these particular circles. Cerberus, of course, well aware of that, so they set up early, wait for them to come through and punish them. Speaking thereof,
might be worth noting though that those times that Sonics came from there, they were also looting Pachinki, and now they're no longer looting Pachinki, but they still come up from the western side. So Cerberus gets away with it. Suju will get spotted out as well. Tosi will take that one eventually, as he saw the smoke come in late.
Yeah.
But so much for a northern shift, Toby. We are playing down south. 2
IGLs eliminated in the early game. We'll see if Sonics and 17 can get things going regardless. And as you said, Circle has swung towards the south. There's still plenty of river in play, so could still have an impact. But for now, those 6 teams you mentioned just before have to figure out, how do we get down? Do we just stay on the northern side, or do we do wide wraps around the edge?
Petrichor Road already on the move. They're going to pass by Tiamba just on the outside of Boatyard. Now their northern duo is still in a little bit of trouble, because you do have ZYY and 77 that are in position to do a little bit of camping here if they so choose, but it looks like the boys will get through. Day trade, meanwhile, 2-2 split. Nice little spot north of Pachinki. I think they may have just gotten a knock onto 17, but that flush will not be coming through.
Oh no, but still a lot of info being fed across. They saw Sushu get flushed just before in the kill feed, so they now know if we get a knock there, that's a 4v2 pull-up should the next circle go in their direction. So great info being fed across regardless of whether they get
Da li je posjeo meča Twisted Minds
It's
prvi?
always good to know just how strong the teams around you are. LG making their way down from the north side. They find a free and clear Yasnaya Bridge, but T5 just off to their west. Haven't shot over here just yet. They're also still trying to find a place. Where does LG go from here, though? That's the question. There's just not a lot available here.
No, they play it slow. They scout forward. I think the reason they're stopping here is because they're well aware this was the safe rotation. Everything from here forward is going to include fighting opponents.
And
that's why I love seeing them stop where they do. They could even have stopped earlier and scouted this. Like, they're playing cautious. They're playing smart. They're not leaving anything up for... What if there's no one there? They're saying, no, we know there's going to be no one here. Let's just be smart about it. And maybe, who knows, maybe a fight will pop off that we can then get to third party by just waiting. Right now, the blue is not forcing us to go anywhere.
Exactly.
Let's play it smart, play it slow, and see what happens over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's high risk, high reward, and then there's high risk,
just risk
average reward. Just like going any further onto the center of this, you know what you're getting into, and it's just not worth it.
Most likely that would be a fight that they have to commit the entire team to, which also usually means ending up in a position that you have to commit yourself to. So imagine them taking a fight to Danawa in the garden compound, and then all of a sudden the circle hard shifts southwest, and you're like, well, guess we shouldn't have gone there to begin with. And right now they can sit and wait for that circle to pop. So no reason to stress about it, no reason to claim center in a circle where they know everything center is taken already.
Commit that time, commit those resources, and then eventually you get third party by SSG. So that's not what you want to see, as we see Gen G on that eastern shift. Now, Corexi from FaZe. FaZe has been hugging the southern side down here, making sure that they don't get backfilled. Jeem's still down at Ferry Pier. Corexi crept up here just far enough to know, or to, I guess, to see Gen G making their way down. So he's going to go and join the rest of the boys. And Jeem's finally, it looks like, leaving it. But Gubing going to find out Patapong, as Razak is getting a little bit close there.
I'm curious to see if Veronica 7 is opting to aggress off of this again. Veronica 7 usually a team that will not take a fight until forced to. In the meantime, now in the exact same spot that Atwin fell just minutes ago, December 12th is going to meet the same fate.
Cerber is holding down the line on the eastern side of Potato, as the circle will cut back towards the middle. So we'll still get School, we'll still get Razak, we still get Boatyard, Toby. We'll see if it decides to hard shift over that direction. But right now, Twisted Minds dead center in the School. And they might have company here shortly.
Great read here by Luminosity again. Don't go anywhere until you're given opportunities to. They see the vehicles leave. They say, you know what, that's ours. We're still inside the circle. Now we wait for an opportunity once more.
Danawa sending it up to the Razak Hill. Meanwhile, SSG tries to make the crash onto Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds and ready. They will find two with help from SSG and from Sonics. As now, from LG and Sonics, as Sharpshot and Pixel now suddenly the last two remaining players alive. The rest of Twisted Minds, though, are arriving to provide that support.
That was such an awkward position to the way that the vehicle was parked.
Down
No, maybe. Nope, not gonna happen. But the way that the vehicle was parked denied for him to push forward, so I had to flush Roth in order to push up towards that wall. Never want to see it happen, but just a really awkward place to get knocked then because that allows for Sonics to pull up here too.
Heads up timing here from the Sonics. They did lose H-Win early, but the IGL still in comms, letting them know this is the time to go. Let's take over that pool area while Twisted Minds is busy. LG gonna do the exact same thing. Now they're playing the wall. They've got to be quick about this because you can see Donawa still up on that Razak hill.
And that is the danger of playing these high prior positions in the circle center. If you don't get rid of the team that pulls up fast, if anyone smells a third-party opportunity, another one will pull up, and here they all come. Pick up from Gen G. Hopefully for them, they don't give up here. They continue going for a little while longer.
Oni sad trebaju ići za ovom bombom, ko Dulik što ide. Dulik bolje srp server nego ovi.
Nego ovih 18.
Pa ja, to treba za bombom da ide kamera da isprati. To ništa gleda izbatili mi perspektive.
9 billion IQ read. You know that oftentimes the team will play the northern side looking forward, trying to make some space for themselves. But the fact that they can't go for that make a play is absolutely insane. Now Ming at a distance with the red dot finds correction, but there's still more base players to be dealt with.
Phase on the hill,
Ali on ga zove Ming Ming, a nije Ming Ming nego Ming.
Jebo majku, Twisted pogine od solo igrača.
As we see the kill feed absolutely lighting up. LG try to push into the pool building. Faceplay will get eliminated. LG now has got Mime knocked, but they've managed to make inroads here into the pool. Shrimzy the last Sonic Rup.
The school and Rosa are on fire. As we see now, on the screen, make sure to grab him. Gotta be fast about it, as fast as these guys
pa ja
can
dok
be.
uđem, ovo je 3 lijepe
That's a really ill pro Nate should have a double kill on it. We'll see. No, I think he bounced down the stairs.
Gdje mi ode kod?
Za sad 90 puta upucano se vadi.
Revive off just in the nick of time. LG now 4 strong still. Twisted Minds starting to creep over here, but they don't want to commit too much. They'll only peek angles that are safe. Meanwhile, the circle does pop. It's going to go back towards waves, towards the wide open field, south of Razak and east of school, or west of school.
And this is where things are going to start slowing down. Now there is that gap of chaos.
160.000
pulling up on the school, but now the teams are kind of settled. Now they're holding their corners, holding their angles. Now is when the hot drop turns cold drop, and we'll just see everyone here waiting until the circle is going to force them to leave.
Koliko ljudi gleda PUBG trenutno?
Got eyes on Razak right now, and that's where we're watching as we've got a number of teams having to make their way.
26.000 YouTube možda.
Just to get inside the zone. They're on 5. Already
I
taking some
Huja
damage
TV.
from Twisted Minds.
6-7
V7
miliona
made it to the
10.
south side of the road. They're joined by Tiamba. Pow
Bilo je 10
still
zadnji
holding
dan
a spot on the
ovaj
northern
loser.
side, feeding information over to the rest of
Baš
the
je.
squad, letting them know where Veronica 7 is. Meanwhile,
Onda ima danas i
school
15
seems to
miliona
have
na
calmed
Huja.
down a little bit for now.
Yep, it is.
Ali prvi dan finala vas da ne zanimljiv. Biće treći dan, drugi treći dan će biti više.
Don't push, just wait this one out. Maybe we get the Eastern hardship. Maybe we get rewarded by something happening. That something could just be third on 5, joining the party in school as well, unless if Twisted Minds can stop them.
Full send coming in. Twisted Minds will at least get one off of this as they make it to the wall.
Ovi izgubili lua, kako boga?
Ubio ga Pixeli.
Aj, nemoj zezat. Oj, bože, je.
Izred toga on iš sam.
Gledam koliko 7,5 miliona gleda na Huji trenutno.
A to. A bit će sutra će ti na Huju biti 10 i zadnji dan će biti 15.
Oj, tabeli, gledaj tabeli jebeni.
Tabela, gledaj zonu za Genji, Genji može da vina. Znači, Genji legit može da vina, evo ih u centru zoni.
Dick and Balls, yes.
Ja. Dick and Balls, ali preko put.
Utilize at all.
Tako da oni mogu vinavati. Genji, ja ne misliš, Genji ti vina, to ti je...
Možda će opet ta zona dole što je Sonic vinuo u
They get Pow on the other side of the street. They've got V7 pinned behind a tree. But Veronica 7 taking the damage over to Donawa. There you go. Linshu through the smoke will find Human. The spray comes through, but he won't get the flush.
Such a nice read on it, too. It's just like these players know each other's muscle memory. He knows that if he was in full sprint there, he's going to continue around that tree. So he's pretty much just tracing him through the smoke. They're finding him. Absolutely. Nice taps there coming through.
Što bi ostavili Lokija?
Gledaj mrta.
A mogli su na makar u kola.
Na krošnju je pao mortar, spasio ih je. Ste vidjeli ovo, na krošnju iza glave mu je pao. Na krošnju iza glave mu je pao mortar, spasio ga.
Ne jednog, nego dvojici.
Dvojicu, da.
So while the North is going to blow up in just a short moment, because really only one or two teams can come out of there alive, the South is going to have to make moves too. Cerberus has to make plays. Day Trade and Petrico has to as well. Speaking of Petrico, here's Pow Pow. Pow Pow gets headshot and just continues to hold the angle. Does not care. He has 3 HP and still peaks Petrico.
What a giga Chad, okay? Tiamba still holding the line here in Razak. Now, Chewy71 has managed to make his way up here, but nobody from Tiamba over-peaking. Meanwhile, on the south side of this zone, Cerberus is going to try to hard crash into Genji's compound. They're going to lose Haisaki right off the bat. See if they can make it over to the ridge lines here. They're going to actually full send over to the warehouse where they have 17 Xiaobei ready and waiting, and he'll find Hymas. And that will be Cerberus.
Ovo ko mi kad igramo Scrims.
Then they get there, the one guy says, no, let's do something else, but they don't have the something else ready. Therefore, they scatter in all directions and they end up falling with holes. But in the meantime, perfect nade, lapped on over, takes out the entirety of Danawa.
And that is why you don't want to take the low ground too early. When people still have access to the high ground, they can do things like that. Danawa summarily removed, and now Petricore, after fighting their way over from Boatyard, they're taking no knocks. They are cleaning up Tiamba.
We said it, only 2 teams can get out of here. With Tosi still trying to make a play on this one. Issue is he's on foot.
Znači neće V7 pobjeć puno. Sad će
He has 2 nades. If you see them now, he sees one, might see them both go through the spray as well. Do they see him? No, they don't.
Znaš koliko je Twisted šuknuo sada LG-u i Sonic Ošao ispred njih. Sad ih može hold.
Even in the worst possible scenarios, they are managing to collect points.
Absolutely insane individual performance. The nade thrown down, but then reading exactly where he has them both. Even though there's a smoke deployed, still transfers over. Double headshot at that distance. Solid sprays coming through, and again we talked about it, turning salvage games into points.
Ajmo Genji. Iako 17 vjerojatno, ali ajmo Genji.
Job done for Tosi, as now we see New Happy. Well, this is what happened to them. They tried to make the push as well, and they were repelled just like the others before them. 17 Gaming working well on the north side. Genji holding the south. And now they have the northern side of the circle. They have waves to work around here.
Treba da probiju odbranu 70, a to je.
Evo i Dej se penje na tebi, ali ovo će mi on gušći. Idi,
kickstart the flush with
the pants of bounce.
Evo, Majm pobio svoje.
Malo je omašio.
A ipak 17 kabina.
Ma ne mora znači.
Pa GG bina.
Jer se kupio
Malu prednost ima 70. Ali ako im smokaju prozore i priđu u zgradi, sve je onda riješi.
Grenades coming through. Ikeslef will find Flash. Lots of utility being used, but good on the low side. Summer will get knocked by Norins. Ikeslef, though, will find Belmont. He's going to find Norins as well.
I'm a Ming.
Absolutely insane peek on over. Did not have that angle at all, but catches him
with the flashing hand.
Perfect play. Coming through from
Norins.
Still yet to find the flush, and there's 2 players on the other side. Detroit peeking on over.
Zato ovaj govori Ming, a ovaj je Ming.
Nice that he's buying his time here. Do not aggress. Do not give Norins any sort of chance to get through this.
More utility being sent over there. Pushills, the shot will come just a little bit shy. Chewy getting taken low by Norins, but hold the line, and they will collect a few more kills in their bag.
Dobro, malo si imao visla i ja sada mi je
navijački rekvizit.
Bravo, perfektis, doktore. Finišaj. A finišaj, jebano, opet im uklo. Pa ne, držao, on sve će zgubiti 10 bodova na kilova, koliko si imao kilova.
They will indeed, Snakers.
Ja što sam izbrojio u 2 gema 6 kilova si
survive somehow, still surviving. Songjang actually going to find the knock on a Perfectic. So Twisted Minds, they try to find this angle onto LG and they pay the price.
I've heard Trevor say before, the coach from LG saying, Snakers, he's always coming out and saying, there's a skill to dodging bullets. Left, right, up, down, throws out, like crouch.
Evo ti ga usred mape, vidiš ga na kamenu.
Once again, Snakers just
Ljubičanski
turning
ovaj
into
TP.
Neo from Matrix.
Perili malu.
A gdje je ovaj SSG?
Evo ga, na drvet.
Aha.
Što najgore, nikoga ne gleda jebati.
Uće,
on će GNG-a ili će Twisteda.
Trti jarajem da niko te ne
On mora spasti, vi sad ako bi sad nabio nok neke nema Twisteda.
Sad će ga čut ovaj udara.
Creeping further forward, we see Snakers jump there, found one, and then in the response.
Gle retarda, drugi.
Blows up all of them. That is the power of their Panzerfaust there. Batulin's trying to creep further forward. Oh, you cannot prone down here.
Prodaje se Sasha tako lako.
He does have a jammer pack.
I sa 1,5
Okay, I was going to say, this man is playing with fire right now. But that jammer pack going to keep him alive as Gen G, they are just in perfect position. There you go. Songjang will be the one that picks him off.
Ali Gen G sharp shoot.
Gen G će za zadnjeg u top 5
What will Sharp Shot do? The two snakes, Patampong and Sharp Shot, in perfect positions to wreck people's games
here. Sa
Gen
G.
Ako ima ovaj Sharp Shot, sjade game
Vidiš i sad vam gdje pio i oviđe sad u dobroj poziciji.
But look at this, 13, 14, 15, still in this match. We said the leaderboard was close, but if Space Station Gen G gets off to a good finish here, it's only gonna be closer.
I mean, Petrichor Road could jump, Gen G could jump.
To se desi kad te ne zatvoriš zonu kako treba. Ja ne znam šta je Ester radio cijelo vrijeme, ali vrat se napucavao sa 17-icom. Niko nije leđe gledao.
I izgube chicken zbog toga.
Poginuo i onaj step.
Izgubio 50.000 coinsa zbog toga. Iznervirao me.
Jesu umro u TP, ne znam kogo bio Gen G,
afford to do a full
I on sad napustio tamo Haman centar zone gdje je bio Pio zbog jednog lebenog vojnika.
Šta je uradi? Bacaj bombu, bola.
Viš ti na temu, druže.
Samo malo ugla umone. Ali dignući ih obojicu.
Only 3 up, they have the circle. Do you make the play here? No, they're too knocks, or do you wait for them? It's too dangerous to the Petrichor right behind you. I feel like they can't. It's too dangerous to make the play, especially now they hear the
Gle moli kroz zid vide.
Utility just falling short here. Xiaobei going to be holding the line right now. He's got a very good fort built in front of him to prevent entry into
to bi još tam da isčuje ove nis ništa ubli izgubu poziciju od hangara je.
Xiaowu will find Summer, will force him back. 8 kills for Petrichor Road as they have shown up in a big way here in Game 5.
Off of an insane pull-up on the ridge line there.
Lagani Perovin.
Really great play. And also up on the northern side, Rozok, having Chewy up close is kind of the surprise element and utilizing him absolutely perfectly. Solid game for Petrichor. What we expect to see from Petrichor. But again, this is the first time they make PGC Grand Finals. Glad to see them comfortable.
And Gen G showing signs of life. 7 kills. Now they lose Esther to the snake in the grass, but they are able to fully reset off of that, get back to the position that they wanted to play before. They managed to get across the road again as 17 was too concerned with keeping track of Petrichor Road, exactly what they should have been doing anyway. So Gen G taking advantage of that situation. The new circle does pop, and it is going to favor 17's compound.
Again, I mean, the years and years of experience among these 3 teams left remaining. When they get those 2-second windows to make plays, all of them will execute when need be. So looking forward to what hopefully will be a very, very good fit.
Danilov ga 9-8.
Yes, Gen G again spotted. Look at the angle. Xiaowu and Lilgo's just not going to allow for Gen G to wrap up. Able to find one.
Koliko su dobri to je. Ne znam, vrate, trebali su smoka prozore, balkone i čao.
A ti izišao lik cijelim tijelom 3 metra.
A druže, ali šta pogađaju, ovo je bolest. Ja ovo ni snajpera nisam pogodio.
From Petrichor Road. Right now, Xiaobei holding the line as Petrichor Road comes through. They'll find the first knock on the Ming.
Small mistakes being made here as there was no trade. The nade is there to follow, though. They should be able to reset. They should be able to get the rest on up, but we're seeing so...
We
always talk about great rotations, but these are small individual mechanical up-close plays that we've been blessed with. The Ike's left nade to instantly run into follow, because you know that Xiaobei is going to fall back off it, make a play off it. Yes, the trade there wasn't quite good, but they still keep four alive.
To je trebao, šta što radi, to je trebao da sad balkon jedno. To je trebao da uradi, imali bi...
Down to two, Xiaowu still has that nasty angle from the roofs, but they have spotted him out. They know exactly where he is. Shot's not coming through just yet. The smokes maybe a little bit too far here away from where they are. Xiaowu has a beautiful angle, but now he's got to worry. Oh, he spotted out Chewy. Did he see him?
I mean, whether he saw him or not, I don't think. Yeah, I
don't
think
Zora
tabela, sviđa mi se. Regardless of whether or not that's just too important. That's both holding him on the roof, but also not allowing for 17 to make a wrap on the western side. So very important that Chewy holds that contain.
Okay, Gen G. They put the smoke wall down. It looks like it's going to get into the wall. And the circle center dot is going to fall right on top.
Pa došli su.
Road, I think 17 game, trying to get a little bit closer. He's going to flash himself.
Aj, flasha ga njegov.
He flashed himself again. Xiaowu just peek around the side. He's going to find one. Everybody, go ahead and get your second piece. There it is. Gets the sixth kill for 17.
I feel like he was earlier because little goes flash over the top. Unluckily flashes Xiaowu as well, but loving the attempt here of trying to make something happen like that. Flashing for each other. We've seen tag FPS games all the time, and here they're trying to set up plays for one another too. Absolutely phenomenal to see 17 before they go for it, or do they deny?
Evo ga. Ne valjalo se, bolje je Pero da vidim.
Ova nema metaka, 34 metka.
In the span of 30 minutes, can they get higher? Luke goes will find Summer. He's got eyes on Ming as well. But he's only got 9 rounds left in the magazine, Toby.
That's the issue. That is the issue. We're reaching a point where as much as they probably want to take this fight, they literally have nothing left to work with. And the other guys do. Ike's left headshot to follow over the top. That's one down. Little Ghost is not getting over this. He wants to find the flush, wants to find anything to try to take them out. But I think even he is starting to realize, you know what? I literally have nothing to work with. And that is going to be Patrick with a 10-kill chicken dinner.
That is what you call
totalno više rješava.
Ma, bože, smog po glavu, gasim kompom.
The span of one game has hopped right back to the top of the leaderboard, and boy, don't they know it. Good work from them in a very, very difficult game.
From start to finish, I mean, they're 2-2 split in around Ross, like them even
malo se odvojio.
To then fight over the northern side and make their way
Genji je prvo izgubio Estera, znači kao da ljudi igraju od juče, otprilike tako su ga izgubili. A onda je onaj Danilograd 9-8 napao kamp kao da je sam na mapi.
But Toby, 17 looks like they're warming up, man. That is terrifying stuff. Let's throw it over the desk to hear what they have to say about this last game.
Five games down and 5 chicken dinners to 5 different teams. Petrichor Gaming comes away with the most recent in a dominant play that started over there in the Cat's house, and ultimately, like, they fought on that hill in a way I've never seen before, and then managed to push over to the warehouse. Let's look at the highlights.
The highlights, baby. Yeah. And but also this case here, like, they took terrain away from other teams that they were not like given easily, right? So it's a hard-fought win. So super impressive all, of course. But what an impressive game, right? Genji just pick up straight into the southern part of the compound, and because 17 were only 3 guys at that point, they're playing only one side of the compound, right? So super well executed by Genji. Of course, it's a little bit of a blind luck. V7, impressive amount of kills they're able to get out of this. But again, it's super hard to get out of rush shock when you hit the circle shift south, as the guys are pointing out during the disc, or during the cast.
Zapravo on je morao da ispali ovu.
He's probably going to save that clip and put it
Panzer.
into a
Here's that fight we were talking about. He should. This is where Petrichor just absolutely goes bananas. And they had to fight 3 teams and somehow managed to come away with 4 players alive.
That's crazy.
Which opens us up for the end game. I'm sorry, did you have a collapsible shield? Not anymore. And it comes down to the final 3. Perro's 4 strong because of their ability to survive out on the ridges. They're able to push in. Genji distracts 17 long enough to allow that
sensitivity igra ovaj X-Wood. I pazite ovo sad. Ono, 50 DPI, 0.1 in-game.
So good game from Petrichor Road. I mean, and that's one of those two, like, there's no sitting there and saying, oh, they caught circles or they didn't earn that. Like, these guys fought tooth and nail in a spot that I don't like finding myself in personally over by those ridges. And they made the most of it, and then actually took a super high-value compound. So welcome back to the desk. My name's Stockings. I'm joined by Avenger. It was a very exciting game, and dare I say, the start of some normal circles, hopefully.
This was, of course, when you have such a center circle, you're expecting some of the teams that are looting center towards it is going to be doing extremely well. Ixleft is going to be popping off. He's going to get 5 kills, 657 damage, so very likely to be the man of the match. Chewy also did good, of course. Only did 60 damage. You're more of a tank.
You know, but sometimes you need the tank. You didn't even absorb that much, to be honest. He was just out there finishing the fights. I think that was the important thing. Is Ixleft was pretty wild up there on that teaming and sort of spread out and just make sure they were able to distract and keep eyes on them.
Yeah, those riches north of the package is a hard spot to play.
Pa ne bi ni htio igra s tom, hajde zaći Discorda.
Pa znam da nećeš kad ti cijel dan pita.
Some of the missed utility on day trade a little bit did definitely open the door for them to clutch.
A šaš onda ovdje,
They
hajde
have
zaći.
2 knocks, they survived that, get all 4 guys up, as you pointed out, I guess crazy.
A ne možeš ni pripremamo taktik da streamuje.
17 Genji, Perro 120 after a somewhat rough start for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very nice jump, kill count, placement, huge points. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, though. 17 will grab that 41 points, looking good, comfortable in first place. It is not a icon I am unaccustomed to seeing in first place. LG at 4 is going to be pretty happy considering
430,
almost not quiet. Twisted Minds as well. They've had
430 vertikal 0.6, Bata vuče ovaj 3x, znači to je 800, ko igra 800, to je 815. Nije 815. To je 800.
The consistency, like the points per game, is obviously it's kind of leaning out a little bit now.
14.
They've put themselves there.
And we even talked about sort of the bottom 40.
814 igra vertikal 0.6 Bata, AUK 3x vuče kao da pištoljem puca.
Koliko ima podlog? 6 metara rukom.
Ali razumiješ, znači, to je ja fizički to ne mogu da izvedem. Znači ja to fizički, evo sad uzmem, da vučem, ja to ne mogu fizički izvedem.
Onda u njega miš drži ruku, miša iza monitora tamo i vuče.
A onda kad igra ove velike skopove, gledao, velike skopove igra, znači 2x mu je 43, 443. To je, koliko je to? To je 827. 828. I onda povećava 3x mu je na 45, to je 830. Pa 4x igra 832, 6x igra 832, znači od 815 do 832 se njemu kreće sensitivity. Pri čemu mu je general 815, a 8x mu je 832. Druže, to je anatomski nemoguće za naše podneblje. Ja ne znam, ja to da stavim taj sens i da uzmem 3x AUK, ja bi polomio prste, ruku, na 3 preloma bi imao na jednoj ruci.
Haj probaj.
Dobro, ja igram relativno malo. U mene jedan vertikal. I sve 41 i 400 DP.
Ali ovo nije 401, ovo je 430, brat. Znači ovo ti je 430.
Ja znam da sam svoj poveću, malo lošu tastaturu, monitor,
there from Petrichor Road. Huge victory for them. Could not have come.
Zato ja malo krenem tastaturu, pa ime.
so far through the first
Ono,
4
sakrivaš se solo 100. Trznite vi Laki lijevo, ti desno i dute staturu i...
Laki nekad nije rekao lijevo.
Laki vi kažete, znači Laki kad kaže desno, ne okreće desno.
Tako je.
On tamo nije.
It was only one power, I suppose. Pow. In any case, I actually told me, Toby, we just want to make grand finals. Like, we've never gotten there. We feel like we're capable, but just mistakes on mistakes on mistakes cut off our short. Welcome to the first, I feel like one of the first Eastern Souls in this tournament. But he said we just want to make grand finals, and I just looked at him. Bro. You guys are insane. Don't sell yourselves short. And now I want to go talk to him again. Now you're here. Like, what are the expectations now, especially of what has now been a pretty good day today?
Well, look, you gotta.
Ovo je baš jedan stari igra.
In front of you, right? You have to take those baby steps. As Toffees has said about 4 times now. I think the journey starts with one step. You can't start thinking about the grand finals when you haven't even made it through the Berlin bracket yet. So it makes perfect sense that they would think that. But I guarantee you, these guys, they know that they're capable. They know that they belong in this lobby, and not only that, they know that they can win this.
Ali njih si izjebalovi sa ukidanjem planina i jebi
ga. I feel like as much as all regions are capable of popping off, which we see time and time again in this tournament, there is a thing to the majority of the Chinese teams that give them just a little bit of goodwill, give them just a little bit of space and momentum going their way. They will absolutely slaughter. Giamba has done it in previous PTS tournaments. Obviously 17 we don't even need to mention because I mean, their resume kind of speaks for itself. Petrichor is still yet to show that at global events, as good as they've been in China. Haven't been able to show it globally. Now this might just be their time to shine.
I mean, Ixlep is a superstar. Sharp shot, getting close to Correxy, but the shots don't come through. And now Correxy, you're in a little bit of trouble. Is the rest of the already vehicles on the way over? Yes, they are. SSG a little bit further. But they also look like they are heading over in this direction as well.
This is awkward because neither of these two guys can now get to their vehicles. I think they're both parked facing the other person's building. So it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. Guys, come over. I need a pickup. I think that's exactly why Gustav is getting it now. But he's approaching at the exact angle that Shot has an angle from. This is dangerous driving. Gustav stay alive. But that, I feel like, was unnecessarily dangerous.
Okay,
but they're fully committed to this.
They sure as heck are. Effects very low as well. Pixel's trying to defend his teammate Sharpshot. I feel like that M249 might be the thing that is keeping him alive right now. But now the rest of the boys have arrived. You can see James off in the distance. He's trying to make his way over here as well. So both teams fully committing to this fight in the final game of the day is Sharpshot by Gustav.
Rekao si jedan igral, tako sam
što. That is the only real close threat.
Igrali 5 mista, samo su jednom meča za 17 pojena.
Skonto smo sve što ste rekao.
A dobro, nije mi vater.
Gdje si grofa? Tvoj pred ih prvo i treći.
Malo ga, jesam malo ga
i treći pred nikim je Danava, evo ih 9. I oni su
bio sam 100% sam, šta će reći.
Znao si šta dolazi, ja čini on krenuo nešto da pamet.
On the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't, like, what do you say, like go too hard down on these sort of things, but we're at the global championship finals. This is where microscopic mistakes are being punished, and I feel like that could have been one of them right there.
Well, at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but now Space Station, they've got on their south side. Rossadit gets knocked very low, and that could be the thing that saves SSG as the rest of Theraton 5 will pull away.
Ja, ljudi, god sam pitao da igra sa mnom, igra s Krimove već.
Ma nije
nego. A slušaj, evo,
Tri ekipe prije.
I kome god sam napisao ko igra još s tobom, da znam da ga ne pitam Dujiće u tome. Dujić igra s jedno 4 ekipe već. Ja stvarno ne znam što je igrač.
Jebo majku.
In the early game, and once more, it's Xiaoyang that's on the receiving end of that damage. I like the fact that Tai Lu was taking their time, but of course with the whole Face and Space Station fight, they would have seen it in the kill feed. They know where both teams were, especially Tai Lu, so aware for a Space Station because they
Ja ta Irfa sad saznajem.
Ja ti lijepo rekao da liječiš u ponika i bilo ti istio.
a little too dangerous, knowing that they would have slowed down because the fight that had just happened.
Especially by himself, right? I mean, you got the rest of the team, they were still on Millie. I mean, that's maybe being a little bit too aggressive on the part of Zhao.
Pošto se prodao Bog, pa ljudi me pitali ima 3 dana.
Pa ne znam jesi ti sa njima prijavljeni u timu sa nama.
Timu odigramo Scream godišnje.
Hajde sad u lik.
Ako ti ne dođe turnir lik, ode u Novi Sad, u tamo odate, Herceg Novi.
A to je tačno.
Ode istraživati rodno mjesto.
Pojesti crkve iz namerice.
You're just asking to get shot in the back if you start fighting here in the early game, so I assume that if
Druže, svaki turnir sam ove godine propustio.
Slowly creeping on up again. I feel like, I mean, yes, he dies, and that is a mistake in and of itself, but
mjesec dana se pripremamo za 5, dođe 5 krištulik, ja nisam tu, ja ode kući.
A nisi otišao kući, jel? Ili jesi?
Jes, išao si. Jes, išao je dolu. Ne, tvoj sistem dolu su tako.
A ja, mislim da nešto se potpilo. Ne planiram. Dobro su sačuvali ovo auto.
Taking out tires in his anger, Toby.
You know what? I mean, doing that,
yes,
but also
Sasha,
causing a lot of issues for face. Should this go anywhere but where they currently are. In the meantime, now Petrichor on here, but it's a full-on vehicle fight going through, and so far knocks on both sides.
Petrichor rode once again in the vehicle fight. Now they did wipe Space Station on Vikendi by doing this. They're going to find one. Heaven just gets out of the vehicle. Glaz's going to find Ming. What? Glaz's going to find Ikeslep. And Petrichor rode, after getting a much-needed victory in the last game, now finds themselves in danger going out in 16th place.
Talk about teams being rewarded for early games. Well, there they are once more. Veronica 7, whenever it seems like they're about to fall apart, they turn around and make plays like this. Solid grab of 3 points there. Yes, they lose players, but
Kimeko kaže da nije zadnji game turnira, nego je sam zadnji game za danas.
Pa vidiš šta radi ovi Spirit, idu ljudi trajbaju, onda čisto tro.
A jebi ga, malo su se nadražili kad su vinali game, pa... Jer dajmo mi sad rabajati djecu.
Gdje ćeš, ja rekao čovjek ode uveti. To Kardan ti names.
Page was trying to go and provide support. And Haisaki, we talked about Cerberus being right there on Death Road. Roth will find James, but Corexi going to be in the right place at the right time. Now FaZe, despite taking about 5-6 knocks at this point, find themselves with 3 kills.
Yeah, and 3 alive as well again. I mean, the first one, unfortunate, but still able to get through with a nice trade there, realizing very quickly that it was
ovo se nije desilo cijeli turnir. 8 minuta, 9 minuta prošlo, 9 ljudi živu. Gdje je ljudi umru?
Page gets found in the open. You see Snake is there, nice tracing, like just following his movement, being able to take him out.
Lako su s ovi jurili.
Following movement. Wild West.
Seat swapping. It's great.
It is great.
Well, Petrichor Road, we remember the result from that. They were down to just 1, but it looks like Chewy 71 still alive, so Pero's still in this, not out in 16th place just yet. Haisaki going to take a little bit of damage as Sonic's starting to creep back into that western side of Potato Hill, which we've seen many times before. 17 already looking over in that direction, expecting an inevitable flank from their backside here. They got to make sure they know Cerberus is ahead of them on the east. They just got to clear their west.
I feel like a lumberyard ending is long overdue.
You think?
Smanje
I like it. I mean, those kind of open hillside fights where you really get to see the individual skill go to fruition. Don't get me wrong, I love
10 minuta tačno. Znači kad ti popa drugi krug, to ti je tačno 10
minuta. Ma ne, potrebe. Nakon ljudi si uzmu poziciju, 5 minuta ostane da spoji. A mislim ja sad idem meč, pa zato čekam na planini.
Ali to ti je sve pozicija toga što je lud. Oni lutaju svi po 2,5 minuta.
Prison already making their way down south. Cerberus going to leave Death Road. They're going to send it down south, but they're going to find FaZe and well, what's left of FaZe, and then New Happy over by Farm, and Ty Lu also making rotations right in front of them. So far so good for Cerberus. But it is about to get, I mean, look at that mini map.
Koliko kasnije ovaj TL, LZQQ rotaciji.
With the shift coming this hard down towards
Zbog ovoga
southeast,
će nas
everyone
stradati.
knows there's free real estate available.
Jasnije ko ja.
But that
To
real
je-
estate is only going to be available for the next 20 seconds time. Everyone is wrapping in, as you said, Gen G with Dynamo right behind him. You have FaZe Clan full speed
Kaj
forward.
brat
into
ga
the
voli
city.
više
Go now
lutnut,
as well, right
malo
behind,
i zakasnit.
who just managed to
Evo umro je, evo ti umro je, evo umro je.
Again, it's compound to compound, so probably not going to be any flushes to follow.
Well, I don't think it's going to matter because LZQ is by
he's alone.
himself.
Yeah, true. I misread that completely.
Eto, Riha, ako ti je lakše, to se dešava i kod ovih što primaju 3000 eura mjesečno.
Da, ja ne primam ništa.
Ti im ne primaš ništa, im imaš 3000 sati u igrici. On ima 30.
So that'll be safe for them for right now, but we got to see where it's going to leave them.
Nisam još
in the
namjerio
next
3.
in the upcoming circles. Here's Flood. Ooh, we've
But
seen him. He
suck.
was on earlier, about as on as you've ever
How
seen a
many
player
match today?
in on Tego. So he's
Try hard time.
Be careful.
Here comes the running 7. We know they like the E pickups. Will they be rewarded though, or will they be shut out of the sky? We're just seconds away from finding out. You could only imagine that they're going Milta.
Ima jedan batus u chat svaki minut šalje question mark.
Potentially could punish this luminosity split.
It's a possibility. Mod and Snakers already looking over in that direction. The shots coming through from Snakers will at least turn their parachutes off to the north, so that it's going to push them a little bit closer to Twisted Minds. Snakers has seen them hit the ground.
That's
but
dangerous.
they lose the angle as LZQQ. Oh no.
O, dignut će ga,
Tom
evo.
came over here to res his fallen teammate, and Shen got shot out of the vehicle. So you save one, and you end up losing the other. In the end, it's a wash here for Tyloo.
Yeah, it's
He's
not
like,
good
wait, he
for
lost
He's
him
your
too.
brother,
He's like,
makar
wait, where are
It was kind of a weird rotation too, because I mean, the previous one I would say, because you
Vidiš
actually
Luki
saw
kako se vrati po igrača, ti bi Rihu ostavio ovdje iz krvari.
Nemaš, ti se po Rihu ne možeš ni vratiti. Kazaki nam je gotov.
Ma kad nokaju, ja prije što dodirnem pod onaj iz auta, men već finišamo. To otmanje ko će me finišati.
Kada ga je ubio lik, spadu brasa.
Jebo mak, ja idu lik jedan pored drugog i on mene.
With 17, they are on that southern coast still, pretty clear and free. Gen G, meanwhile, PO working his way up north here. He's right on the doorstep of T5.
Padu
Ali
brasa,
odmah bude
kvalitetni.
žao što mene ubiju, a mene pišu što baš ti. Jebi ga. Što spucu? Bogam ti jednom je izvadio, a 30 minut finišao pišem poruk što baš ti jebote.
Tako mene Laki izvrnuo iz vazduha. Napravio klip.
Stavi na TikTok, jel da se hvala.
A nas ko editovo TikTok?
Sam sebe editovo.
Bilo mi je mučno.
A kako se FaZe vratio dozgo opet u u centar?
Evo shifta je.
Bil gore GLG.
Vaj sad ko iđe za letu u Milton, svi bit će puna za 15
Ja, svaki će po jedan ćošak da kreša.
Into the city proper, you can still play more easily in and around the open. That is once the hill shifts out. So hopefully we're going straight north on this one. We should go straight north, and there we all get to see what new Milta can do for us in an end game. Here we go. You see the city right there.
Look at that. So 17 tries to send it on the beach.
Bravo, James za njoj, sve James za njoj spre.
Ja, mak, pogim tako u zraku. Dva je šota, nema ništa.
As FaZe now gets up to 5 kills, and now Luchu all by himself in a compound.
Evo,
Was
LG
LG
crash.
spying that? Did they see
Jim
him fall by himself there?
Jim je bato.
Right on top of him, and the damage is coming through. He's gonna find nobody.
Oh, Loki able to find Mime at a distance though, so some damage done. He's knocked outside as well. This Dano kind of shoreline position to the southeast. Again, they're trying to iron opportunities, wrap where the wind.
Juj, puna Milta čovječe. Ima ovo, gdje će ovaj Heaven, ode od prije.
Jeste koliko imaju FPS-a?
Aj, to imaju loše kompove.
Kakve god je bio, ne bio više 30 da jebu
Kome će se ugasiti PC sad?
At least hide out in these buildings and play for late game because look at the mini map around him.
Evo, Glaz na sve
all
lišta.
types of protection.
Znači, umrli su u prvom, 9 ljudi umrli u prvom krugu, sad neće niko 5.
Kako ovaj V7 igrač upao Milti, a malo prije 3 sekundi ga neko iz V7 ubio jednog gore u šalteru.
A evo sad svetio i sa Medem. Medem poginuo i ono su tuži.
Sonics, meanwhile, still playing from that south side. Nobody
south
of them as we get to see what happened to V7 here.
Ma da. Ja.
A bukvalno svaki kill u vazduhu koji je bio na isti način. Znači, bukvalno ljudi prestanu pucati ili odustanu i dobiju kill ima.
So there are northernmost team, and then on the west side in farm, New Happy still 4 strong. Everybody else, though, pretty much inside Milta.
I mean, go back to what I was saying about them when they played into Dinoland and McKendy just 2 games ago. They want to play with the blue on their back. They don't want to have people backstep them, but they also know.
Gledaj krmače sad. Ide krme.
Pushing in. I saw a shotgun, and I think
Lou. Are they ready for this one, though?
Chewie is holding the ankle.
Oh my god, they're so sneaky.
A loše ispikovati, ovaj prvi mora proleti, drugi za njim. Jao, sve ih mora mučiti.
Dobro je ovo bilo. Poginuli bi da se.
A jedan uleti, vrati full run, drugi ispita.
Head on a swivel, good snap stuff from him.
Imao je jebeno oružje, ali nije iskoristio. Evo, Twisted.
Nema više onog čekao mil.
Pija klošara što se približava.
Sad će poginu.
Oko Bog da.
Kako ti je pio i pikseli fleđa?
Ubi.
Moj pio moj.
He's got a Groza. He could make things work. He lays the smoke down. The grenades are coming in, but he's already dipped on out. There you go. Perfectix will finish him off as doing things. Ends up biting him in the butt once again.
He heard the shots. He thought they all were in the compound to get it off angle in time, but little did he know there was only 2 players there and they were split wide. The issue is Twisted Minds. I mean, they are literally just the team that somehow magnetizes snakes towards them. We saw it.
Evo i ovi.
On the last chance, I should say, and now they're finding themselves alone too.
Pronjuše lobby.
Make their way into the city as well. As you see a lot of shots being traded back and forth, but I mean, this is just hard city until for now. Now we do have New Happy on the west that need to make their way in. Theraton 5 trying to send it in, but they've got Dono a very wide split and kind of protecting that eastern side, and they're going to find themselves losing Rocidid. Will Esther find a knock?
Evo dođi, prođe Claire je, ne diže ga ovdje.
There's still 2 players left. Hatsawat is coming in here as well. Finds 2 from Twisted Minds. That's elsewhere on the map that will go back.
Ali Pixelik i prošli meč solo uvatio dvojicu. Ili jednog. Iz Twisted Minds. Jednoga luva zapravo.
Ja ga banu sa turnira, trova. Ništa ovaj gdje
Ne, finiša nad Fexa.
Dajte strajkove.
Svi snokani su iste, da samo jedan nap. Koji kurac radi?
It's just such an awkward angle. You have Tayamba looking, you have Genji now looking as well. They can't do anything about it. And as I said before, the damage up towards the north, that is Twisted. Split 2-2, not at all expecting Pixel to come creeping in from behind, finding a double. Play, but Soul lops the nail. Finally, Danoa rewarded for those kills.
And credit due to Soul, fantastic play, but this is what I've been keeping my eye on here on the map stream. Pixel managed to find 2 knocks, got another knock onto Lou, and now is finishing off his kills there. Lou and Spiro getting the information fed over to them from Batulins. Probably this is just a solo player, but man, Pixel is dangerous right now. And yeah, Twisted Minds just going to let him onto his own devices.
There's nothing you can do about it. I think the fact that he didn't flush Batulins earlier was, wait, maybe he left, maybe he went somewhere else, maybe I can still go out and do something. But I think also for Pixel, once he hears those cars come forward, get the flush, secure the kill, force them away. Maybe if the circle swings north, there might just be placement points for you to grab.
LG,
Let's see where it goes, and it is going to favor off to the north here a little
bit. Idemo sad šta će Danova da uradi.
Some decision making to do. as they've got to figure out where they want to play. 17
sad su
already
bombama
spot inside the
riješeno.
zone. Now Lil Ghost has been
Dobro,
knocked,
vi
and
sad
they've
da
got to
dozgo
try
može
to get over
skauta
to
šta je
him.
prije, vidi
But
nije ništa prije.
again, most of the city still in Gen G. Donovan, really the only
Evo,
ones that
gledaj,
have
da
to
bi
find
učio
somewhere to
kako
play.
se
Pogledaj malo bolje mapu, skonto sam da nije
3x8
ništa.
spray from Kick. Wow, Pixel just, I mean, again, absolutely phenomenal player. Not usually the one you see with the highest kill numbers on Space Station.
Aj kako ti daješ prijave, ovdje majke. Ti u sekundi možeš nokat 7 različitih timova.
When it's his time to shine, he will do so.
Ovdje ne može.
Okay, day trade.
Zamisli ti odprat
right now, and that's giving
Onaj
the
ko
fans something to
preživi
cheer
pričat
about as
će,
they
nema
have
nikakav
pretty much
info,
complete control over the southwestern side of this circle right now. Is LZ going to get spotted out from range? Now LZ and Etong Mu still alive for Tai Lu, but they are outside of zone in that little compound here. They've got to find a way, someplace to
Pa ovo će se deveta završavati sa smokovima
I
I
think that coming into grand finals, all these teams are a little nervous, the jitters are there, but I'm telling you, everyone is dialed in today. Headshots pretty much non-stop at any distance. Noren's caught LC mid-air there. I'm loving the fact that they're setting up push-ups on the other side. Here, they're waiting for Tai Lu to make a play. They already have guys safe inside the circle. They just have to clear their side of the circle first. So if they can deal with Tai Lu altogether, that will be, I mean, now they trade with plenty of space to maneuver.
We'll see if Tai Lu can get across.
Ali volio bi da vidim Milta ending. Obično izlazi van Milte na ovu poljanu gdje ide Genji. A se skontali da nema više onog šeka?
Will find just the smallest
No, dođe bio šek
onaj. They've got a crate, they've got a vehicle. That's all they need. They feel comfy.
There's no way they saw the crate. It was like, ooh, cover in the open. Let's go. We got one US boys. Pixel with the triple coming through. Danoa did not see him at all. And down
Pixel bude da igraš sam tu. Ti tvoj samo smijeti.
Pixel, you just earned your team 4 more points. SSG goes out in 13th, but not before a highlight reel play from their fragger.
Holy moly, they were down instantly. That was like non-stop headshots all the way from start to finish.
Filthy stuff from Pixel, and now Gen G has actually that actually does a lot of good for Gen G as well. Now Pixel does go down, but Gen G now have this whole spot over here on the northeastern side of the zone that they can play with. Don't have to worry about Donoa on their uphill from them. Now, Twisted Minds still have a duo, but those guys most likely aren't going to go anywhere anytime soon, I wouldn't think.
We're in a case right now where everyone is waiting 6 seconds to
Dobro, moramo da gledamo ljude koji pronaju. Jebo ga kru.
Very comfortably. Some more than others, sure.
Evo 17 kreša, mi gledamo li kru še.
Kakav move, ljudi moji. Evo, ne idu.
Ovo stvarno ne znaš ko će vidjeti. Gledajte dole.
Plavi zone.
A FaZe ima najbolji spot.
Pa i CS je dobar, realno. Samo sve zavisi hoće li otići vam ili tamo.
Oj, šta im uradiš, ej. Au.
Dobro, neki umro sad.
Nek neće se puno odvojiti ovi Igor, neki to je dobro.
Doktori su lukao kili. Ode Rail umriti.
U dobar nade.
The grenade, will it find its home? It does, but DG98 has
comes over though, the flush will be found. You can see Rello is running around and picking up nades from his knocked teammates. Doesn't have time to rest. He knows he has them right up over on the other side in those smokes. He just gotta find the perfect nade. If DG falls here, then his res is up to at least
Pa kad vidiš da ti ne funkcionišu bombe doli iza, da je baci jednu prije.
Bukvalno lik baci 17 isti. Ovo je opet ovaj Danilo grad retro.
Joj, baj. Baci 6 bombi na isto mjesto, vidiš da ne ide gdje je bacio taj prvi smog.
Opa, nešto graničar pao.
A mogu je rezat sve. To nije bacao bombu.
Kako korekciju ispiju ukrezat sa killom?
Ali njemu reakcije. Samo digo ruku, ništa paca niz.
I poginuo.
Boli ga kurac, se ubio ljubu. Koliko ih je bilo u autu?
Trojica je ubio vamo dvojicu iz Twisteda. Ili trojicu.
Znači, posle ovog gema će tabela biti još gutavija.
Još za 17 umre.
Da hoće samo D, malo se podiđe, malo to bude.
A D3 ima dobru zonu.
Moraju CS-a, dobri CS može igrati CS 12 šta fali.
Evo možemo prediktat ko će pobijeti.
A ja bi rekao FaZe.
Sonics.
Stavit ćemo 10.000.
It's going to bounce between
another team.
pineapple bushes? I don't know. Pineapples grow on trees, don't they? I don't know what grows in bushes like that look like pineapples. We'll call it hay. They used to be hay bales, so we'll call them hay bales. Correxi's got him pretty much pinned down, though. And if it's not Correxi, well, you got Tiamba, Pow and 7-7 also have an angle onto this. DG98
mogu za više timova, gledati samo za jednog.
Oh, 77. Gonna steal it away from FaZe.
And
now Daytrade taking the action right to the jaw of New Happy.
So smart plays coming through here.
Oh, well, FaZe on
now that they know they have to make this play. There are two men pushing up and over, but they have Belmont and Flash on the off angle trying to fend off. They find the two confirmed, but they still have one more to deal with. Doesn't matter. Vex is there to claim it, and more space now being made from Daytrade Gaming. Really smart plays coming through, leaving two behind in the city to kind of play that over-the-shoulder protector.
Did their best.
FaZe ima 9 kilova, ukrio brat 4.
Now they've got a little bit of work to do as they do have two north of the road.
Bilo bi dobro da vine Sonics ili Cerberus ili Daytrade, bilo kod njih. Samo da ne vina pa nema šans da vine V7 i 17.
For the next zone here for
Daytrade kad bi vino najbolji.
Some sort of entry off of it, but as you can see the way that Cerberus is currently playing this, they're not allowing that to happen. They're holding angles, they're waiting rather than aggressively.
FaZe ima najviše šans. Nije ni to loše.
One of us gets knocked. That's a pull-up coming through. Tycon peeking, actually, regardless. Peeks on out, finds Belmont. The rest, you'd imagine, though, is going to be committed to us. I say that, though.
Bježi bomba.
Sonorans are pushing on forward.
They find themselves right on the wall. That could be a good... Oh, nope, that's not going to be a good bounce.
Što zbacao, što kad smogu tamo ćeš ako otići on
može ga ubio.
Sololzi and the rest of the Cerberus boys trying to hold the line here. They will get a knock on both of the men that have made it over to the side of the street. Now Flash and Nurans will both be dismantled as well. Daytrade going out in 7th place.
That usually spells disaster, and this time it's no different. And here we go, full Milta proper ending. Again, keep in mind, FaZe lost Gustav very early on in this match. They're going to be playing this one as 3. The rest of them as 3 or less as well. So we'll see.
Nobody full strength.
Nope, no one at all. Just caught my eye now. I thought there was actually going to be a couple of teams with 4, but not quite the case. Everyone is...
Čekaj, FaZe je izgubio jednog.
And we've got 2 snakes.
Koji mi umro?
But fortunately, both of those snakes are right next to each other. And of course, they're both orange. It made me think that they were on the same team at the same time. But we've got Glaz from Veronica 7. You got Shawood still up from 17. This circle towards the middle. Not really getting any close to anybody, but this is most likely going to be slow played out, you have to imagine here.
And it's again V7 able to salvage points here. It's a game where they come flying on in first up in the hillsides, almost dying because of it. Then full speed eating into Milta, and now gets keep one alive as we see the highlights there from the previous fight. Peeks on out, says welcome Pow. I got a shotgun and I'll take you down.
Oh my god, I was scared for Pow right there. As he was looking out in the distance, saw FaZe and tried to go immediately into the corner. He just saw a man with a shotgun staring right at him. As now Shawu will take out 77, and now Sololzi finding a knock on the Sonics. That might open the door for Cerberus to make a push into Sonics.
Sure could, and they know they have to make the play now if they don't want to get third party on the other side. It's a fight for this warehouse, and Tycon with the DPS up close.
Big grenade from H-Wing could do some damage.
Vidite ga izbaci.
Is he trapped? No, he's going to find the knock on a Sololzi though.
Maš ne ideš jedan, brat.
Basically holding Cerberus at bay by himself while Shrimzy went for the res on a Tiggleton. Shawu will find a re-knock on a Shrimzy, but Shrimzy's going to find Tycon, and now it's a 1v1. H-Win versus the last player up for Cerberus.
Such a nice angle from Shrimzy up on the second floor. Unfortunately, he got mauled.
17 ga ubio.
So he is going to be taken down. Himas now trying to get Tycon back on his feet. Will they allow it on the side of Sonics though? Himas trying to go for the first one. It's going to be Tycon rewarded with the kill though.
Ovo je baš bilo retarski.
And H-Win still trying to hold that high sight line. Will spot out Highmass.
Do they know?
He's not peeking it though. Oh, he's got a spot. Wow, Highmass wins the
Ali to zato što ima 2x.
A kako ti ga tom pobjede glupo, ej?
Ovaj se drži 5 minuta, on dođe kao, to ti je onaj call na Discordu, push, ajde ih očitim, ajde 2 na 2, ajde, bolji ispuš ako retard.
Beautiful play coming out from Cerberus as they keep 2 alive. And all just like that, it's 3 up.
Ovaj iz 27 izvuče lik 10 pojena lagano sam. Jebot.
A higher leaderboard, so can they even get first place? Veronica 7, Glass still alive, still in this. 5 kills. Somehow, I don't know how Veronica 7 keeps getting away with this, Toby. They keep, that's twice in this game that they tried to send it dead center using E pickups. They lose all their players except for one, and he's collecting points.
Unfortunately, his head is now broke as Correxy tore his helmet off, tore his brains out, and that's going to be Veronica 7 down.
Znači ako FaZe ovdje uzme to još 4-6 pojena, neće biti prvi.
Absolutely. Well, a crowd like that, Bolty. Let's see if they like this end game.
Ko?
Neće, pa već računaju place. Ima još
uračunato ti je
4 i 2 kila, to je 6 još.
Čekaj, 4, koliko si imao bodova prije ovoga?
Dobije još 6 bodova na placement i 2 kila, znači 48 će ima kad vidim.
A nije još 6, još 4 dobije, već imaju 6.
Još 4, još 4, da. A 4-6. Biće drugi.
Juj, zora tabela.
Ili drugi ili treći. Ne znam koliko placement pojena ima 17, ali imaju dosta. Biće treći, nema šanse da imaju više placement od 17.
Ko ljudi gleda, 25.
17 od 19 prije.
FaZe.
10.
Ma, treći.
The bolter to back down just a little bit. James, though, grenade in hand. That might be on time. It is. Fex actually going to be the one that gets it, and that's going to be the signal to go. James with DBS in hand. Doesn't even need it. Fex will follow it up with a grenade, and that's a win for FaZe.
Insane finish on that one as the fans rejoice. I think I saw Fex with over 1,000 damage at the end of that game too. So yes, they loot Mills, yes, they're around, but they came off to a shaky start, and still, while the city was being hectic and fought in, they came out on top.
Flex on an old man, you know you've been around the block a few times, but you still have the goods. You still got the ability to win these tight games. And FaZe Clan, I don't know if it's going to be enough to put them in first, Toby, but they're right there.
It's for sure a good way to finish off day one. FaZe usually the team that comes climbing up at the end of tournaments. Here, off to a solid beginning of the grand finals.
Love to see it. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to wrap up day number 1.
FaZe je bio 12. 24 pojena. To su drugih 4-6. Ujeb.
The last match is done, and a new chicken dinner winner rises to the top. FaZe Clan comes out with the final chicken of the day as we take a look back at the highlights.
And what a fantastic urban ending we get here, and an insane amount of varied circles, right? So I'm just super happy that we're able to see some of these like crazy games, and also how close it's been. FaZe to be able to set up. It is home turf circle for them. They loot Milta, but to be able to walk out with that amount of kills, that amount of points, that amount of confidence for these guys here, they were playing it super smart.
And may I remind you, this entire match started with FaZe in a kerfuffle with Sharpshot in a compound that cost both teams. Like, they somehow still managed to come out of this thing and find themselves a win. I do think part of that was the fact that Milta pulled this crazy circle magnetism.
Kako odigrao pikseli, koja je meč. A ti samo s ovog meča možda izvučeš highlighte od minute.
And it's a good way to also showcase the new Milta, right? Because it is way bigger, way like more compact, and that's why you have so many teams that are able to live next door to each other, and we are going to have these many crashes, right? Cerberus try to make a run for it. They got a lot of amount of kills there, but there are so many solos and so many kind of angles that's going to be held. Nice to see correction in the bolt too.
It's because that new Milta there, it's a lot more compressed. You can fight through. We saw the push by Cerberus, but FaZe absolutely perfectly coordinated the defense there.
He did.
Multiple grenades right on top of each other. Absolutely nailed it. So congratulations to FaZe, as they apparently proved they don't have to wait for Sunday to put up those chicken dinners, and are going to come out to a really nice point total at the end of day one. Welcome back to the desk for the last time. My name's Toppies. I'm joined here by Avenger. 1 day done. A third of the road is traveled. 6 games in.
Yeah. Out of the 1,000 steps.
So no, I'm saying out of the 18 games that we're playing here.
3,300 for the finals. Yeah, but yeah, it's good. But also, with we don't have a repeat winner, right? We don't have. FaZe could have done it. They had a Buxan-Sa home circle, but they got destroyed there. But they're able to step up, and that's going to put them in to a decent amount of points here. But again, as you said here, no repeat winner, no sponging, no, like, of course the points per game is going to be a thing, right? But oh my god, 1,000 damage, 120 for Fex, and 5 kills. That's crazy.
Well, and again, obviously Gustav ran into some trouble early on. Fex, though, the Dragon, has been absolutely unstoppable in this event. His evaluations on Fantasy have been huge and not overinflated, because his performance he's been like the rock for this team, it feels like. And not just the only... What?
Dwayne?
Not Dwayne. I mean, they got their fans got them, some Thai kickboxing shorts, and the rest of the team was like, you should see Fex in those shorts.
He looks like a monster.
He is a monster, but he plays like a monster, and that's what I love about it. He's the man of the match, no argument whatsoever.
And MVP.
And
the desk MVP.
Yeah, he's our desk MVP and the man of the match. 5 kills, huge damage count.
Igra se i sutra i u nedelju. Sutra je drugi dan, nedelja treći dan.
Cerberus, though, finally up and pushing with that 12. And Veronica 7, I'm not going to lie to you. My bingo card for today did not have Veronica 7 Fun Pin as a top 3 team.
They're a fighting team, man.
They're number 1.
They can hit stuff, and they're number 1, 49 to go there, right?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Pogledaj stakanu tablicu, evo. Znači, razlika između prvog i posljednjeg je 19 bodova. Jedan meč. Ja, nisam nikad vidio. Iskreno. Na jednom turniru.
Yeah, but also, like, the Twisted, of course, only 9 placement points. They're able to still have 32 kills. And like only 5 points behind the Cerberus on 36, but they have 20 placement points, right? So it's the opposite side of the coin. But yeah, overall, insane day. We're going to be starting off with a wrangle. I'm going to be
the opposite.
Yeah, looking exactly opposite.
So we'll end on Miramar. It's going to be nice, chaotic, a lot of fun. And I'm excited about that. It was a wild day, and perhaps one of the closer scoreboards. I think maybe after that last game, seeing the rich get richer, it's not going to be as close as it was going into 5. But I'm very impressed with how tight this has been.
And I'm super excited to see, like, we're going to have these 5, 6, 7 teams. They're going to be cleaning out things, and I feel like that could end up continuing. Like the same, we're not going to see the back-to-backs, we're not going to see the sponges, but yeah, let's see.
Well, you know what we will see is some Ondaseat, the official gaming chair partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Ondaseat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro eSports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Tao Kanoi, live deliciously. And finally, the number 1
Brate, meni ovaj Tao Kanoi chips ili šta je ovo, izgleda kao povraćka osušena.
Exciting games, wild day, no repeat winners.
Crazy circles.
Right, if I had to pick away for the grand finals to start, this was it. No runaways.
No runaways, insane circles, curveballs for all the teams. Hard circles and hard games for teams that are like, okay, this is going to be an easy game for us, but no, then somebody else comes in sweeping, doing extremely well. So yeah, but again, the consistency and the teams that we expect to do well is still in there. So that's kind of what we're going to be looking at, of course. The Dana 17, big, huge splash in the water for me though. V7 Fun Pin, super impressive.
Wow, I did not expect to see them do so well. I'm proud of them. You love to see that. I hope that they can hold on to it tomorrow. It was a crazy day of circles and maps, so we're going to see exactly how tomorrow goes when the teams get back and have a little more rhyme and reason, perhaps, to how these circles play out. But that said, only 12 games left to play. We're going to be back with day 2 of PGC 2023. But first, let's check in with Pan as she talks to some of our players.
Welcome back to the stage. Woo! So, who is the top rank today? Who is the top rank? That is V7! Let's go, Tosi. Hi! Welcome on stage. Hello นะคะก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมาพูดคุยกันสักนิดนึง Okay, so for the first question, you played through the loser bracket, the last chance, and now day 1 of the grand finals. There are like over 40 matches, like a lot of it of PUBG. So do you feel you're grown as a team over this
Ali ovaj styling, brat, čarape, ljubčaste, nove stikle. Ja sam oduševljen.
라스트 찬스 그리고 그랜드 파이널까지 올라왔습니다. 오늘은 그랜드 파이널의 첫날이고 PGC에서 총 40판 매치를 진행하셨으니 본인에게 팀적으로
Čekaj, druže, zar ne pričaju isti jezik, Bog te.
A meni zvuče kao da pričaju, ali očigledno ne.
찬스랑 루저 브라켓에서는 제가 실수를 좀 많이 했는데 오늘은 그래도
A da mi ovaj tos izgleda kao da ni svoj ne razumije.
팀원한테 오늘은 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
So for the last chance stage, I think I made a lot of mistakes. So what I focus on is to improve those mistakes, and then I think that would definitely be really helpful to the teams as a development.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
ได้ถามไปว่าคือต้องบอกว่าเขาเล่นทั้งในรอบ loser bracket last chance ด้วยนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้เนี่ยก็คือเป็นวันแรกเนาะของ grand finals นะคะซึ่งต้องบอกว่าแมตช์ที่เขาผ่านมาทั้งหมดเนี่ยคือมันเกินกว่า40แมตช์ซึ่งมันเยอะมากนะคะก็เลยอยากจะถามว่าจากแบบแมตช์ต่างๆที่คุณได้ผ่านมาทั้งหมดนี้นะคะคิดว่ามันทำให้ทีมของเราเนี่ยได้เติบโตมากน้อยแค่ไหนนะคะต้องบอกว่าในรอบของ last chance เนาะแล้วก็ loser bracket นะคะคือต้องบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยก็มีข้อผิดพลาดด้วยนะคะที่ได้เกิดขึ้น last chance or loser bracket that he make a mistake last chance or loser bracket last chance นะคะต้องบอกว่า last chance ก็คือต้องบอกว่าเป็นรอบก่อนที่เราจะเข้าสู่ grand final เนาะเขามีข้อผิดพลาดเกิดขึ้นเยอะนะคะซึ่งทางนี้เขาก็ได้มีการปรับปรุงเปลี่ยนแปลงให้ดีขึ้นนะคะแล้วก็ได้นำมาใช้ในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนี้เองซึ่งเขาบอกว่ามันคือสิ่งที่ดีมากๆนะคะที่เขาได้ไปอยู่ในรอบ last chance เนาะจะได้เห็นข้อผิดพลาดแล้วก็ได้ปรับปรุงมาในรอบนี้นะคะ and another question is about this lobby is incredibly close so what do you need to do to stay at the top of the leaderboard and separate from the pack
지금 점수판을 보면 팀 사이에서 점수 차이가 많이 나지 않습니다. 그래서 이 상위권을 유지하기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하실 건지 궁금합니다.
일단 오늘도 그래도 실수들은 조금 나왔기 때문에 그 실수 좀 보완하면서 좀 기세만 잘 살리면 계속 상위권 노릴 수 있을까?
Druže, ovi ljudi izgledaju kao da imaju 6 godina.
So what I wanted to is to show mistake, and then we wanted to keep the momentum that we did today as the following 2 days of the grand finals.
โอเคนะคะก็ถามไปว่าคือทำยังไงที่จะสามารถอยู่ในระดับ top rank ของ leaderboard ได้แบบนี้นะคะแล้วก็ให้
Ljudi, gasim stream, vidimo se poslije na Screamsi. I naravno sutra gledamo drugi dan ove ludice. Ćao.